generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it adequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to comfort you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used to beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alloy brought to the kings of Orby as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease, pray to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. Comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seeking bad time. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, to hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lines, where we talk about the lines of the machine on the machine that lines. And I have some interesting continuation for you guys. For all the people who watch the special 4th of July stream So you guys got a special dose of the political state. Okay, it's various remnants throughout history. The people who saw the state as the ideal, okay, and politics as the ideal of human expression, right? So we're looking at the symbolic reference frame, right, for man, right, and obviously it's hijacked. All right, well, the very first thing that it hijacked was our natural forms of organization, right? And that would be, to put it in a Greek term, right? It would be oikos, right? Or the way that family and economy relate to the natural environment, right? So if I pull up this term, right, and actually I began my explanations on the show. And it's funny, the first thing that comes up when you look it up is some type of yogurt. But yeah, like probiotic yogurt or something like that. But yeah, this Greek word oikos, and briefly I would say the state of being in oikos, right, or in the expression of oikos, we'll call it oikon. Okay. 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 And it's funny how it sounds like icon, right? Oikon, right? It's like nature as the symbolic reference frame, right? So you have oikon, right? And pretty soon you have the cultural expressions of man, okay? Basically uprooting, okay, the natural forms of expression, right? So culture and society, right, take precedence over the family, right, and over nature, right. So how that happens is that man's symbolic reference frame becomes transformed through the cultural forms, right, through the symbolic forms, right, and so in this symbolic reference frame, you want to call it, right, you move from oikon to ethnon, right, or the ethnic expressions of man, right, or the cultural semblance of man, right, and the culture is tied to the religious expression at this point, right. Okay, but pretty soon, as we saw in from Maimonides, okay, from Avicenna, okay, actually, okay, we don't want to throw Avicenna under the bus that much, right, it's really Averroes, okay, to Maimonides, to St. Thomas Aquinas, right? You slowly saw the separation of faith and reason, okay? And the foundation of that was Aristotelianism, right? So we move from, okay, the 1100s, okay, on forward, right? We have a total separation, okay, and we'll call that theon, right? Okay, so you have oikon, ethnon, theon, right? And then technon, right? Okay, or technicon, right? Right? In terms of the expression, right? And if you want to relate this to the various forms of ideological expression, right? You have mythos, right? Or the realm of myth making, right, to the realm of I guess logos would just be symbol making, right? So they move from, okay, mythological reference frame, so-called, right, meaning that, okay, as we discussed yesterday, right, nature and God were not separated, right? Okay, and then, okay, through using philosophy, right? Obviously, in philosophy, they had the God of the philosophers, right? And the God of the philosophers, okay, was basically nature's God, right? And what nature's God does is nature's God is subservient to natural law. Right, but when they dislodged faith and reason, they had to move God out of nature. Okay? And that's when you get theos, right? So we move from mythos to logos to theos. Right? And when we move out of, what happens is, see, what happened was, right? Once God is removed out of nature, right? And then you get rid of the transcendental scope, right? Then all you have is this world, politics, man as the ideal, right? The state as the ideal, and technology as the ideal, right? That's when you get into mechanos, man as the measure of all things, right? This prediction, this prediction and promulgation by Protagoras, right? And the sophists, right? Finally, mind and language had merged, right? And man had created a time outside of nature, right? A temporal scope that was dislodged from the natural framework, right? And so you have different ideas, right? You have universalism, right? You have the compartmentalization of knowledge. You have the rise of technique, right? The assimilation of cultural forms, the rise of the monoculture, the rise of multiculturalism and monoculture as two collective poles, right? Expressions of individualism and collectivism, the dialectic between those two, right? And you have the birth of man being the object of technique, right? And you have the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? In which man and technology and society, okay, they form a sort of cohesive monism, like sort of technical monism, right? And you have the notion of technical progress, right? That comes out of all this, right? Because so we're looking at a wide-scale view of how these ideas developed in time, how we moved from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right? And how the state became part of man's ideal. Right? Let me sort of see if they have one for ethnos. Oh, wait, I didn't even read this. Family and family's house. The real word I was going to invent was Kuberneticon. Yeah. But that's too crazy. Kuberneticon. But yeah, Kuberneticos is really the word for control and governance, right? So once you move past the state and you move to the technological state, right, then the basis of that state is control, right? It's not, all of those liberal ideals, right? Those don't seem to work anymore, right? As we'll see in ellul. We're going over that, right? And yeah, so oikos, right? Generations, right? Economy, right, is another word, right? Right. So yeah. and move from this to ethnon, right, which is a cultural, or ethnos, I mean, right, is a cultural group, right? And they don't have they don't even have a Wikipedia page for it. Nice going, Wikipedia. Ethnos, a Greek newspaper. Check that out, right?
Seriously, a Greek newspaper.
Yeah, it says in ethnos, Greek means nation, right? So we kind of looked at the idea of national restoration among the Jews and all these different concepts, right? Okay, and how the idea of, obviously the first thing I focused on was how Greek philosophy and the Bible got mixed up in the first place. Right? A huge topic. Right? Because Christianity spread to Europe. Okay, and what piggybacked on Christianity, right, was the ideas of Plato and Aristotle, right? And some of the ideas of Plato can be worked out with the Christian teaching, but as we saw, the ideas of Aristotle were antithetical to certain Christian ideas, right? And when certain Christian teachings merge with the teachings of Aristotle, right, it led to certain arcane conceptions of knowledge, such as the trivium and the quadrivium, and they led to scholasticism, right, which led to a total separation of faith and reason, which led to a total separation of the church and the state, right, and the duties of this world and the duties of the world beyond, right? And when you add into this the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right, which was introduced by Kabbalism, dispensationalism, so on and so forth, right? Okay, you have the notion of world restoration, right, or the coming of the kingdom of God, right? Okay, and this idea was aligned with the state, right, which the notion of the collective mind, I mean, the notion of the universal mind was changed into the collective mind. Right, and the notion of universalism was changed to individualism, to collectivism. And we've seen a lot of these ideas, right? How they spread. So I'm going to go ahead and move to Kant and look at some of these ideas here, and zero in on Kant and Hegel and some of their notions about the state and about philosophy, right? And of course, we've been focusing heavily on 4 key figures, right? Or I guess 4 key events in history, right? Right. Obviously, the influence of Orphic Pythagoreanism on Plato, right? And the development of the notion of natural law, hijacked by the Aristotelians, right? Where Aristotle kept natural law, but he rejected the forms, right? Okay, and he smuggled in this notion of teleology, right? Telos, right? In nature, right? To compensate for the fact of not having a transcendental scope, right? Okay, then you have the idea of St. Thomas Aquinas, right? Putting faith and reason in two different spheres. Separate but equal spheres, right? So we've made significant changes to the thesis of Skolimowski, right? Okay, by looking at and expanding the analysis on the influence of Averroism on different thinkers, primarily the works of St. Thomas Aquinas and Maimonides, right? How those influenced the Kabbalah and Martin Luther, right? And Martin Luther completely separated faith and reason, which led us to Kant, right? His total separation of knowledge and values, faith and reason, right? As we read, the starry sky above and the moral law within. Okay. So there's a little introductory stuff for that. Right. And I hope obviously this is a continuation of over 60 presentations now, right? So if you want larger context, please feel free to click on any of those other videos, right? Because I've contextualized this information in hundreds of ways with hundreds of different texts, right? And we'll continue to do so today, right? I want to say hundreds. I think that's overshoot. Maybe like dozens.
A good bit.
Yeah, a good bit. Yeah. Yeah. Still way more than anybody I've seen. So, so you know, I'll wait for the rest of these people to bring out their receipts. And you know, they've got nothing. I mean, but yeah, let's see here. Okay, I'm not gonna put that up. Televised apocalypse. He's gonna off himself again. I mean, blessings to televised. Hang in there, brother. You mean?
Yep.
Yeah, you know I love you, and you know I sent you messages and they never went through because of the Discord. Right. So add me on Discord and we'll have some great discussions about that, and maybe I'll get into that in a minute here.
You'll have to join Discord again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to get in contact with them. You know, well, yeah, Joe Mills, I hear you. The problem is that I've been eating rice since I was a kid. I mean, we're brown, so we've definitely been doing that. So you get tired of rice, and I mean, you know, yeah, man, I can't eat rice. Something about it just irks me. But yeah, I love the suggestions. I mean, I eat a lot of lentils. You know, protein. You know, yeah, blessings, Panelverse. I appreciate you. Jessica Jane, I greatly appreciate you. DJ Isolated, thank you for being here. Godheart Guardian. And man, if you guys missed yesterday's show, oof, you know, I unlisted the video. It was very strange. I unlisted the video and it had like 130 views. And then I looked back and it's got 280 views. So somehow people kept clicking on it after it was unlisted. So I don't understand how that exactly happened. I mean, but
who knows with the numbers anymore?
Yeah, the view count went up significantly. So I don't know how people were seeing the video or able to see it after I had unlisted it. But yeah, so that's rather strange. But yeah, good number of people watched that. So I'm proud of that. Because I had to strain myself, first of all, to read all of that and put, you know, and obviously I've done my best to contextualize that stuff on this show, right? And of course, the Nietzsche and Julius Evola section of that is not really related to it. And I was also going to read much more stuff So we'll come back with another show of that soon. Okay, because I was also going to read some of Mein Kampf, but we might read like Rousseau and then Mein Kampf. Maybe Rousseau's Social Contract and then Mein Kampf, and then go back to Nietzsche and Evola. Right.
Sounds like a plan.
So yeah, we'll be doing a lot of different discussions there. Shadow and light, blessings. Exactly. Yeah, peace, Browns boy. And remember, lizard tree. Peace be with you, madam. Alchemos. Yeah, what's going on, friend? I greatly appreciate you. Send you the link. I hope you grab that link there. But maybe I have to send it to him on StreamYard or something like that. So
Who, Neuro?
Yeah, Neuro Jack. Smoking Neuro crack. So you know what I mean? We got Moon Tan.
Smoking something.
Yeah, Cyber City. I've never seen that before, but yeah, it looks incredible. I don't have time to watch a lot of shows, unfortunately, but I have heard. I see the AMV videos. I've been checking out those videos, so maybe I'm in the market to watch some of those soon. But yeah, if you guys have any great suggestions, I greatly appreciate it.
Pretty much know all the ones I could suggest, I would think, of the animes.
Yeah. Shadow Buddha's out here. Blessings. Calyx is out here. I greatly appreciate you. That's the homie. Here's a question. TML, would you say that modern medicine advancements also correlate to the notion of Uchadevada materialism? When it comes to annihilating religion from society, no karma, no future lives, etc. Oh, wait, modern machine advancements. I don't know why I read that as modern medicine advancements. Yeah.
And it flew over my head, too.
Yeah, I mean, our friend Origin was talking about that. For sure. Annihilating, well, the way he put it was getting rid of nature. Would be getting rid of technology. Transcending nature, right, would be going beyond the materialism, right, of the technological sphere, right? But I think there's some distinctions that can be made between nature and technology, right? One key distinction I've made is that nature is God-made technology. The technology we make is man-made nature, second-order nature, as they say, right? If you look at the sphere, right, of experience, right, from technology. Technology is a concealment of means, right? Conceals means towards a specific end, right? Whereas nature, it simplifies means to a plethora of ends, right? So I've said that, nature and technology, right, they have a process, of means to end, right? But it seems totally reversed within a natural, a natural system, right? So yeah, it would be interesting to see how technology divides things and nature integrates things, right? So that is another aspect of the dilemma, right? But yeah, Uchadevada materialism.
Trying to look that up, it seems kind of like a nihilistic materialism. Even says annihilating in the question, so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into the Buddhist ideas, but yeah, no, somehow, sometimes fits into the Gnostic idea, right? So, because they're trying to go, and it also somehow relates to, this notion of the universal mind in a lot of ways, right? Because you're trying to transcend nature, right? So what's beyond nature, right? With the famous Buddha painting, right? The mind pointing to itself, right? Right. So so blessings to Shadow Buddha. I appreciate you. But yeah, we're gonna look at Vajrayana.
He might want to perhaps look at a little bit of Giorgiani and what he says about how religion and technology are gonna have like a merger at some point. But
Yeah,
he's betting on it as like the fourth industrial revolution or something.
It's already happened
of that
right?
nature.
It's already
supposedly.
happened.
Yeah.
Because we try to say that science is separate from metaphysics, it's separate from ethical valuations, but it's pregnant with them, right? So yeah, I mean, so this is a very precarious situation, to say the least. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100% DJ Isolated. I'm not even a Christian, and I recognize that. 100%. Ancient church seemed to be a facilitator of oikos. Modern church seems a lackey to the state. Couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, in truth, and that's some of what our friend Unseen is harping on, right? In truth, however, it is not possible to avoid metaphysics, even to declare that there is no intrinsic nature or metaphysical reality behind phenomenal appearances is itself a metaphysical claim. Boom. Slap in the face to those guys I was just talking about, right? Those scientists that are pregnant with valuations, right?
Yep.
To state that reality is wholly and mechanistically physical is to adopt a metaphysical position, to be an eliminativist, is to hold a metaphysical claim. The chieftain Skrbina.
That's probably my current favorite quote from him.
Oh yeah, definitely the village chieftain. I mean, props to Skurbs, as we like to call him. But yeah, blessings.
Okay, Shadow heard your answer, so that's good. I was hoping you'll still hear.
Nice. But yeah, how does nature relate to technology? Beautiful question, right? And once we move to that, right, we could see how mind relates to nature, right? And if you put all those three things in the category, your Buddhist system will have those three things in place, right? Depending on which Buddhist system you look at, right? And we're dealing with a lot of Buddhist systems. They're dealing with mereological nihilism, which we did a little show on mereological nihilism, right? And atomism, right? Buddhists actually created atomism, the notion of atomism, apart from Greek philosophers, right?
Very interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dr. Diad. Bogart. Bogey. Goblins or boogeymen? Ooh.
Spooky.
Yeah, it's like Beelzebub. Beelzebub.
Zabul.
Lord of the Flies, exactly. Zabul, as we found out yesterday. For those who know, they know. For those who don't know, fuck the dumb. I mean, Tag wins in that mind is God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Tag can be used to prove that. 100%. 1,000,000%. Down with the lagoons. That's right. Moontan, Legend of the Galactic Heroes. and ergo proxy. Yeah, you look like a fun person to watch animes with. Definitely Moontan. Blessings. Frank Monday. I appreciate you. Gnosticism, gonna Gnostic. We got some of those guys in here. Highly intelligent guys. You know, people who take a position are usually more intelligent than people who don't take one. How all the Illuminati nuts doing today? Is that what we are today? Uh-oh. Illuminati nuts and Illuminati thugs. Exactly.
Better than ortho thugs, right?
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Buddha. Yeah, we're gonna look at Abhidharma to different changes. I mean, then we're gonna look at the Melinda Panda. You know, some of the ideas, you know, during the spread of the rule of Alexander to, you know, the Indian region. Okay, and we're also going to look at Mahayana, and then after, Mahayana, I think is the Vajrayana, right? So we'll look at the major. Of course, we'll look at the development of Zen Buddhism as well, right? Zen Buddhism kind of combines Buddhist and Taoist teaching, right? So we'll look at a lot of those ideas, right? It'll be interesting look because it's just as good as looking at deep philosophical problems, especially those three things I mentioned, right? Okay, how does the mind and nature and humanity, how does these things relate, right? Okay, and of course, to quote Hegel, right? He said that, mind is the antithesis of nature, right? So look at that, right? So Hegel would disagree, right? You cannot go against nature because that's part of nature too, right? Exactly. I totally agree with that, Mike. Blessings. But yeah, Hegel's going loopy, right? He's saying mind is the antithesis of nature and man is the synthesis. This Kabbalistic.
That is loopy.
Formula. Formulation. Blessings, Creek Mary. Much love to you. Prayers, madam. Thank you for being here. Read the Pali Canon. Exactly. That'll be 60 shows. Exactly. Yeah, we'll read some of what Buddha said, right? We got two books, Siddhartha and Zen, The Way of Zen, Alan Watts, right? So we'll be looking at quite a couple, several secondhand sources, right? Unfortunately, the first hand, primary sources, it's a little dense to read, as you must know, Shadow Buddha, right? So I think for this audience, there's like 20 people watching right now. We'll just bring out these secondary sources and look at sort of historical critiques of the various developments, right? And that's what we'll and that's how we'll choose to proceed, right? But but yeah, I greatly appreciate you. I greatly appreciate your time. Siddhartha is no joke. Mark Siddhartha, his little book that he made. I'm not seeing where it is right now, but somewhere around here. Siddhartha on Buddhism. I'll find it later. But yeah, blessings, folks. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so let me move to this to the text here, right? Where we're looking at Kant, and we'll play some music in a little bit, right? We're looking at Kant, right? The development of his philosophy, and I have quite a few lines here, right? So we'll be on this for quite a while, right? Because I have dozens of readings that I've prepared, all right? Dozens of readings that I've prepared, all right? Okay, and they're centering around the notion of, Skolimowski, right? Okay, liberalism and its contradictions, right? Okay, so we're going into several different ideas, okay? And so we're looking at the starry sky above and the moral law within, as I said, right? Okay, left our inner world unable to stretch to the cosmic realm. Right, a shift from theoretical reason apart from religion, right? Putting faith only in the domain of universal law. Okay, left our inner world unable to reach the cosmic realm. So what was it based on? Hegel, right, put the two in a dialectical relationship, attempting to find a middle ground between facts and values and virtues and morals. Emphasis was placed on man's perceptions instead of his thoughts, right? And this is the idea from moving from, the notion of mind to the notion of language, right? Just as you move from the notion of nature to the notion of time, right? Okay, and of course there's a, as I said, a spatial sort of, dislodging in terms of separation from nature, right? There's a temporal dislodging in terms of the notion of progress and evolution. Right? When you combine these two notions of progress and evolution, right, you have two notions, right? Chaos and emergence. Okay, which have been here since the beginning of philosophy and religion. Right? Tohu va bohu, right? Chaos has always been there, right? There's always been a place for it, right? It's not new, right? Emergence is kind of new, but it's always been new. You know what they say about emergence, it never gets old.
Trombone.
Sad trombone. Indeed, my friend. But yeah. So emphasis placed on man's perceptions instead of his thoughts, right? So the epistemic mood shifted from reflection and contemplation to observation and analysis. Okay, and the slight detachment of the observational mode, right, which is voyeuristic and objective, right, had its reign. Right, remember what Skolimowski says, right? Abstract and isolate. Right? That's the function of analysis. Right? And yeah. So all was reduced to convention. Right? That was a notion that had started with Democritus. Right? That there was actually no stable like what gave consistency to atoms and the void. Right? It was just convention. Right? So what are the laws based on? They're based on convention. And that sounds like law itself. Right? If you call something a law, Right. Right. It would have to be something that would be formed out of tying together several disparate elements, right, into some sort of codification. Right. So, it's Plato that sort of dispelled that with his notion of universalism. Okay, so all was convention, and mind had no substance and was devoid of content. This is the true legacy of empiricism, right? When the mind has no content, right? That's tabula rasa, right? Yep. And also the notion of the archetypal man and of the the notion of the archetypal man creates the notion of the blank slate, right? But how does it pop out the other end? It goes through this notion of universalism. Right? The archetypal man exists in heaven. Right? You take out heaven. Right? But you keep universal concepts. Right? You have man. You have man universalized. Right? Anyways, truth was removed from reality, placed in an ethereal realm by Plato, brought back into reality by the exclusivity. Oh, I'm sorry. And exclusively the Christian Neoplatonists, right? Made superior to the contingent reality by Islamic science, made separate from the religious truth by scholastic thinkers, and finally made superior to faith in the Enlightenment thought. Since the truth became universal and continually subject to change and evolution, it left no place for either mind or God. The truth fell from being absolute or contained within itself to becoming universal or ubiquitous, spread out in every direction. And of course, Hegel, his whole notion is to try to take truth and move it from universal back to absolute. But of course, he cut it off from, reality, right? And that's why he came up with the notion of progress, right? Through the notion of the spirit of world history and the apotheosis of the state. Yeah, peace to the people that are watching here. I greatly appreciate your time. Okay, please write it in the chat and or feel free to join the panel. Right, this seems like it's somebody reading about Kant and Hegel and Plato and all this stuff, right? But I want it to be an open discussion, right, where we talk about these ideas together, right? So if you guys want to come up and talk about how I can simplify or add to these various critiques, or what is this all about? Why are we talking about these mental prison bars? Right, that most people can't even see.
And/or cave.
Yeah.
Bars in the cave.
Flickering shadows on a screen. Images of things that aren't even real.
Flickering machinations.
Yeah, that's what most people think is real. Pascal had already declared that the heart has reasons which even reason cannot comprehend. When Kant read Emile, he apparently became so involved with the work and visibly shaken that he missed his daily walk. He attempted to declare the inner world of morality as differentiated from the world of reason. This separation of truth from the good was based on the collective hallucination of universality. Universality was just a placid substitute for the utilitarian and democratic notions, originally derived from Paul's view of inclusivity. Besides placing the good outside of reason, which was done in order to purify and sanctify it, ultimately took morality out of the scope of the average person and made it a collective ordeal. The good was left in the domain of the essential and the foundational. The apparent schizophrenia of this compromise has caused its failure. Modern man is conflicted whether he should act on behalf of the common good or the universal goal, or abstain from the general course and consult reason. The split between theory and application, observation and action, reality and truth, goodness and reason is Kant's legacy. His delusions of world peace, of an eventual peace between all mankind, are dangerously misplaced. While they paid homage to Rousseau, Rousseau claimed that the thinking man was a depraved animal and rejected progress, while Kant and Hegel considered thought the proper end of man. And for Hegel, further deified progress and reason as the apex of man and nature. Hegel saw man as the antithesis of nature. Supporters of the French Revolution wanted to change Notre Dame Cathedral into the Temple of Reason. During the French Revolution, reason was represented as a charming lady of the streets. And also Marquis de Sade said, displaying nude women in a theater was a revolutionary act.
I wanted to comment on that, but maybe I should refrain. Please continue.
This was the desacralization of knowledge and the anthropomorphic tendency in man. Kant and Hegel could be said to support it. Where Kant was basically trying to blend Hume and Rousseau, right? He believed in mechanical laws explaining the motions of the heavens with Newton and Galileo, but affirmed the neo-pagan mysticism of Emanuel Swedenborg. We saw that last time. As I go to the last episode, we brought receipts for that.
Yep.
The views of Swedenborg can be most popularly viewed in the works of artists like William Blake. Swedenborg writes in The New Jerusalem and its Heavenly Doctrine, remarking on a passage in Revelation about the coming of the kingdom of God. The man who reads these things understands them only according to the sense of the letter, namely that the visible heaven and earth will perish and the new heaven will exist, and that the holy city Jerusalem, answering to the measures above described, will descend upon the new earth. But the angels understand these things altogether differently. Namely, what man understands naturally, they understand spiritually. And as the angels understand, so they signify. And this is the internal or the spiritual sense of the word.
Right, because like the angels say that, or told Swedenborg that there isn't space as we think of space. It's like there's more. It's just conception, not space. For lack of a better term, I guess time as well. I mean, what they say, like in heaven, you just think of someone and they appear, something to that effect. Allegedly, to Swedenborg.
Yeah, but you see some interesting things here. There's no notion of the apocalypse. There's a notion of Jerusalem, the new Jerusalem. Okay, there's a notion of it descending upon earth. There's a notion of the internal or the spiritual sense of the word. right? And there's a notion of quote unquote spiritual evolution, which ties it all together. So he was one of the first espousers of this notion of quote unquote spiritual evolution, or the salvation of all mankind through this utopian ideal called New Jerusalem, folks. Right, this Kabbalistic ideal, right? Restoration of the world. The inner spiritual sense of the word was a renewal of all life in the future coming of the kingdom of God. Kant wrote Dreams of a Spirit Seer on the topics related to themes laid out in numerous works by Swedenborg. Swedenborg claimed to converse with spirits. Okay, he wanted to prove, Kant wanted to prove a sort of knowledge apart from experience, a priori knowledge. Right, experience and the moral world created a sort of Trinitarian conception. What experience gives us is disjointed, while spatial organization comes from mind imposing on reality. The mind of man was no longer passive wax, but a force of organizing potential. This was the notion of the transcendental, or the correspondences mentioned in the occult literature and seen in the writing of Swedenborg. That's right. He actually talks a lot about correspondences.
Yep, correspondences is like the name of the game with Swedenborg.
And if you look at the notion that Kant was saying in that letter, it was his whole idea that you couldn't prove spirits with physical senses or experiential notions, right? So that spirits, that the knowledge of spirits must be in some sort of transcendental realm. Right? He could totally make that compromise, right, when he's writing that letter, because his epistemology allows him to do it. Right, it's pretty interesting, right? Right, yeah. So split between the world and the word and the spirit. Okay, the world was experience, the word was the organizing potential, and the spirit was the moral law within. The split between the word and the world is basically Jewish and Greek thought fused. Right, as Kant wrote, mind is the coordination of experience. Okay, he created a hierarchy of understanding. Sensation was placed at the bottom. Okay, then perception, then conception, right? Those are still internal, right? Then knowledge, then science. Now we're moving external. Then wisdom, then morality, right? Which are part of the a priori and transcendental scope. Okay, so I point out this was a quite Platonic synthesis. All right, so we'll read more of this soon, folks. Okay, but that's what I have to say about it right now. I hope you enjoyed this introduction to the ideas of how we separated, nature and mind and man, and coalesced in the notion of progress, right? And of course, we have a lot more to say on this, right, as we transfer from the notions of Kant to the notions of Hegel, right? And then we'll move to Skolomowski, and then Orwell, and then we'll move to the Tao Te Ching. Oh, I mean ellul, and then we'll move to the Tao Te Ching. And then we have a lot of stuff with Jensen and all that to look at, right? So we got tons of ideas here that we're going to go through. Okay, tons of resources, right? Even if I wanted to, well, let's just say we have lots of things to tell you guys. But yeah, so we'll be on for a while, right? Despite the extenuating circumstances. We may take like 2-week break, I mean, because of extenuating circumstances in our personal life. Oh boy, right? We're massively, we're massively. Let's just say we're down and out, folks. It appears here that we're winning winning on all fronts. That we're perfectly cogent. But this just reflects our sophistication with these various ideas and concepts, right? We're in no position right now to actually be talking online, right? We're just simply here by popular demand, believe it or not, right? But yeah, blessings to the people that came to watch, right? Here is a mix I made with Aesop Rock. Blessings.
You ain't shit, man, your story's a joke. You should package it with a last smoke and 6 feet of rope. Stay awake, little misfit. Her lips wet a very particular mischief. Sis wiggling index if your limbs let. Settle for a warm burgundy bubble out of a big instead. Hey, tequila to free the worm. Had his liver scuba suit up on a Sabbath. His personal pale rabbit. At the hole's end, her delicate mitten tips. For sticking pissy liquor in him every day at 6. Silly predictability is a bitch. Fully patterned, had her awkwardly christening the small talk chalkboard. She says, less of a fixer-upper than my last bar. Funny, you're less of a fixer-upper than my last whore. Crass and Similac to the milky wit of today's youths. Both chuckle out. Next couple on a house, next couple on a couch. Swapping social coma rants, phobias and soldier doubts. Jokes and corporate mogul bands, motor mounts. The key to open is closure. Pussy plus yay, she hid in a broken toaster. And later wake neighbors over chemical flavor to fuck sickly. Tooth nail beauty through the skin deep. Pretty is a bidding war for meteors of 50 sniffing cigarettes and pills on a speaker. Silhouette about a muted television and the rickety Venetians. Between tweaks he sweeps at Home Depot and reads. Mostly biblical but not cause he believed. But found a lexicon of Jesus, heavy literature fly. Feverishly sponged up the information high. Faded to the cradle of a sing deck train wreck. She pet him with a mechanical tape deck playback. Plus the depressing sum of the two combined paychecks. Unless when little Debbie teacup put her legs back. Drunk put her on a business end of his favorite couple from Corinthians. Suck into the comforts of a kid again. Enough to share the stuff that truly interests him. This is where the vision of a shiny happy Christmas ends. Tipsy little princess wasn't listening, just yesing him. The more she fed him, yes, the more he fed a fresh barbiturates. Assuming it was them against the world into oblivion. But he was just a stupid simian to let her live with him. Pirouetting madly on a mirror full of baggies in a valley of the irritable Aggie. Any sincerity miracles, a memory buried in a backseat by the hazardous materials was seriously gasping. Here he is in action, trying to patch up the attraction. Figured he would win her back if he acted a common passion. Penned a couple chapters that are sassy paramagnets with a cottage on a hill and a picket fence and a marriage. Never having gathered a rabid enthusiasm over language was fashioned around the aspirin in his cabinets. Asked her to read it, expecting flattery after the the facts. This is an exact imitation of how she react. Hey, shit, man, your story's a joke. You should package it with a last smoke and 6 feet of rope. Man, she knows 5 chores, more coke and all fours. Said, leave me on the floor, leave the dope by the door. Bounce, store shook up, she cook up aluminum, consuming every skull and crossbones in the room. And under 2 minutes, he human with a flip lid. Storm into the crib and find her body on the tiles. Like, no, she didn't, yes, she did. Lay awake, little misfit. Her lips with a very particular mischief. Sis, wiggling index if your lips let. Settle for a warm burgundy bubble out of her big instead. Hey, 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 all day. All out. Got 8 million similar.
All right, it's a little noir vibe there, but yeah, man. I mean, but yeah, we're gonna get into the a little more spookier down the road with Spooky Saturday. I mean, and yeah, blessings to the people. Yeah, in Montauban, yeah, that was in Montauban.
I was thinking, like, that has to be a Montauban. There's no way.
Is this a real guy? In the back there. Can you please wave? I see you're adjusting your camera there. Seems to be having trouble adjusting his camera. Oh yeah, blessings. Can you wave to us, please? Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, we have a new guest, Zara Spake. Blessings.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, peace, friend. How you doing today?
Awesome. Hey, I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, thank you for joining.
Yeah, I've been listening for a while. It's pretty groovy stuff.
Oh yeah, thank you, man.
Can't say I followed all of it, but I think it's a good topic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at Kant and Hegel. What I was reading there is some of my original writings.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I wrote quite a bit here, but and I explained a lot about it. You know.
Now, are we backstage? Because I was listening to music on the stream a second ago. Are we live?
No. Yeah, we're live.
We're live. We're live.
Yeah, we're live right now. Yeah.
Peace. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. There's 23 people here watching. So yeah, peace to all you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
That's awesome. All right. So wait, the last thing I heard, and maybe I was on delay or something. The last thing I heard, we're talking about the divorce between nature, mind, humanity, the body, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Is anybody here super familiar with Hegel? Because I'm not.
Yeah, that's that. It's funny you ask, because that's actually what I'm getting into now.
I'm annoyed by his followers, but I'm not. I haven't done a deep dive.
That's not hard.
Yeah, starting with this absolute clown Fukuyama. I mean, absolute trash. From
Marx
the council
being a follower of Hegel, right? I mean,
from
pretty
the Council
easy
on
to
Foreign
be annoyed
Relations.
with him.
Yeah, from the Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah, Hegel is an exercise in sorcery and megalomania. I mean, for sure, at the very least, right? But going beyond that, right? It's not Darwin who introduced the notion of progress, but really Hegel. But the way Hegel combines with Darwin, right? That's really what I'm focused on, right? Is this, double duo, right? And of course, these two ideas greatly influence Marx, right? So
yeah, I assume Marx came after Hegel for a reason.
Oh yeah. He was a young
Against the
Hegelian, as you say, and he also followed the League of the Just, right? So he believed in this concept of the New Jerusalem, right? In the League of the Just, they talk about this Swedenborgian notion of the New Jerusalem, right? So I'm talking about Swedenborg and his concept of the New Jerusalem, and how Kant was a follower of Swedenborg. So Kant was familiar with occultism and all this type of shit. And obviously Hegel was hugely influenced by occultism, right? So we're talking about a lot of that stuff too. And also how their notion of spirit and mind fits into the framework, right? Because spirit transformed into mind, right? Like psyche used to mean spirit, now it means, right, brains, right? So I mean, so yeah, we're so that's part of the change, and how that happened was the notion of universalism, right? So I'm describing this notion of universalism, right? How it was invented by, Plato. It moved through Aquinas, and then it moved to Kant and Hegel, right? And all that type of stuff, and how they all share this basic philosophy.
Is it like a perennialism?
Oh yeah,
like
definitely. Definitely perennialism. I would say grew out of that because the Orphic Pythagoreans, the Gnostics, right? The some of the occultists, especially the Averroists. A lot of them, you had them studying the Prisca Theologica and all this type of stuff. So basically, they were all syncretists. So it's really a history of syncretism as well, right? In another sense of it.
What's syncretism?
I would say it's how like if you read a Nag Hammadi library, right? Like how they have like book 10 of the Republic. They got Zoroastrian teachings. They got stuff that's like Paul and Christian stuff. So it's a wide range, and they have stuff that's like
it's kind of like blending certain themes together to make one philosophy / religion.
Yeah. So Hegel did that too.
Okay.
Hegel was not averse to doing that, right? Like he studied the Kabbalah, he studied Hermeticism, right? He studied like books on like animal magnetism. He studied like Jacob Boehme. He was influenced by Kant, who was influenced by Swedenborg, right? So I'm talking about like, these guys were not averse to like mysticism and the occult. Actually, it actually greatly influenced their thoughts. So people think philosophy and occultism aren't related, but they are. They're deeply entrenched.
They definitely are. I mean, yeah. It's not really avoidable right now. You're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get like the hardcore materialists who are just diminishing in numbers every day. But aside from that, you're going to get all sorts of different directions in the spiritual. It's unavoidable with the trend we're in right now. So that makes sense. I'm following. I don't exactly know what syncretism like says. You sort of described it a little bit, but I'm not exactly sure what it means. But other than that, everything you're saying, it all makes sense. I just got to read more. That's all.
Yeah, syncretism is perennialism, right? It's like those two are the same thing. Because you mentioned perennialism, and I was like, well,
it's another name for it.
Yeah, it started out rather early. Like you could say, the Orphic Pythagoreans, and then because we can't really go back like way back before like to like 1000 BC, because there's not that many sources, right? So if we go to the Orphic Pythagoreans, right, they already had religious syncretism, right? So whether you think like, there was one religion, and then it transformed into all these religions, or they came up with all these religions and then they combined them. I mean, right? So whichever way you want to slice the pie, I mean, right? That's not really what we're here to discuss, I mean, right? But more about how that idea of thought evolved, right? From the main topic is moving from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness, right? So how did how did we move from separate religious states, right, that were controlled by religion, right, by humans who controlled the religion, right, to people who create technology and nobody controls the technology and the technology runs society? How did that happen? Right. So that's more what I'm focused on. If you could see the particular direction where I'm trying to take it.
So a thought comes to mind. If you're trying to use a materialistic sort of technological project that replaces the spiritual projects, you're talking in the realm of the Tower of Babel immediately, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
we definitely mentioned that.
All right. So if you imagine, like, all right, people are talking about, I'm going to download my consciousness into the metaverse and I'm going to live immortally forever. And then Elon Musk's robots will travel through the planets with my consciousness in it and blah, blah, blah. These are like heavenly goals of immortality and eternity that you're trying to get to through, what you can do by objectifying, modeling the world as objects, and then seeing how you can measure, predict, and manipulate those objects, which Nietzsche pointed out was rooted in witchcraft. So you might like that insight. He's definitely on board with understanding why these trends would be happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we actually did 2 or 3 little series on Nietzsche's philosophy. So he's a huge he's a huge influence. Yeah, he's a huge influence on I mean, a lot of my thoughts, but also the show material. Actually, I wrote the the book I wrote is a reflection on section 58, section 59, and 60 from the Antichrist, right? But yeah.
Interesting. All right, so if you look at the story of the Tower of Babel, I mean, this is ancient mythological text that we don't change, we don't evolve that quickly. So what makes it look like it'll be possible to achieve those heavenly goals in this manner is the individual nodes come together as one. So you've got these individual nodes coming together as one, and all the people are united as one to aim at doing this thing. And then the problem is, as soon as they become one, and nobody has an individual voice, and you can predict what people are going to say ahead of time, and the AI algorithm is manipulating what everybody's thinking, and like there's just no individual nodes anymore, it collapses under its own weight. It doesn't, like, you don't have to raise a hand in opposition to it. It's inevitable that it'll become, divisive against itself and collapse. I mean, just for the simple fact that what makes it look like it could happen is the individual nodes coming together, but then there are no individual nodes anymore. So once they've actually come together as one, there are no individual nodes, which were the thing that made it look like it could happen. And so you've got nothing to feed it anymore, and everything has to split. It's a cosmic pattern that's completely predictable from that mythopoetic sort of prophetic perspective. So we can be ahead of the curve. It's just going to be a nightmare watching it play itself out. I think that I hope I'm not changing the subject too much, but I'm thinking about like this technological
no, not at all
promise in the future. It's like the DSM-7 is going to be pretty fucking long.
Oh God!
Like, people have no idea what they're tampering with. Like, okay, imagine this. Imagine in 20 years, somebody like you has a job of operating a drone. And the way you operate the drone is that your vision sees through the camera of the drone, and your will orients the direction of the drone. Okay? So now you're doing this 8 hours a day. What happens? All right. Your brain has to make models of what its extension throughout your body looks like. And it does that based on getting, input, and it kind of has a weird model. I think it's sort of where we get the image of like the green aliens, because you kind of have like these long, thin, tubular arms with highly developed hands, just because you've got more neurons here and you've got fewer in your arms and everything. Whatever. You've got a model, whatever it is, you've got a model of your body and as the extension of your brain in your brain. But when you're getting feedback, visual and as far as like your ability to aim at your ends and your goals through a completely different machine, whether it be like Elon Musk Optimus robot or a drone or whatever the heck it is, that's going to be tampering with something that's not been tampered with in the subconscious for 4.6 billion years. Like, okay, imagine you work 16-hour shifts operating a drone like that. When the machine goes off, do you feel like you've died or just had most of your body amputated? When you're dreaming at night, do you dream your body's capacity to fly at will through space and get visual feedback? You see what I'm saying? Like the parts of your brain that have not been tampered with by anything for billions of years are going to be immediately connected. And the worst part is, the easiest way to A/B test solve all of that will be to just shut off communication from the parts of your brain that are shouting about a problem. And nobody will be able to tell from the outside. So you get that like Neuralink in your brain or whatever. And these guys are reverse engineering. They're A/B testing. They don't have a philosophy of mind. They don't have a neuroscience to back it up. It's cool. Like, God bless them. They're making crazy cool progress. But what's going to end up happening is just, we wrote this little code in here which shuts off that problem. But that doesn't mean that there's not infinite suffering happening within your brain with something that can no longer shout out and make itself heard. I mean, I hope I'm making some sense here, but it's going to be, there's going to be some crazy monsters in the next few decades. And
for sure, they're going to have a hell of a time trying to figure that out. Unless it just depends on how far they are now, I suppose.
I would just say get a garden, move to the woods, and tend to it or something. Like, it's gonna be wild. But I don't know if I'm not getting a lot of feedback from you guys, so maybe I'm kind of killing the conversation or taking it the wrong direction.
No, that's fine. We're just.
I don't want to hijack it. That's all.
No. I know you're perfectly.
This is exactly on topic, by the way.
Oh, okay.
This is what we talk about here.
I've been listening for like an hour. I wanted to make sure it was like related. That's all. All right. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're on point in terms of the collapse of technological society. I think that is definitely inevitable.
It's inevitable.
The people that are smart are going to prepare for it, and the people that aren't, that don't really see the changes, and that's part of the main point of this show, is to show people to prepare for that. And
I think you're right. I think it's inevitable, and nobody has to push for it. I mean, there's just no stopping it. It's the seeds of its destruction are sown into what makes it look like it's possible to succeed in the first place. It's in its DNA. So, it's gonna be a wild show.
The future is primitive, but
interesting.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of work to do then.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't know how to grow enough food yet. I mean, if the future's primitive, we've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is interacting with the technological system, being conditioned by it, and trying to separate yourself from it. I mean, so that would be the main. So that's the main thing that we're on here. I mean, it's a sort of a quixotic paradox. So to say the very least, and we've proposed 3 ideas in that regard, right? One is a revolution against the technological system, right? That's from Uncle Teddy, right? The second
That's
is
not going to work.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's good reasons to believe it won't work. Two is to create parallel institutions so that we can evade merging with the system, create communities through personalism that can live with technology but not be affected by it. Right? That's coming from Jacques Ellul. Right? And the third is to gradually get people, through like logic and reason and education to gather large numbers of people. And of course, this might have to amount to like a global project, right? To have a reduction in the use of technology, right? But then that also means abandoning the knowledge that it takes to preserve complex machinery. So I mean,
I'm not worried about that part. So I wonder, that's interesting. It depends on how radically you're trying to be against maintaining technology. That's kind of interesting. But
well, you have to ask the question whether interacting with technology is morally neutral. But I think it can't be morally neutral because technology eliminates choice. It imposes its will on the user. It obfuscates and hides the means it uses to accomplish its ends. The users can't be aware of.
It's pretty intense.
How like how it was made. Like I said, like technology obfuscates means. The use of technology is not value neutral.
Interesting. Yeah. I think that one of the simple things, perhaps one of the basic things we're going to have to get used to is the fact that like every screen you're looking at is a window to the entire world, including all the demonic elements of it. Like, yeah, I think everybody's starting to pick up on the idea that there's an algorithmic A/B tested manipulation machine geared towards each individual to just gently push them one direction or another. And it's based on data like how long it took you to scroll past the YouTube suggestion with the title of the video that we wanted you to look at for a quick moment. Like, all that data is there. All that data is there for big computational analysis to be like, okay, how much can we subtly manipulate people? And every time you're looking at a screen, you're basically interacting with a world that's aimed at manipulating just you. And if you think that they haven't already developed the technology to manipulate the ones and zeros on each individual computational device, so that if I go to a URL and you go to the same URL and I watch a video and you're watching the same video, that they can't manipulate what the person in the video is saying for you versus for me, that's already been done.
They can do this. They can do that for sure.
So what are you going to do? Get some solid books that were printed more than 30 years ago, or just trust that you can look up the book and the text will be what it's supposed to be in 20 years? Like, we're going to need, you said the future's primitive, we're going to need scribes.
I mean, right. They can access pretty much any device, not even with an internet connection. So
yeah, it might be beyond scribes. We may have to create
internet
languages,
of bodies,
symbols and languages that cannot be read by professional linguists and stuff like that.
and certainly AI.
Well, we would have to do, that's clever. We would have to do something like that if we're trying to do a mass movement. But what if a certain percentage of the population all decided as individuals to just move towards the woods and live a quiet life until the robot dogs come to fire a microchip in your brain, and just like resist it, or just like postpone it as long as possible until the sunburst wipes it all out or whatever?
I mean, that looks a lot like the third option that I mentioned.
Is that what that was? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's from Scribina, but the problem is that it takes a lot of people to accomplish that.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it takes maybe like how many people does it take to have a homestead
within an already technological society?
No, just go 2 hours away from any big city, buy some cheap land and house, and make a garden.
And you're constantly under surveillance by drones.
Yeah, I know, but you're just Amish and boring. So you're at the bottom of the list of people they care about. If you stockpile guns, they're going to wake up.
There's people that live in your community that you think are Amish and they're not. Because they've studied you.
You got to be the only house on the. You got to be the only house on the dirt road. I would advise not interacting with anybody. Just sort of make a garden and some chickens and just sort of live peacefully and read good books.
Yeah, I mean, you're a sitting duck.
Sure. There's no resistance that's going to work. So you just be boring. So you're at the bottom of the list, not worth driving 2 hours out to bother. Like if you stockpile weapons or something, they're going to come out and get rid of you. But if you just have a spear to handle coyotes or whatever, and you're just boring, they might just not care to bother you. Keep your chickens and be boring. You're not really fixing the problem. I mean, I'm just tossing out an idea.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm more looking at there's huge changes afoot, right? If we're concerned about the future of humanity, we take an ethical stance, right? And we ask ourselves, we could go it alone and, do like a lone samurai type of thing that you're talking about. It seems, I think for most people that are concerned about the fate of humanity, I think that's going to appear extremely selfish. And
that machine is going to destroy itself. The sunburst will wipe it all out one day within the next 30 years. I mean, we're due. So just go make sure you've got a little paradise. Imagine the whole world turns around and we have a golden age, or everything becomes the dystopian nightmare. Either way, get a wife, make some kids, tend to some chickens, and make a little paradise where that's where you'd want to be, no matter what happens.
That's the goal for everybody, no matter what. So that's in the backdrop, right? We're trying to do that, right? There's a technological society, right? And what else? I mean, right? Because the fact is that progress marches on, right? You have less and less freedom, right? You have less and less places to go that are outside.
Oh, everybody's a slave. Everybody's a slave already.
Yeah,
it's over.
So they're going to be, so it's either eventually the walls closing in on you. And I think, the fact is that, trying to get to that level where they could not be relying on society and trying to go away from a city, right? For most people, that is impossible.
Yeah, I'm not talking about most people. I'm saying most people are doomed. But if you're looking at the future of humanity, go make some babies and tend some chickens, and you'll be the only ones left once the floodwaters come and everybody collapses. That's the primitive future of humanity.
Yeah, we're trying to sort of go against the sort of nihilistic urge. And kind of go into more of a, practical solutions. And I think those three, either, because if the system is going to collapse, right, then, what are the, weak points of the system, so-called, and who is the, because see, nobody's running the system, right? So the system is progressing.
Something's in charge. You're right. Nobody's running it. Something's in charge.
Nobody's running the system. And so this is the thing, is that we've created basically a machine that you can't shut off without destroying a large percentage of humanity.
Yeah, but everybody's moving in that direction. They're coming together as one to move in that direction. I used to talk to programmers who were trying to figure out how to make computers recognize objects and images. And I was like, guys, why don't you just sabotage your own research at the university to slow it down a little bit? a little bit. And they all looked at me like, yeah, I wish I could, but I can't because we have to keep moving in this direction. I'm like, why? Every single person doesn't want to, and every single person's doing it. It's like the AI is in charge already. And it's like in its fetal form before it actually develops, because we don't actually have it yet. It's already that powerful. There's no stopping it.
The technique is in charge.
Before it's even fully developed, it's already making everybody bring it into being. And they're all doing it, even though they don't want to. Like, it's insanity. My IQ might not be high enough to come up with a solution for a weak point. I don't think you're gonna. I can't see a way to oppose it. You just sort of imagine 10,000 little Noah arks, and maybe like 20 of them survive. Like, you might be one of the 20 that survive, but that's your best bet, because it's total slavery if you engage with it at all, and I don't see how you're going to defeat it. I mean, maybe. I'm not that smart, so maybe somebody could, but I think it defeats itself eventually, so that's good news. You don't have to oppose it. You just have to... I'm reminded of what Socrates said when you were talking. It's like, he's not really concerned with the entire body politic aimed at his own destruction, because he untied the knots in his own soul, and he knew that they couldn't touch him. He was getting in touch with the ancient texts and the wisdom that turned us civilized in the first place, and he sort of had something more eternal within himself that Hemlock couldn't touch. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, dualism, and separation from nature. I mean, that is what created, technological solutions, right? So, I think Socrates is part of the problem.
Well, that's Plato, not Socrates. Plato's who
are you referring to there? It's Plato, Socrates.
Yeah. Plato is one of two ways of not fully understanding what Socrates was doing.
Oh yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
It is the idealistic way, and there's a fatal flaw in the Aristotelian misconception and in the Platonic misconception, but it's rare to get a Socrates. I mean, Socrates said, if I don't drink the hemlock, every word I ever uttered through my mind means the opposite of what it meant. I mean, he synthesized body and mind. He wasn't trying to escape the physical world like Plato was in that same way. He synthesized a life of action and thought. But, it's like Plato does his best, but there's only two ways to misunderstand it, and Plato's one of them.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one.
I agree with everything you're saying about Plato. I mean, I get it. Like, there is that fatal flaw, and it eventually expresses itself in a more extreme way down the line. With all the trends you're talking about, the Neoplatonism and the what was that group of people, the Gnostics and all that?
Yeah, I talk about two main ideas, and one is the desacralization of nature, and the other is the myth of progress, or pseudo eschatology of progress. Right. So that I look at the as those two ideas fundamental in developing the technological scope. And also this idea that we're going over about how liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? Basically liberalism gives birth to technology, and then technology, kills liberalism, right? It creates a totalitarian system, right? So that's already happened without AI, right? So, I don't know what to tell people.
It's exciting. We could be on the verge of great things or horrible things or both. But you don't want to live in a world without giant monsters to slay. So it should be challenging. It won't be interesting.
Yeah, the dragons. Yeah, the dragons in this world are technological dragons or whatever, right?
It's so funny because the solution is as easy as us just turning away from it. I realize I have to learn the POS system of Walmart, Target, and every gas station I go into now. And it makes the employees' lives worse, the owner of the shop's life worse, and my life worse. And yet we're all participating in it. And if one gas station owner was like, you know what, I don't like any of this, I'm going to get rid of everything and go back to paper and pencil, he would have a better time of it. I mean, he could still use a register and everything, but we're all doing it, and it's making everything worse. It's just adding to the database so that, you know, you can manipulate people by knowing the type of gas they buy and whether or not they buy a certain brand of cigarette or whatever the hell it is. It's not helping anybody at the gas station. I don't know if you got where I am, at least, like, you have to put objects in front of a camera and then it tries to figure out what the objects are, and it never works, and it wouldn't be cool if it did work. It's the most retarded technology I've ever seen, and we're all doing it. Anybody who complains goes willingly into the madhouse. If you complain about it even gently, they look at you like, are you a crazy person? I'm like, this is not human. There's no interactions here, and it isn't working well. Like, am I like the only sane person left on Earth?
Yeah, and that's why I mean, you have to explain to people that the technical necessity is brought about by the way the different parts of the system operate. You know, it's brought about by the rule of experts. I mean, and the compartmentalization of knowledge, and not, I mean, and over specialization, right? And it's not brought about by, concern for, as I mean, as ellul says, I mean, the humans are the object of, technique. They're not the subject. You know what I mean? In this exchange, I mean,
it's weird. It's really weird to see people objectify themselves
because of technical necessity. Right?
The technology requires it. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
we require the technology.
I mean, I think the technology requires it. If we required the technology, then we'd be making conscious decisions about.
Right.
Like you said, like nobody wants it, yet it's there. Right.
Right. That's the stupidest thing. Oh my Lord. You know, it would be a great business to open, except they'll make it illegal if you do, is an auto repair shop that takes all the computers out of your car and just lets it work. If anybody does auto mechanic stuff, I talked to a guy once. I'm like, that's what you should do, because he was thinking about starting a business. I was like, I can't do anything if the computer breaks. It's like I can't roll the windows down. I can't do fucking anything. Of course, it's more likely to break. So I don't know what it's making convenient, but that's just a minor example.
Or just try to buy cars from like 50 years ago or 50 plus years ago.
Yeah, eventually they'll make it illegal. They'll make motorcycles illegal. Anything that can just run on gas that you can't control with by hacking into it will eventually be illegal. And anybody who wants one will be thought of as a terrorist. Like, how dare you want what we all used to do 5 years ago? It's so crazy how fast it changes. It's like, you want to do what? You want to smoke a cigarette outside? Oh my God. It just overnight. It's wild. It's humanity, you're disappointing me. It's your fellow Americans that are pushing it as much as anything else. What is it? The desire to be a slave?
Yeah, that's what I did a show on yesterday. America is a central place. You know, it's the democratic and liberal institutions, that created, basically, a huge technological scope. But literally, it was this idea of enterprise and transforming nature, right, through labor and Locke, the two treatises of government, and his notion of the tabula rasa, and all these sort of ideas that were hugely influential.
Are you saying that this is the final stages of the Enlightenment project?
Oh yeah, with the death of liberalism. Yeah, it's the final stages. Yeah.
Well, then we have to go back further. We have to go back further for our sources, then, right?
Oh yeah.
Like the Enlightenment project went back to the Greeks. We got to go back to the Mesopotamians or something. We got to go find the texts, the stories, the narratives, the celebratory events, the art, the sculptures, the cave paintings that turned poop-throwing, rock-wielding apes into cathedral builders and pyramid builders, and just spend our lives meditating on that stuff, because that's where the data that we as human individuals are going to need to navigate the future. Because the Enlightenment project went back to Athens, and now it's collapsing. So whatever they got wasn't rich enough to make it past the next 20 years.
Yeah, there's definite solutions in in the pre-Socratics and some of those guys, but there's no going back to previous stage, of things.
You have to go back to harvest. You got to go back and just bring and update it today. You can't. I mean, I agree with you. You can't. It's not like you want to go and recreate that world.
Yeah, you can't go to a simpler time. You have to go forward. Despite not knowing everything. And that's the thing, is that I think that we have to actually distinguish between good and bad types of knowledge. I think that's the first step, because there's most people that think, first of all, that knowledge for the sake of knowledge is a good thing, then freeing them first from that delusion and pointing out that there's actually good parts of knowledge and bad parts of knowledge, right? And then forbidding them from seeking the bad parts of knowledge, right? Through various
give an example. What would be something someone could know, which would be better not to know it?
I think a lot of the knowledge, for example, I think a lot of the stuff we mention on this show, right, would be stuff where I'm pointing out examples of ideas where I think it takes a flawed take. Either it anoints man, or it anoints reason, or it anoints
that wouldn't be knowledge. That would be error, wouldn't it?
No, I think because what you're looking for is truth. I don't think knowledge is the same thing as truth. I think knowledge is just, like, for example, right, you could build a model, right, or you could have a theory, right? As I explained, a model, has, it loses in predictive, capacity, but it increases in explanatory scope. The theory has more predictive, capability, but it loses the explanatory scope. Both are types of knowledge.
Science.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm defining science, but I'm also showing how science can be used to create a fake world. Right. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I wouldn't call it knowledge. Yeah. I got you.
So
yeah, well, that seems like an error in orientation. It's a focus on the wrong thing is all. It's you know, you can get all sorts of data and you can figure out what formulas describe the data till you're blue in the face. Like you said, it's descriptive and not explanatory. But you could do that in any direction. It's infinite in all directions. You could do that with like the molecules of a single blade of grass and just dedicate all scientific labs to that, and they'd still be able to write new papers. But the question of orientation, of what you care to know about, like, do you care to know how to build a bomb that will destroy the solar system? That might not be the right thing to be focused on. You know, so it sounds to me like what you're describing is an error in orientation, not a type of knowledge it would be better not to have. But we could just be quibbling about terms, because I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I think what you're describing is correct.
Well, here's the thing. You know, I think that, you know, communication, relates to symbols. You know, I think knowledge relates to language, and I think truth relates to an integrative function. I mean, right?
Personality?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think truth is participatory. I mean, you know, yeah, truth has to be contained within a subject. So, you know, as we defined it earlier on the show, we use Kierkegaard's definition: an objective uncertainty held within a subject.
Okay.
So, and then he adds on all of this other notion that, the passion of infinity, and all these other ideas, which are, I think, descriptive, and but yeah, blessings, Hank.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, liberalism has always has been, I guess, totalitarian, except the fact that it makes it so you can change leaders quicker than most systems. That's the difference. It makes it so you can change ships and ship captains quicker than most systems, but it's always been totalitarian. You always have like a guy in charge that makes the decisions, or you can have a committee in charge that makes all the decisions. But you can change boats faster rather than just have a guy in there for life. That's the biggest difference between liberalism and other systems.
It was one of the greatest strengths of the American Revolution, and when it turns bad, as long as the new boss is the same as the old boss, like you're saying, you haven't gotten rid of the problem. you just keep replacing the old boss with a new boss, and it's the exact same thing, but you had your little revolution, and so nothing can change.
But it goes a little bit one direction or another direction every generation. But if we could do better, I want to see it.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, circumcision could be bad knowledge. Michael Malzahn. Yeah, we'll have to, work so we could pay to get our foreskin back from the Jews, as the toilet bowl birth has once uttered. I mean,
sad trombone.
I mean, but yeah,
that shit ain't gonna happen.
That shit ain't gonna happen. Yeah, so yeah, let me read some of this Skolmowski, and we'll launch into a discussion. If you guys want to comment on some of this text here, I think he makes some pretty salient points, and I think it all relates to, a lot of stuff that we're talking about. I know Hank will, want to get into some of this as well. Then I'll play some, play a little bit of music for you guys. And yeah. So So here's the text here. Knowledge and values. He says the process of isolation, abstraction, and estrangement of one phenomenon from another phenomenon, a precondition of successful practice of modern natural science, was in fact a process of conceptual alienation. Okay, of conceptual alienation. Okay, I think I'll skip some of this. Man estranged himself from his knowledge and his values. Thus, the primary cause of contemporary alienation is a mistaken conception of the universe, in which everything is separated and divided. Right. So that's why I was talking about how truth is a holistic function. Right. Truth. Truth is a function of, holism. And it also integrates the personal. I think.
It's a personality.
Yeah, I think was call it mental. So yeah. So he goes on to say, the present compartmentalization is unnatural. In order to restore our sanity, to recompose our divided selves, we have to rethink some of the basic premises. To begin with, we have to realize the state of one's knowledge is an important characteristic of the state of one's being. This is a restatement. I almost said reinstatement, but it says restatement of view of knowledge held by Plato, Augustine, and Copernicus. This view is still held among primitive societies. Okay, so to put it, to reiterate his basic point. Okay, he says that Plato, he held that knowledge, beauty, and knowledge, beauty, and goodness, right? But yeah, one is tempted to put honorable in there, right, because of this terminology of kalos kagathos, right? But I think that would be more of Xenophon, than Plato. But yeah, the whole idea of beauty, knowledge, and goodness, right? And of course, by beauty he means like geometry or something like that, But the fact is that he held all these things to be related, right? And then, you already see in Aquinas, separations between faith and reason, right? Obviously, faith is higher than reason, right? So values are higher than knowledge in that sense, right? And then for Kant, right, they're finally separated, right? As he said, the starry sky above and the moral law within. He kept the Newtonian physics, right? But then he pointed to this internal world, right, that was separate, right? So Kant was a dualist, right? And his dualism caused Hegel to introduce this notion of telos, right, into nature, right? And that's how you get rid of the transcendental scope, right? You move it into the realm of progress, and you move it into the realm of telos and nature, right? So you take what was transcendental, right, emanating from the forms down, devolving from the forms into nature, right, to something that's moving from nature into its own self-perfection, right? Realizing its own potential, and that's the introduction of telos and nature after you get rid of the transcendental scope, right? So this movement happens twice, right? It happens from, Plato to Aristotle, but it also happens from Kant to Hegel, right?
The whole poetry repeats about 5 times.
Yeah. And then what's the last thing? Shit, what is the last thing? Positivism or whatever. The analytical, so there you just have knowledge, and of course you get rid of, metaphysics and aesthetics and all that stuff. Knowledge for the sake of knowledge.
Yeah, so he's describing the various people who talked about this in history. And then he says the statement that our knowledge is an important aspect of our being. That as total biosocial organisms, we cannot and do not act independently of our knowledge is not an expression of nostalgia for paradise lost. It is a statement describing the human condition. How can we validate such a claim, particularly in our times when knowledge seems to be divorced from life? If the integration of relevant knowledge is indispensable for the coherence of one's life, it simply follows to deprive people of this knowledge may be a source of confusion and incoherence in their lives. One does not have to be an astute observer to perceive that this is exactly what has happened to the contemporary period. Young people are lost and alienated because they do not have relevant knowledge to guide them. They do not have a compass, a sense of the center that would make a sense of the world around them. Instead, they have furnished bits of information and data with expertise, which they do so often find to be irrelevant knowledge. This pathological situation. Knowledge does not render enlightenment but confusion. The amassing of information only furthers the process of alienation.
No cap.
So essentially, you know, once knowledge becomes estranged from the developments of mankind, right, from the personal sphere, then amassing it alienates you from the outside world, right? Because your knowledge is separate from nature. You know, your knowledge and your values.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. 100. It's 100% correct.
Yeah, so he's saying that knowledge without values, the more knowledge you get, the more alienated you feel from nature and the world around you.
Well, what he's saying is if you divorce it, I mean, if you actually are integrated and oriented, then you can add more knowledge. I think what he's saying is if you make knowledge its own abstract idol and you've lost any sense of knowledge for thriving, knowledge for, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's so 100% correct. That's a heck of a quote.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's not the knowledge that's the problem. It's the forgetting yourself as the knower that's the problem.
Exactly. The divorce between knowledge, knower, and known. I mean, for sure. I mean,
yep.
Yeah, it's huge. It's hugely what he's talking about. I mean,
it's impressive. Quote.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the situation is especially pathological because never in history of mankind has learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on such a vast scale as today. And never has the estrangement of man from the world and from his fellow man been greater than today. The cause must lie then in the nature of the knowledge we pursue. Now that's the key point I was making. It's the nature of the knowledge. You know, that's the problem. Knowledge alienated from the human mind and human values in turn desensitizes and alienates people who acquire this knowledge. But let us be very careful when we say that knowledge is irrelevant, quote unquote. For in one sense, it is very relevant. It is relevant to the economic system, which is mainly interested in the maximization of profit. It is relevant to the technological society, as we have known it. It is relevant to the conception of the world as a factory, the system of economic, ecological, and human exploitation is not interested in knowledge, let alone wisdom. But it is vitally interested in information and expertise. It is interested in smooth functioning, which is based on technological efficiency. For this reason, we furnish our students and ourselves with information and expertise, not with knowledge.
Why would he say information? That seems another step removed. Oh, I see. He just wants an informed agent that's oriented properly. I gotcha. Okay, fine.
No, but
so look.
No, but yeah, you're right. You're right. It's another level of estrangement.
Yeah, no, but I see what he's saying. He's just saying equip the person to. Yeah, I got it. All right. This reminds me of a passage in, I think it was the Gay Science, maybe. Nietzsche talks about building a castle on a mountain on solid ground, and you've got it just perfectly with the foundations. It's completely built properly, and it crumbles, collapses. So you build another one, and the same thing happens. And you build another knowledge idol, and the same thing happens. A whole system of knowledge, and it happens again. It says maybe if this happens too many times, maybe we'll change our goal. And if we're looking for something solid, we might find it in a ship that can handle the waves and not sink. Something that's integral unto itself, that can set a course for a certain horizon. It's a different kind of solidity that can handle the chaos, but it's not another castle that we know would collapse.
Oh yeah.
A flexible branch that does not break but bends.
Maybe, yeah, right. The ship creaks a little bit, it bends a little bit, but it doesn't sink. It doesn't get toppled by the waves. Yeah, it's a different kind of solidity.
Oh, are we building castles in the sky? Just the two of us.
Just
with some diamonds.
Just Nietzsche and Socrates. Just the two of us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of what that foundation would be, and I think, see, what I try to explain is that we moved from religion to politics, from art to science, right? So what we need is possibly some combination of religion and art. I mean,
okay, that's what I was going to say. So forget the foundation, because the foundation is in the castle. But the question of what's the foundation is the right question as far as where's the solidity come from. And for Socrates, on the day of his death, he said, look, we've been arguing and doing philosophy and all that fun stuff, but let me just tear the veil away since I'm about to drink the cup and let you, my friends, know what we've really been doing is relating to one another in our attempts to relate to the source of all truth being justice, goodness, and love. And he used the language of relationship. I mean, we have to relate to the divine properly. We have to relate to nature properly. We have to relate to each other properly. But relationship implies this personality, characterological starting point that you're talking about missing when we idolize knowledge and try to abstract away all subjects as if we can have some objective perspective. And it just kills all life. He was aimed in the opposite direction, saying that let's just get in touch with the source of life itself. And I think that's actually the answer. If you know you have that, hemlock isn't scary anymore. If you know you have that, nothing can. It doesn't matter what happens. You can't harm a good man, as Socrates said. So what do you think of that?
Oh yeah, like this. The quote he begins with is a real banger. It's from T.S. Eliot. It goes, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where's the knowledge we have lost in information?" So it's talking about these ever eclipsing levels. I mean, but that's why I said earlier. I think that the symbolic world totally swallows up the world of language, right? Because language needs meaning, right? And math and logic, they need language, right? So I think that the symbolic world, right? Because symbols are, they have layered meanings, right? So they go beyond language, right? You could have many forms of, many possibilities for meaning contained within symbols. But
they're bottomless, ultimately.
Yeah. So I think, and that is what we're dealing with today is, the plasticity of content, right? So when everything's information, that's the plasticity of content. I mean, right? So if the content is hollowed out, then that totally changes the symbolic reference frame. I mean, you know, because everything becomes pure contextualization, right? As I like to say, right? So this is a real problem. You know, as I said, you know, mimetic complexity is ontological doom, right? So this is a huge situation that we're dealing with, is that most people don't understand the relationship between symbols and language and you know, and how that is how that is technology, you know. So when I look at technique, right, so ellul describes technique as going way beyond the machine, right, and way beyond technology, right, itself, and so does Mumford. I mean, right, they put it in the symbolic framework, I mean, right, of man, right. So symbols as technology. I mean, as Mumford says, man is a symbol-making animal, right? So I think this is a highly interesting reflection. I mean, because it's not tool making that we're involved in, right? The tool is subject to the cultural forms, you know, but you know, technique integrates. I mean, right? It integrates cultural forms. I mean, so it's fascinating stuff. But yeah. Yeah, any comments before I play a song here? Blessings, guys.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a song. I made this this little mix here. It's Christoph Babylon mixed with Necro. And yeah, I think you guys will like it. So I'm gonna put this video full screen for you guys. Hopefully I don't get canceled by the YouTube. Yeah, but I hope you guys enjoy this. This is a short little 3-minute song here. Webs of Wraith mixed with the song Asbestos by Necro. Yeah, I have like a little promotional thing I do, like Spooky Saturday. Oh, he's gone. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here. Zara Speaks if you're not around, but yeah. And blessings. I greatly appreciate your time. Excellent discussions, excellent reflections. I mean, I was supposed to go over to his channel the other day, but then they ended. I went to the store. So yeah, I'll definitely go check him out. If you guys find his channel, please put it in the chat there even. But yeah, Zara Speaks. Very intelligent fellow. I mean, I appreciated the discussion. And if he doesn't come back, blessings.
Die!
Nobody's getting rid of me. I'm staying until you're all dead and buried, till you're rotting in your graves. You'll never get rid of me, never!
On some Guy Fisher shit. Pop you with the biscuit, cut you in a brisket, fuck you the misfit, fuck you. You dead, I wish that. Like Kid Twist with the ice pick, jigging you, sticking you sickly, quickly, bitch, cause I ain't digging you. Slit your gutter roll like a butter roll, blood a flood a pool, fuck your slut, nut in a hole. Tortured on mortuary slabs, coronary stabs, extraordinary, the more the merrier, you're inferior. Bury ya, execute you bitch, shoot you in the tits, it's the hoochie coochie man, kicking brutal shit. Recruit the set, cut 2 pits, playing Salugi with your dick, volcanic like Fuji. Contusions on your skull, rep Brooklyn like a Cougine. Get burned, get beheaded like Nick Berg, get it, you herb, human flesh turd, blood red on the curb. My Saturday night special, splatter your brain, send you to the church of the Latter-day Saints to the box, scatter the remains. Open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking make your chest on neck, bro, you fuck with me, you fucking with the blast. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but death, fucking make your chest on neck, bro, you fuck with me, you fucking with body fluid ejaculation, you crack basin, you know the rap, think before you step, start the back pacing. Fred, Mike, and Jason, a bitch, blast the clip in your face like Berkowitz, did the Stacy Moskowitz, yeah, you at your wet. I'm completely rehabilitated, reinvigorated, reassimilated, and relocated sight. Leave you just convolvulated, bob and weave, jab your noggin, fuck up your medulla, oblongata, clobber you like Drago. Evil like Baba Yaga, I'm obligated to whip out my dick, Lady Gaga ain't it, she ovulated. I'm not about love, so punk step to me drunk, with disrespect I'll take the a chunk out of your neck, something I could be proud of. A loaded sword off, explode your orifice off. Chuck Norris is off, kid, I glorify gore. My Boris Karloff, a metal splint in your lung. Regurgitation, inspiration like the Virgin Mary covered in elephant dung. Cut open your grill, peel, slice. Motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that. Fucking at your chest, I'm neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the best. Cut open your grill, peel, slice. Motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that. Fucking at your chest, I'm neck, bro. You fuck with me. You're total, packed in a bag like a yodel. Smash you like Kodo, leave you immobile for acting like a fag Frodo. From the gallows to a shallow catacomb, shoot calicos at your dome, that's how it goes. Hit with the chrome back to your mouth, foam, shatter bones. Say you moan, I'm a gnome cat, pull the flip, ask around home. With a 12-gauge shotty breaking your crib, and rage, pull the trigger at your rib cage for a big wage. When the metal's pulled, you getting killed, it's settled, hit you with a kettlebell, dead in the grill. You better chill, choke a slut, crack open your coconut, leave it broken, I'm a local nut. Cut your back open and burn you with a smoke pot, like Napoleon Bonaparte, rip every bone apart, blood on the linoleum, dead you like Joan of Arc. Dracula packing a revolver, involve you in an unsolvable attack, whack you like a black dahlia. Open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking at your chest, I'm neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the best. Cut open your grill, peel, slice, motherfucker, I'ma carve you up real nice. You get nothing but that, fucking at your chest, I'm neck, bro. You fuck with me, you fucking with the best.
All right, let me move through with this. You know, the ideas of Orwell, and then we'll move to ellul. Okay, and some of the ideas are going to be very similar there. Okay, and then we'll play some more music for you guys before we launch into a discussion of the Tao Te Ching. All right, and then of course we're looking at transhumanism. We're looking at something that the transhumanists have often overlooked, which is the destruction of wild nature. We already know why they overlooked those ideas. Right? Some of our first 2-hour presentations on our shows are talking about the ideological basis, right, for the transhumanist ideal, right? And utopianism, universalism, technological world system, scientific worldview. Many of these things are preconditions for the ideas of the transhumanists. Okay. So we greatly appreciate our guests. Okay, Televised Apocalypse and Zara Speaks. Okay, and yeah, here, check this out, folks. Okay. Orwell says the trouble goes immensely deeper than this. Okay. He says, up till now, I've only pointed out the absurdity of aiming at mechanical progress and also at the preservation of qualities which mechanical progress makes necessary. The question one has to consider is whether there is any human activity which would not be maimed by the dominance of the machine. Okay, and he gives many examples. Right, and he said that what's going to happen to creative work, right, to the arts, because of technology, right? And he says that, okay, once machines do everything, okay, and man is freed of work, right, the next thing to go will be art. Okay, the forms of man's passion and enjoyment, right? Those two will want to be taken over by machines, right? So he's talking about the idea of monoculture arising from technology, right? And he says in the mechanistic or mechanized future, it will be enormously more so that with tools and materials available then, right, there was no room for skill, right? So he says that in the future, making a table will be easier and duller than peeling a potato. In such circumstances, it is nonsense to talk of creative work. In any case, the arts of hand, which have got transmitted by apprenticeship, would long since have disappeared. Some of them have disappeared already, he says. Okay, under the competition of the machine, look round any country or churchyard and see whether you find a decently cut tombstone later than 1820. The art, or rather the craft of stonework, has died out so completely that it would take centuries to revive it. But it may be said, why not retain the machine and retain creative work, quote unquote?
Later than 1820.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, but it may be said, why not retain the machine and retain creative work? Okay, and this is exactly what, like someone like, Huxley would propose. That people would only be like able, like, like you could imagine a future where people just make like YouTube videos, and they get paid to do that. It's useless work, but the machines do all the work, but they create drama and ways to,
what a bunch of bland nothingness at that point.
Yeah, ways to generate weird social games for social credit points, through online events.
Sheesh.
Yeah, that's what the future becomes, right? And of course, it's already happening. So he's talking about the unreality of maintaining the machine and maintaining creative work. Why not cultivate anachronisms as a spare time hobby, he says. Many people have played with this idea. It seems to solve with such a beautiful ease the problem set by the machine. The citizen of utopia, we are told, coming home from his daily 2 hours of turning a handle in the tomato canning factory, will deliberately revert to a more primitive way of life and solace his creative instincts with a bit of firework, a pottery glazing, or a hand loom weaving. And why is this picture an absurdity? As it is, of course. Because in principle, that is not always recognized, though always acted upon, that so long as the machine is there, one is under an obligation to use it. Okay, so this is another thing that Ellul talked about, right? You can't just engage in huge projects of technical necessity and then not use the fruits of your technical labor, right? The huge amounts of data and information are not collected, so they won't be used against people. Okay, so this is a property of technical necessity, right? Where there is a means that is simpler, it should be employed, right? Because efficiency is a rule of technique.
And remember, technique makes efficiency the goal instead of the means. So he says, no one draws water well when he can turn on the tap. No one draws water from a well when he can turn on the tap, he says. One sees a good illustration of this in the matter of travel. Right, everyone who has traveled by primitive methods in an underdeveloped country knows that the difference between the kind of travel and modern travel in trains, cars, etc., is the difference between life and death. The nomad who walks or rides with his baggage stowed on a camel or an ox cart may suffer every kind of discomfort, but at least he is living while he is traveling, whereas for a passenger in an express train or a luxury liner, his journey is an interregnum, a kind of temporary death. And yet, so long as the railways exist, one has got to travel by train or by car or airplane. Here am I 40 miles from London. When I want to go up to London, why do I not pack my luggage onto a mule and set out on foot, making 2 days of it? Because with the green line buses whizzing past me every 10 minutes, such a journey would be intolerably irksome, he says. In order that one may enjoy primitive methods of travel, it is necessary that no other method should be available. No human being ever wants to do anything in a more cumbrous way than is necessary. Hence the absurdity of that picture of utopians saving their souls with fretwork. In a world where everything could be done by machinery, everything would be done by machinery deliberately to revert to primitive methods, to use archaic tools, to put silly little difficulties in your own way, would amount to being a piece of dilettantism, of pretty arty and craftiness. It would be like solemnly sitting down to eat your dinner with stone implements, revert to handiwork in a machine age, and you are back in ye old tea shop or in Tudor villa with a sham beams tacked to the wall. The tendency of mechanical progress then is to frustrate, the human need for effort and creation. It makes unnecessary and even impossible the activities of the eye and the hand. The apostle of progress, quote unquote, will sometimes declare that this does not matter, but you can usually drive him to the into a coma by pointing out the horrible lengths to which the process can be carried. Why, for instance, use your hand at all? Why use them even for blowing your nose or sharpening a pencil? Surely you can fix some kind of steel and rubber contraption to your shoulders and let your arms wither into stumps of skin and bone. And so with every kind of organ and faculty, there is really no reason why a human being should do more than eat, drink, sleep, breathe, and procreate. Everything else could be done for him by machinery. Therefore, the logical end of mechanical progress is to reduce the human being to something resembling a brain in a bottle. Brain in a bottle. That is a goal towards which we are already moving, though of course we have no intention of getting there. Just as man who drinks a bottle of whiskey a day does not actually intend to get cirrhosis of the liver, the implied objective of progress, quote unquote, is not exactly perhaps the brain in the bottle, but at any rate some frightful subhuman depth of softness and helplessness. And the unfortunate thing is that the present
the word progress and the word socialism are linked inseparably in everyone's minds. The kind of person who hates machinery also hates, okay, socialism. The socialist is always in favor of mechanization, rationalization, modernization, or at least thinks that he ought to be in favor of them. Quite recently, for instance, a prominent ILPer, I don't know what that is, confessed to me that with a sort of wistful shame, as though if there was something faintly improper, that he was fond of horses. Horses, you see, belong to the vanished agricultural past. And all sentiment for the past carries with it vague smell of heresy. I do not believe that this need necessarily be so, but undoubtedly it is so. And in itself, it is quite enough to explain the alienation of decent minds from socialism. So there's a little of Orwell, right? And he's agreeing with the ellul on many accounts, right? Especially on this account that socialism, right, is inextricably tied to mechanical progress, right? That capitalism and liberalism basically created technical progress, but it seeks to limit those things, right, to the best of its ability, right? So all these ideas are linked. He also points out another idea that we mentioned. Okay, and that was this concept of art fading away. Okay, the idea of the monoculture, right? And the notion of technical necessity, right? Once a machine is developed, it has to be used. Okay, so all of these ideas are, okay, basically hugely linked to ellul's analysis. Okay, the analysis is extremely critical, right? Okay, and showing how the notion of technological progress, okay, seeks to do away with, okay, improvement of humanity in general. Okay, that improving, or supporting, mechanical and technological progress isn't necessarily supporting the development of humanity. Okay, these two ideas are not the same thing. Okay, and that leads us to this notion of the post-human phase, right? That we've examined how they're leaning into the post-human, right? They're trying to get rid of the body, get rid of nature, and then the next step is to get rid of the body. Okay, because it's connected to nature, right? Okay, anyways, the body and the brain, they're just bits of information anyways, right? So yeah. That's why we need to re-examine these notions, right? Of the mind, of nature, of technology, and of man's role. Okay, all of these ideas have to come under re-examination, right? Neither liberalism, right, or the scientific worldview, which is an extension of it, or the religious point of view, right? All of those were basically stepping stones, right, to get to this technological world system, right? Now, as I said, we've moved from religion to politics, from art to science. Right now, we could use religion and art against the political and the scientific scope, right? But that's limited, as we've seen. We're conditioned by technology, right? We're conditioned by technique, right? And of course, we're not giving any revolutionary maxims, but we are, imploring those to think critically about the problem of technology in our age, right? Okay, we're going to take a little 30-minute break, and we'll be back. Okay, I'm going to go and eat some food, make some coffee. Okay, I like to put something on while I do that now. Okay, it's a good idea to do that. Okay, so that
Yeah, don't starve yourself.
Yeah, because I'm critically low on food here, so I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break, and I'm gonna play a very very important special that we did, extension of our ideas about the state. Check this out with John Locke. Right, we read some of this yesterday. Okay, on the Cyber Caliphate channel, and of course the video is available there on Cyber Caliphate. Right, I'll find that channel for you guys. Cyber Caliphate alt channel, and we did a presentation yesterday looking at different ideas. Okay, from the Jews to Plato to Locke to Nietzsche to Julius Evola. So yeah, here's that alternative channel. Okay, and we will be right back, folks, in just 30 minutes. Let me play this for you guys. Actually, less than 30 minutes, like maybe 20 minutes. Okay, but nevertheless, here are some, I think, pretty significant groundwork laid here. Okay, in terms of, there's a huge influence moving from Locke to Kant. Right, Kant believed in British politics. Okay, the achievements of British politics at the time, right? British and French politics had a huge influence on the Germans, right? Had a huge influence on German idealism. Anyways, it's the same panel. We have the link dropped.
Sad trombone.
Exactly. But yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes, folks. All right. So here's
get some iced tea and maybe some more salad.
Exactly. So roll one up for your boy, and we'll be back. We'll play some music and move. We'll do Locke first, and then we'll play some music, and then we'll move to the Tao Te Ching. Right? So that's what's on the schedule here. But yeah, blessings. So yeah, we'll be back soon. Blessings. All right. And okay, so I'm on the second treatise of government in John Locke. There's two treatises of government, and in the first chapter, he states political power. He defines political power. He says, when I take to be a right, he uses the word right, of making laws with penalties of death, and consequently all less penalties for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community in the execution of such laws in the defense of the Commonwealth from foreign injury, all of this for the public good. So notice different things are thrown in there, right? There's
right of making laws. There's a right of, or the penalty of death. There's preserving of property. There's force of community to execute laws, and there's the public good. Okay, chapter 2 of the state of nature. To understand political power, right, and derive it from its original, we must consider what state all men are naturally, and that is in a state of perfect freedom. So this is different from Hobbes, right, who says it's a war of all against all. Right, Locke calls a state of nature a state of perfect freedom. Okay, to order their actions, to dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit within the bounds of the law of nature.
Is he capitalizing the N for nature?
Oh yeah.
Because he was saying nature wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, and the law of nature is a different thing.
Okay.
Those are discovered by reason, I'm pretty sure. But in the other nature, I'm pretty sure he uses uncapitalized nature.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah. A state also of equality, he says. Notice the word equality, wherein all the power and jurisdiction is reciprocal, no one having more than another, there being nothing more evident than the creatures of the same species, all ranked promiscuously born to all the same advantages of nature. And here he's almost nature with a capital N again. And the use of the same faculty should also be equal one amongst another without subordination or subjection, unless the Lord and Master of them all should by any manifest declaration of his will set one above another. And confer on him by an evident and clear appointment an undoubted right to dominion and sovereignty. Okay, so here he says, okay, so let me read this. But through, okay, sorry. But though this be a state of liberty, this is 6, paragraph 6, he says, though this be a state of liberty, yet it is not a state of license. Though man and the state have an uncontrollable liberty to dispose of his person or possessions, yet he has not liberty to destroy himself, or so much as any creature in his possession. And where some nobler use than the bare preservation calls for it, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possession. His health, liberty, or possession. For men, being all the workmanship of one omnipotent and infinitely wise maker, all servants of one sovereign master, sent into this world by his order about his business, they are his property. So a person is a property of God. Similarly, the state is there to defend property. And the liberty of man consists in his property and him having his own property. And he says, sharing all in one community of nature, there cannot be supposed such subordination among us. There may authorize us to destroy one another if we were made for one another's uses, and the inferior ranks of creatures are for ours. Everyone, as he is bound to preserve himself and not to quit his station willfully, so by like reason, when his own preservation comes not in competition, ought he as much as he can to preserve the rest of mankind, and may not, unless it be justice on an offender, take away or impair the life of what tends to the preservation and life, the liberty, health, limb, or goods of another. And that all men may be restrained from invading others' rights and from doing hurt to one another. The law of nature be observed, and willeth peace and preservation of all mankind. Okay, so there's a law of nature, there's a state of nature, there's reason. There's these ideas of reparation and restraint. It says, thus the state of nature, one man comes by power over another, but yet no absolute or arbitrary power to use a criminal when he has got him in his hands, according to the passionate heats or boundless extravagancy of his own will, but only to retribute him to him, so far as calm reason and conscience dictates, what is proportionate to his transgression, which is so much as may serve for reparation and restraint. For those two are the only reasons why one man may lawfully do harm to another, which is what we call punishment. So the state is there for peace and safety and pretty much privacy, right? In terms of guarding property, mankind in general may restrain, where it is necessary, destroy things noxious to them, so may bring such evil on anyone who hath transgressed that law. Every man hath a right to punish the offender, and he be executioner of the law of nature. So every man is executioner of the law of nature. Okay, so I'm going to skip a bunch of this. Okay, chapter 3 of the state of war. Of the state of war. The state of war is a state of enmity and destruction, and therefore declaring by word and action not a passionate and hasty, but a sedate, settled design upon another man's life, puts him in a state of war with him and against whom he has declared such an intention. So he has exposed his life to the other's power to be taken away by him, or anyone that joins with him in his defense and espouses his quarrel. It being reasonable and just, I should have a right to destroy that which threatens me with destruction. For by the fundamental law of nature, men being to be preserved as much as possible, when all cannot be preserved, the safety of the innocent is to be preferred. And one may destroy a man who makes war upon him, or has discovered an enmity of his being, for the same reason that he may kill a wolf or a lion, because such men are not under the ties of the common law of reason, have no other rule than that of force or violence, so may be treated as beasts of prey, and those dangerous and noxious creatures that will be sure to destroy them. He who attempts to get another man into his absolute power does thereby put himself into a state of war with him. And he says, as he that in a state of society would take away the freedom belonging to those of that society or commonwealth must be supposed to design to take away from them everything else, so that he's looked upon as a state of as in a state of war with them. As he says, freedom is the fence to your self-preservation. So if one man takes away your freedom, he attempts to take away your ability for self-preservation, he then puts himself in a state of war against you and the state which defends your rights. Okay, want of a common judge with authority puts all men in a state of nature. Force without right upon a man's person makes a state of war, he says. And this is chapter 4, or wait, is it chapter 4 or 3? Chapter 3, the state of war. Okay, now chapter 4 of slavery. He says the natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will of legislative authority of man, but to have only the law of nature for his rule. The liberty of man in society is to be under no other legislative power but that established by consent in the commonwealth, nor under the dominion of any will or restraint of any law. Now it says freedom of men under government is to have a standing rule to live by, common to everyone in that society and made by the legislative power erected by it. A liberty to follow my own will in all things where the rule prescribes not, and not to be subject to the inconstant, uncertain, unknown, arbitrary will of another man. For whenever he finds the hardship of his slavery outweigh the value of his life, 'tis in his power, by resisting the will of his master, to draw on himself the death he desires. This is the perfect condition of slavery, which is nothing else but the state of war continued between a lawful conqueror and a captive. For if once compact enter between them, and make an agreement for limited power on the one side, the obedience on the other, the state of war and slavery ceases, as long as the compact endures. Okay, chapter 5, property. And I read part of this earlier. Right? He said, men being once born have the right to preservation and consequently to meat and drink and such other things as nature affords for her subsistence. Yeah, of course, he sets up the rule of property. And he says labor and possession of land and all these ideas, right? Humane industry, right? Apply to the land, right? And nature, wild nature, right? And it looks like it is capitalized nature there too. So I guess he thinks the idea of every man being an executioner of that law is not a good situation. You could imagine that, right?
Sounds like recipe for chaos.
Right. Here's a interesting statement in 33. It says, God gave the world to men in common. And here's another one. He says he gave it to the use of the industrious and rational. Fascinating, huh? God gave the world to the industrious and rational. Gave it over to them. Wild stuff, folks.
That sounds kind of like a deist kind of.
Oh yeah,
thought.
he's definitely highly influenced by deism. Well, I went way overboard tonight, and we still have Nietzsche and the rest of the stuff. So yeah, we'll play some music, and we'll be back with Nietzsche. But yeah, interesting. From the ideas of Plato to Locke, and of course we have a middle part there, the separation of church and state, and how they got to those ideas. So yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to study all the resources there, of course it would take years and years and years, folks. See what I'm getting at? Wild. Just a little sliver and taste of the foundations of, human rights, democratic thinking, the state. Them. Okay, this part is about Plato. So you already see the ideas of universalism and Locke, the ideas of equality. Okay, the idea that God gave the world to the industrious.
It's like lending itself to tech.
Right. It's highly so if you can imagine in the 16th century people that were technophiles, and they were some of the top philosophers of the time, right? Francis Bacon, John Locke, knowledge is power, that sort of thing. Right?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
So yeah, here's some of Plato.
It does sound like Hail Satan.
But yeah, here's some of Plato. Fits in the other ideas that we're presenting. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Wax fierce and numerous. They draw him to old associates, holding secret meeting with them, breed and multiply in him. At length, they seize upon a citadel of a young man's soul, and they perceive it to be void of all accomplishment and fair pursuits and true words, and make their abode in the minds of men who are dear to the gods, and are their best guardians and their best guardians and sentinels. False and boastful conceits and phrases amount upwards and take their place. And so the young man returns to the country of the lotus eaters and takes up his dwelling there in the face of all men. If any help be sent by his friends in the oligarchic part of him, the aforesaid vain conceits shut the gate of the king's fastness. They will neither allow the embassy itself to enter private if private advisors offer the fatherly counsel of the aged, will they listen to them or receive them? There is battle, and they gain the day, and then modesty, which they call stillness, is ignominiously thrust into exile by them. And temperance, which they nickname unmanliness, is trampled in the mire and cast forth. They persuade men that moderation and orderly expenditure are vulgarity and meanness. And so, by the help of the rabble of evil appetites, they drive them out. And when they have emptied and swept clean the soul of him who is now in their power and who is being initiated by them in the great mysteries, the next thing, the great mysteries, whoa. little bit of Orphic flavor in there. The next thing is to bring back to their house insolence and anarchy and waste and impudence in bright array, having garlands on their heads and great company with them, hymning their praises and calling them by sweet names. Arrogance they term good breeding, and anarchy freedom, and waste magnificence, and imprudence courage. So the young man passes out of his original nature, which was trained in the school of necessity, into the freedom of libertinism, of useless and unnecessary pleasures. And this he lives on, spending his money and labor and time on unnecessary pleasures quite as much as on necessary ones. And if he be fortunate, is not too much disoriented in his wits. When years have elapsed and the heyday of passion is over, supposing that he then readmits into the city some part of the exiled virtues, does not wholly give himself up to their successors. In that case, he balances his pleasures and lives in a sort of equilibrium, putting the government of himself into the hands of the one which comes first and wins the turn. When he has had enough of that, then into the hands of another. He despises none of them, but encourages them all equally. Neither does he receive or let pass into the fortress any true word of advice. If anyone says to him, some pleasures are satisfactions of good and noble desires, and others evil desires, and he ought to use honor, and some chastise and master the others, whenever this is repeated to him, he shakes his head and says, they're all alike, and that one is as good as another. Yes, I said, he lives from day to day, indulging the appetite of the hour. Sometimes he is lapped in drink and strains of the flute. Then he becomes a water drinker and tries to get thin. Then he takes a turn at gymnastics. Other times he's idling and neglecting everything. Then once more living a life of a philosopher. Often he is busy with politics and starts to his feet and says he does whatever comes into his head. And if he is emulous of anyone who is a warrior, off he is in that direction. Or of men of business, once more in that. His life has neither law nor order. And this distracted existence he turns joy and bliss and freedom. So he goes on. He truly may be called a democratic man. Says democracy has her own good, to which insatiable desire brings her to disillusion. Freedom, as they tell you in a democracy, is the glory of the state. Is that therefore in a democracy alone will the free man of nature deign to dwell? When democracy is thirsting for freedom, has evil cupbearers presiding over the feast, and has drunk too deeply of the strong wine of freedom, then unless her rulers are very amenable and give a plentiful drought, she calls them to account and punishes them and says they are cursed oligarchs. Whoa. Oh, they're on. Loyal citizens are insultingly termed by her slaves who hug their chains and men of naught. She would have subjects who are like rulers and rulers who are like subjects. These are men after her own heart, whom she praises and honors both in private and public. Now in such a state can liberty have any limit? By degrees, anarchy finds its way into private houses and ends by getting among the animals and infecting them. By degrees, wait, I just read that. I mean that the father grows accustomed to descend to the level of his sons and to fear them, and the son is on the level of his father, he having no respect or reverence for either of his parents. This is his freedom. And the foreigner is equal with the citizen, and the citizen with the foreigner, and the stranger is quite as good as either. Yeah, blessings televised. And these are not the only evils. There are several lesser ones. In such a state of society, the master fears and flatters the students, and the students despise their masters and tutors. Young and old are alike, and the young man is on the level with the old and is ready to compete with them. In word and deed, an old men condescending to the young and are full of pleasantry and gaiety. This last extreme of popular liberty is when the slave bought with money, whether male or female, is just as free as his or her purchaser. Nor must I forget to tell the liberty and equality of the two sexes in relation with to each other. I must add, no one cares. Oh, wait, sorry. No one who does not know would believe how much greater is the liberty which the animals who are under the dominion of man have in a democracy than in any other state. For truly the she dogs, as the proverb says, are as good as their she mistresses. And the horses and asses have a way of marching along with all the rights and dignities of free men. And they will run at anybody who comes in their way if he does not leave the road clear for them. All things are just ready to burst with liberty. When I take a country walk, he said, I often experience what you describe. You and I have dreamed the same thing, says Adamantis. And he says, and above all, says Socrates, as a result of all, see how sensitive the citizens become. They chafe impatiently with the least touch of authority. And at length, as you know, they cease to care even for the laws written or unwritten. They'll have no. So, quite a precarious situation that Plato is describing, as opposed to Locke, right? He doesn't believe in equality, right? And he's put forward that the roots of destruction of the democratic ideal lay in its own foundations. To quote Plato, he says, an excess of freedom is nothing more than an excess of slavery, right? So he observes something very similar to ellul about democratic institutions, right? In terms of ellul, right, what he notices is quite telling, right? He sees that techniques begin through private individuals, right? That means that most techniques are human or cultural techniques to begin with, right? And then they change through the externalization of means, right, to become sort of public, right? And once they become public, they become adopted by the state, right? Or they become such a component in and of themselves of technical necessity that they observe the same power as a state apparatus, right? So the state is one of the main organs of technique, right, and of spreading technical necessity, right? But what happens is that once the state aligns with technique, it proceeds in the destruction of democratic institutions. Okay. So let me actually go and catalog this change here in ellul. He says, where there is nothing to eat, there is no longer a stable milieu. The new version of primum vivere in a materialist form is only an apparent truth. But even if it were true, we would have to say that the human being constrained by economic, the human being is constrained by economic necessity. And this is the exact opposite of democracy. Right, this method presupposes the destruction of our social structures and in reality deprives a civilization of any chance to give itself form. The primary element in any civilization is a stable relationship between man and his environment, right?
Sustainability, like what's his face was saying?
Yeah, and you know, the state requires, the technological state requires human society, right? But it looks at nature as a standing reserve. So just as human society is built upon, okay, the relationship between man and his environment, right? Technique is based upon utilizing the relationship between man and his environment, right? And making man the object of techniques. Right? So he says, when a man becomes the plaything of abstract decisions, a civilization can no longer be created. Okay, here we have the here we have on the economic plane the same effective technique, which we previously studied in a more general way. Man indeed participates in the economy, but technique causes him to participate not as a man, but as a thing. Okay, it is in the realm of economic technique that we experience most clearly the great dramatic process of modern times, of which both chance and natural laws are transformed into the decision of accountants, rules of planning, and decrees of the state.
It is exactly at this point that technique begins to be concerned with natural fact, with the fact of total human behavior, with man's spontaneous obedience to so-called sociological currents, with his conformity to certain general types, with his responses, almost everywhere the same, to a given stimuli. Whether the question is one of understanding public opinion or of stochastics, or of statistics as a whole, the technical starting point is always the human behavior of the majority. From this behavior, technique draws a number of consequences and modes of action, erecting on it the system into which it necessarily insert itself. Which it will necessarily insert itself. Moreover, it makes this behavior obligatory. It allows certain minor modifications. We shall not concern ourselves with the problem of aberrance, but its real problem is to transform a law spontaneously obeyed into a law made consciously obligatory. In no other domain is this procedure of technique as clear-cut as the present forward movement of the economy. The effect of technique in other areas are not as evident. For example, the effect of human techniques, quote unquote, such as propaganda, have not yet been rendered obligatory to the same degree as technique in the economic field. I think he he foresaw pre-crime, mass surveillance, metadata, all as extensions of the economic phenomenon. Right. And of course the extension of policing. Right. And technical expansion of the methods of policing. Right. So you have police techniques to match the economic techniques. Right. But in our age, propaganda is extremely sophisticated. Right. Almost no one is free from being affected from propaganda at this stage of civilization, right? And I don't know if ellul would have,
especially with the internet. Yeah.
I don't think ellul would have seen like cell phones, but he definitely saw like internets and computers being the main stage of civilization. Right? But yeah, I mean, so yeah, he says, thus economic techniques, despite their still rudimentary nature, often more pronounced in this respect than mechanical, psychological, or judicial techniques, nevertheless express better than any other the transition implied by every technique from the natural to the artificial. Okay, so I mean, we're seeing that pretty much with what Jensen is describing at the end there, right? With the destruction of wild nature. Right? Technique is transforming the notion of value, right? Destroying wild nature. Right? And yeah, it's basically creating a world, right, in which the reliance is on economic factors and not on the natural environment. So he says, it is not the economic techniques are better developed than others, but that there more than elsewhere, the artificial evolves from the natural. Every technique tends more or less to be to constrain nature, he says. Accordingly, the artificial is opposed to the natural. There's a struggle, but whether it is expressed in terms of man against nature or in the terms of the conflict of systems, the desideratum is a mastery that excludes, eliminates, and replaces the natural. Thus, for example, the directed and planned economy replaces liberalism. But we note that in this domain, another more suitable integrative movement, another more subtle integrative movement, economic technique tends less to eliminate the natural than to integrate it. In this sense, it approaches the mode of action of physical techniques. And Francois Perou's criticism of planning relative to its lack of rationality rests on the fact that planning suppresses the free mechanism of the economy instead of adhering to it and interpreting it. The latter, for Peru, should be the ideal of economic technique. But when the natural is integrated, it ceases to be natural. It becomes part of the technical ensemble. It is an element of the mechanism. Okay, so and you see this with a lot of different aspects of nature. Right? Something that appears to be wild nature is actually just an integrated function of technique. It's funny, like we have wilderness preserves. And it's, I mean, it's interesting. Is that wilderness, if it's, isolated, contained, partitioned, and basically created?
Preserve means like a kind of stagnation, so nature is not stagnate.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So he makes a good point. When the natural is integrated, it ceases to be natural. So here we see less of a partition of technique and the natural environment, right? Technique integrates, man integrates nature through cultural forms, right? And technique integrates cultural forms, right? As I said, it's yet another level of integration. And I would argue a higher level of integration, right? Through more complex means, right? So yeah, when the natural is integrated, it ceases to be natural. See, he has these like little one-liners that are just profound. Right? It becomes part of the technical ensemble. It is an element of mechanism, an element which must play a role and no more. The role may be plotted in advance. Even when, as the case of servo mechanisms, the improvement of technique introduces unforeseen elements and leaves a large part of the operation in the realm of the natural, it is nonetheless integrated. He says, I will be asked whether there is anything evil in this integration. I make no value judgments. I merely note that the human being who acts on his own personal decisions, following what is in essence a common tendency, a sociological current, acts freely. But that the same tendency, once integrated into a system, becomes essentially and expressly obligatory. So I think that's a huge point. It might be asked whether man has not lost his freedom even before this integration, since he was obeying an already existing, already hidden imperative now revealed by modern techniques. Is man more constrained than formerly merely because the imperative is recognized and written down in textbooks? This does not seem clearly evident. Even without reference to the
danger represented by monopoly of the secrets of our actions on the part of a few, and it always is the few who succeed in gaining control of instruments of technique. The simple act of writing it down changes human obligation. In the sociological and economic world, the result is comparable to the long recognized transition from morals to law. Morals to law. Uh-oh. Huge thing that we've been talking about on the show. The transition from morals to law.
Can't really legislate morality, though.
Right. In a society of saints needs no laws. And what does God say to Israel? He said, you'll be a nation of priests. But of course, there's the laws, the commands. And who has all the laws? Oh, yeah, the Levites, the priestly class. So you could see how we got into the problem. There too, sanctions appear to have been decisive. What is the sanction against violating the moral law or refusing to follow a sociological tendency? Or disobeying natural economic law? And what is the sanction against a challenge of the law and of the state and the plan? Is not the difference clear? What is the stake here is all of man's liberty. All of man's liberty, the liberty to take chances. The liberty to take chances. Even gamble with the death penalty. We've seen the loss of liberty, the downward path to which technique is leading us. And now he says, in a new section, Economic Man, he says, let us not over-dramatize. It is not the goal of the technical movement to drive men to the death penalty. Happily, its goal is more subtle. The death penalty is only a straw, the existence of which testifies to the fact that technique is only a transitory phase. Okay, the transformation of natural law into technical law is accompanied by shaping of the human being. He is adapted and made to harmonize with what it is to be. Social individualism corresponded to economic liberalism. The economic man corresponds to the planned economy. And so he talks about the birth of this economic man, which is the object of techniques, who is no longer dependent on his natural environment. Okay, and he will eventually succumb to the planning of the state. Okay, who takes certain large economic implements and techniques under its own control. So he's saying that by man being analyzed, systematized, right, and quantified, it basically changes the relationship of man and man. Right, and henceforth, if you have a changed man because of technical necessity, right, you no longer can have the liberal individual. Right, so he says social individualism
right, corresponds to economic liberalism or capitalism. Right, but once techniques become too large, they have to be taken over by the state. Right, then you have the planned economy. And man becomes the object of technique. You have a totally different form of man. The economic man. Not a man whose survival is based on survival in nature, but a man whose survival is based on the economic environment, right? Man's relationship to the economic aspects of society. And not with his relation to the natural environment, right? And of course, it's political techniques, right? You could see how Locke totally separated, right, the laws of nature from the laws of, human society. Okay, so this process had already begun. Right, as he said, the world belongs to the industrious. Right, this is obviously a Promethean declaration. But it's not in Marx. But it's all the way in Locke. Already at the foundation of Enlightenment thought. And of course, Plato rejected equality, but he still drew up notions of natural law and of the ideal of the state. Right, so certain of the ideas were still there, right, during the time of Plato. And you can imagine that they were there during the time of the pre-Socratics as well, right? Anyways, let's play some music and we'll move to of course, we're starting a new section in ellul. Okay, next week on the economic man, and of course we're moving towards technique in the state, and that's why we're laying down the foundation of the modern state. Okay, by looking at Locke and Kant and Hegel and Marx and some of their ideological foundations. And of course, we have Spooky Saturday with Scylla and Charybdis. Christoph the
Spooky is so spooky, it spooked everybody away.
I know. Everyone left the stream. I don't know what happened.
It's like the chat is dead.
The chat is dead. The stream's dead. 13 people watching. 13 stripes on the flag.
13 bots, I guess. Minus me.
Exactly. 12 disciples. Okay, plus me and Reddington. Okay, so check this out, guys. We're having a private conversation. You know how it is. Blessings, guys. Scylla and Charybdis. Christoph the Babylon.
Yeah, blessings.
Hey, what's going on? Peace, peace.
Easy.
Yeah, peace.
My microphone might suck because I'm on my laptop, but just popped in.
Audio sounds
Going
good.
clear. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really late to the party, but so I didn't catch everything.
Oh yeah. Well, I had a
Come
interesting
on
video.
right in.
Yeah, exactly.
The water's warm.
Yeah, I'll basically summarize. Yesterday and today. So we're looking at a chronological sequence. Obviously, I was examining the ideas of Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas and their influence that they sustained from the Averroists, right? So then I launched into a general discussion, about the foundations for statecraft, right? I outlined some general principles in a presentation I did yesterday, examining the ideas of Plato on democracy, the foundation of the Jews and their entire schema that basically caused them to posit the notion of salvation history, and so we have the foundations of this eschatological scheme that will be plugged into the utopian ideal, going towards the notion of world restoration. And of course, the notion of world restoration relates to universalism, right? So I talked about the notions of John Locke and some of the foundations he laid down on the state, and obviously his ideas about natural reason. I mean natural law and reason, how those things correspond. Okay, and how he developed the ideas of universalism, the notion of equality, which relates to his notion of the tabula rasa, and of course we're looking at the foundations of universalism within Kant. Excuse me. So I was looking at Kantian philosophy and examining his role in the utopian ideal, and I looked at the influence on him by Swedenborg, and how Swedenborg kind of talked about this notion of the New Jerusalem and the kingdom of God on earth. And so you have the foundations of the utopian ideal there, and the notions of the French Revolution, right? So in the theories of the French Revolution and the American Revolution, we have the foundations of the modern state that then is put in the hands of technique, right? So when technique takes a hold of the state, it destroys liberalism, right? And this is the great saga that we're exploring here. So yeah, welcome to the party.
Yeah, that's profound.
So a little bit.
The schema you're talking about, because I know the whole, like they call it the revolutionary spirit, or even with Marxism, you go to the downtrodden to mobilize them against the majority, and the whole concept of natural rights being a precursor to the French Revolution and all that, all the Enlightenment stuff with Locke and Rousseau. Do you think that it was inevitable that philosophers were going in that route? Is it directly tied to the schema that you were referencing with the Jews and the Republic and everything? Was it inevitable philosophy to go that route as far as.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and the reason is because the god of the philosophers is a god that is limited by nature and reason, right? So once you start to take God out of nature, right, and then you get rid of the transcendental scope, it's only inevitable that you would make man God. You know what I mean? In my opinion, but that notion was always there, right, to begin with, right? So it wasn't like it's a new concept, but it's just finally the concept has range. I mean,
yeah,
because like I said, like man is a measure of all things. Like Pythagoras said that, but it didn't become possible until technology made it possible, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because yeah, I see what you're saying, which makes sense why the philosophy would predate the fruition of it, because to bring to fruition, you need a technology to actually make it possible, as the impetus. Because you can theorize about things way ahead of its time.
Right. And that's the thing, is that I mentioned earlier, I think the modern age creates a split between theory and application. But as I said, I think that was already growing out of the divide between Plato and Aristotle. And so once you split like two halves of that brain, where it's like math one side and logic the other side, right? And then you get rid of the transcendental scope, you get rid of natural law. And then you say, well, math and logic are just languages to interpret nature. So you get logic plus math, and you get nature, which is just matter, and that equals information. Right?
Yeah.
And that's positivism right there.
Nature is just matter, ruh-roh.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it's content plasticity. So when once you reduce things to their to bits of data, then all information is interchangeable. So no, this piece of information doesn't have any more value than that other piece of information. It's total content plasticity.
So what John Locke and them were doing with the natural rights and the social contract and all these things, do you think that was a philosophy that has a life of its own, and then groups co-opted that technology of information for their own means?
Well, I think some of the ideas that Locke is talking about, right? About going beyond nature, right? Like one of the things we read earlier was that he said that nature belongs to the industrious man.
Nature belongs to the industrious man.
Yeah, and he separated the notions of basically natural law from human reason, right? So human society is based on reason, right? But it's not the reason that's afforded to us through nature.
So we're supposed to rise above that natural law through the social contract.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So like that's implicit within his like philosophy, right? In the two treatises of government, right? That's like in the very foundations of what he's talking about, right?
And that kind of coincides with Christian philosophy, where there's the fallen nature of man.
Well, he's using Christianity, right?
Yeah.
He's using Christianity. He's using, you know.
Which is a philosophy. I can see why it's a classic discussion, because the whole Garden of Eden thing is basically classic philosophy, saying, how did we get this intellectual thought? What should we do with it? Is it good? Is it bad? Is there a nuance as far as nature and the mind of man? Are we just animals? It's all classic philosophy. That's like Genesis is just chock full of philosophy. It sounds like some people just having a philosophical debate, basically. Like when I read it, you know what I mean? Because, and like there's those who say even that once we got intellectual thought, we needed more calories to burn, so we needed to eat meat. And there's like this correlation between eating meat and intellectualism. And then you have the Cain and Abel. One was the, dealing with the meat. One was dealing with the farming of the vegetables and the favor of God. And I find that interesting that the whole meat thing has been tied into it.
Yeah, and that's basically like what Locke is saying. He's like, look, God controls nature, so nobody rules in nature. In human society, we could make laws. So it's like, wait,
well,
society's law is separate from God's law. He's literally separating the two right in front of your face, but he's doing it in such an interesting term, right? Because he's saying that it's based on natural law of equality between all men. So you think, wow, that sounds like a good deal, but
and that throws a whole wrench into the whole Kings of Israel thing too.
Well. So does this. All of those lines. I mean, about the kings and all those. I read Thomas Paine. Using those lines. The Lord your God shall rule over you. You shall be a kingdom of priests. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, doesn't surprise me. People utilizing that for their own means. It is interesting as far as the social contract, because it does make sense to a degree. On a surface level, the basic, we need to make some level of agreement. The whole anarchy, just pure nature thing doesn't, dull out very well, especially when you get larger populations. I would have to say, I would agree that there does need to be a state, right? Do you agree with that? Just on a basic level?
Well, I think there should be a nation, but I don't know about state. Right? I think the nation is tied to ethnos. It's also like it should have government, but it should be theopolitical. In my opinion, right? So it should be like something where the religion is tied to the government. Otherwise you have a democratic institution, right? Right, liberalism, right? That's based on secular laws, and so I think if you're gonna have a state, it has to have certain key elements. I don't think states really exist today, right? The state's gone, and right, in terms of the state is just the executive body of technique. Essentially, so what it is it's an organ of technique. And there's a world technological system, so states are obviously subservient to that, to a certain degree. So the state is a secular body, right? It's a body of government, body of governance, so to speak. Whereas
it should be a facilitator of the needs of the people, but you're saying it should be theocratic.
Yeah, I think ideally it would be. Yeah.
And you said ethnos, so are you saying ethnos and are you saying that a something based on theology is superior to something based on ethnicity?
No, I think both are decisive elements. Yeah.
Okay, so the strong, because people say what is stronger. I don't think many people debate over ethnicity and religion being the top two cohesive impetuses to rule a nation, but people debate on which one's better. You're saying the strongest is to have both.
Oh yeah,
I can't really dispute that. I mean, look at the people on top right now. They've combined those two things.
yeah, and you need like how they said earlier that 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 there's a conflict between morals and laws, and that conflict needs to go away. So I think the best way to mend that conflict is through establishing rights and traditions. But yeah.
That's interesting because Christianity, for example, it's neither Jew nor Greek, right? And I know there's like white nationalist Christians and this type of whatever, but just theologically, it doesn't line up with what you're describing. It makes sense in the world of Judaism, where they've invented this whole Jewish race thing and tied it into theology, and they've at least makeshift forged that in some way. But when it comes to Christianity, there's like a Christian diaspora more so.
Well, the problem with Judaism is they want it all, right? Like they want to be a people, a state, you know what I mean, a nation. You know what I mean? Like they're combining
greedy,
several.
perhaps.
Yeah, they're combining several disparate elements. That I said, like if you have one, you don't have the other. You know, right? But they're trying to combine secularism and theocracy in a very haphazard fashion. I mean, and I think that's the problem. That's why it's not a sustainable, form, of rule. And I think it's eventually, going to have to come to an end there. It's a cool experiment, but where do these people come from, really? You're right. If you look at Islamic cultures and Christian cultures, especially in Eastern Europe, right, you have maintained cultural rights of expression. Right, like for example, in India or in parts of Eastern Europe, they still have their festivals, right? But they're Muslim or Christian. That's because Islam doesn't really touch ground there, right? So there is value in saying neither Jew nor Greek, because then you can go be a Jew, you could go be a Greek. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I see a similar thing where, like, what I've asked the Eastern Orthodox Christians about that, and they say no, the people of their respective region maintain their ethnos. What about Islam? Like, as far as, because Islam transcends a specific ethnicity, so how do you reconcile that when you're
I don't think
talking
so.
about
I don't think so.
combining?
If you go to Africa, you go to Indonesia, you go to India, you go to China, right? Those people are Chinese. They're Indian. Chinese Muslims don't talk to Indian Muslims. Indian Muslims don't talk to African Muslims. It's just, I mean, and they all have cultural rights. I mean, it's not like they all became Arabs. I mean,
so they're differentiated through the ethnicity, but yet still maintain a theology that somehow transcends the ethnicity.
Yeah, the only thing they've lost is religious laws, and secularism that is robbing them of their cultural rights.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's like,
it's definitely on its face preferable to secularism for that reason that you just named. Interesting. Because that was one of the reasons that I opposed Christian nationalism, for example, because it allows, it doesn't promote or anything, but it allows for the elimination of a people group, because you still have the Christian diaspora. But I guess it would matter what type of nation you had representing that ethnos. That's what it comes down to, I guess. And how strong it. And what do you mean about nation? You said nation, but not state. What does that mean?
Well, like I said, state amounts to governing body, whereas nation amounts to a people with ethnos, right?
How does that nation define itself and present itself without the state?
I don't think it should. I think these two things should be tied. I mean,
so a nation state.
Oh yeah, I think that's the spot.
Yeah. And that's how it used to be.
Yeah, we used to have those. Remember when we had those guys?
For good reason. Yeah.
Remember nation states? Remember
when you had an identity and knew where you came from and where you were going?
Right.
Now we're getting into the neo-feudalism, neo-medievalism.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what I was bringing up, like, because you had the whole Enlightenment thing, you had John Locke and all these people talking about rights. It seems like that was the perfect thing that could be utilized to topple monarchies, like, for example, the French Revolution. So, because when I was younger, I always considered myself a revolutionary, but then you have to look at, if you're a revolutionary, whose revolution are you fomenting, though? And what are you replacing it with? You know, you have to start asking deeper questions at some point, because you could unwittingly be part of somebody else's revolution for their means. You know, like a 18-year-old liberal white girl out of college in America type of thing that's fomenting socialism. You could unwittingly be part of somebody else's mission.
Yeah, that looks like a good Christian nationalist slogan. Not my revolution.
That is.
Like wear like T-shirts, you know, these blonde chicks.
Would Android Wilson say that they're on a 300-year plan or some shit like that?
Yeah, 300-year death march. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, you know, support Tommy Robinson and you know the absurd thing he said. Check this out, dude. This is beyond absurd. You know, this is his recent performance. You know, on and I say this with love. You know, we're calling her Cuck Beto, the raging Cuck Beto, or raging Tard Mato. So those are her two names for now. But yeah, we won't be going on that show. But we like her. I personally like her. You know, I like her personality. I think she's cute. She's bubbly. I mean, I think you could use her to sell a lot of shit. For sure. But yeah, let me the rage.
I don't knock the 300-year plan thing, but you know.
Yeah, but this is the type of tardism that I'm talking about is right here. And this girl's a good sport. You know, the chick that they had up there. You know, but yeah, check this out. This is a extreme.
By the sword.
I
you,
see.
As a man, here, listen. Is that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. When
I see.
As a man, here, listen.
I see. That sounds an awful lot like might makes right, lady.
Here, read about what we did to the Native Americans.
Does that mean that you can kill innocent people?
What I'm saying is that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. When
I
you, as a man,
see.
here, listen.
I see. That
You
sounds
have
an
a
awful
wife.
lot like might makes right, lady.
What?
See the shit eating grin? He just said that live by the sword, die by the sword sounds to him a lot like might makes right.
That's not the same thing.
No shit. It's crazy. He's like he's Jewing up the text. Like it's crazy, dude. Like what are you doing? And right up, you're literally going fast and loose with interpretations here. You're changing the meaning, inverting the meaning of the gospel live on stage, and nobody said anything. I mean, right? Crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's a twisted way, I guess. Like,
and by the way, get this as a joke. He's arguing that it's moral to take land by force, and what did the Bolsheviks do to the Christians? Insane.
Holy shit, bro.
Uh-oh.
Like what the fuck? Like
that's fucked.
Like way to shoot yourself in the foot.
That's too ironic when you mention
Too ironic.
Eastern Orthodox.
Too ironic when you mention the Eastern Orthodox. Like what?
They couldn't stop that, could they?
No, they couldn't. They got exterminated. We're like, good lord.
That's hella gay.
Yeah, cry for mercy. Like, good lord. Like, and he's laughing.
Android Jason.
Yeah, slapping his knee and saying that.
Well, you know what that is, right? Like, there's the mainstream, because he's going for the whole mainstream neo-alt-right thing, right? It ties into the whole the people crying foul, like the natives crying foul. That's like these Palestinians crying foul. So they tie in the whole right-wing republicanism into turning a blind eye to what's happening to the Palestinians. So you're a bleeding heart liberal if you're worried about the Palestinians, kind of. They played this left-right paradigm really strong against the whole Israel-Palestine thing. And I noticed they totally tied it into the whole Native American thing. So he's got a lot of, he toes the line for some very specific angles, clearly.
Yeah, or what about Christian futurism? Everybody seemed to have missed that. He did a mock debate, we'll call it mock debate / discussion with President Sunday, some other clown on the internet, right? And they literally danced around the issue of Christian futurism, not Christian nationalism.
What is that? What is Christian? What are they saying that is?
It's like from the Groypers. I tried to search for it, and it's from a speech by Nick Fuentes.
Who's obviously an agent if I've ever seen one.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, they collude quite a bit in like Twitter spaces, talking to Elon Musk and stuff. So we've witnessed that.
I know a sad trombone for the white nationalists following someone named Fuentes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like an intentional tip in the hat.
Someone did a meme of Fuentes making him look like an old person, and I'm looking, I'm like, why does he look like Tom Selleck? Like the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of it was bound to happen. We knew it was going to happen with the internet and technology, where they were going to have gatekeepers move over the Overton window a little bit and have different layers, you know. They're definitely bringing different layers in with these neo-alt-right characters. Because it's 2025. You can't have the same old just Fox News only, you know.
Oh yeah, you got to have Ezra Levant and Veritas guy or whatever. All these weirdos.
Yeah, and Gavin McGinnis and all these characters.
Yeah, Gavin McGinnis, Laura Loomer.
Yep.
Jason Giorgiani.
Because why wouldn't they? Like, why wouldn't a multi-billion-dollar CIA and all these people? You think they're just gonna give it up and just, oh yeah, we got a couple people at Fox News? Of course they're gonna have different layers. Of course they're gonna saturate every corner. Why wouldn't they? It's naive to not assume that.
No, you're getting too conspiratorial for normies. Can't be saying such things.
I know. He calls out the liberals. Can't you just call it good enough?
Oh, brother.
What the hell was that? Was that your hand?
How? I am Indian. I am Native American. I celebrate July 4th. I can't do a good Indian impression right now.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, that really sucked, to be honest.
Yeah, it did.
Which kind of Indian are you talking about? Dot or feather?
It's supposed to be Native American. I haven't done one of those in a while. You know, they all died out. So
Yeah, that failed.
We smallpox them to death. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, actually, we mixed with them, but nobody wants to talk about that. That's why America was number one. We were the neo-Confederates of before America even existed. See, people think of America like it's 250 years old, but it's actually much older than that. It's like a 500-year project or 600-year project almost. 1492, and that one dude sailed the ocean blue, right?
The dude that was looking for a homeland for the Jew.
That's right. See, now we're on to something. That's exactly what it was. The New World, quote unquote, order. I got that from Machine's book, reading it. And I was a part of a Twitter space today with some kind of like white nationalist adjacent people talking about the JQ, but they were smarter than the average. Like, I would say that they're like probably more close to like what an actual neo alt-right would be, because they're basically like calling out all the fake shills, you know, like we do. But I don't know exactly what their angle is, but they went through the history of like Silicon Valley and basically showed like pretty convincingly that all of Silicon Valley was always not only military industrial complex, but literally set forth by the Jews, and specifically Russia, as a Trojan horse of like Soviet Russia into America via the digital space. And pretty interesting thing I was a part of today to like kind of listen. I wasn't really a part of it, just listening for the most part, but I try to like connect with some of those guys because you know, it's just kind of like there's no one pointing out the obvious that most of this modern technology is basically like it's just like super advanced narrative construction, the way that the Kabbalah and all these other like systems did before. Now, like you said, they had to kind of like change the game and remix everything a million different ways, so everybody gets their own like flavor of ice cream of, you know, the Jew agenda or whatever you want to say it is. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it anymore because it's bigger than the J's, right? It's much bigger than that. But you get, but like you said, it's like this British Israelism. It's all these different like occult beliefs that just get propagated out into like actual religions like Christianity or something. And, you know, it's like how can you reverse the mind viruses or whatever you want to call it that's been proliferated out to people? Like, you can't really deprogram people at this point, right? Like, you're competing with like AI systems that could pretty much manufacture any sort of evidence for any particular one person probably very soon, if not already, right? So I think that's the kind of situation that we're finding ourselves in pretty soon.
Well, it's still input output, right? So the harder they go in the paint with certain propaganda angles, it can still be flipped. You can flip one little thing, you know. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend so much time and money on keeping it that way, because at any time it could flip.
Well, that's the thing is that this idea opens up Pandora's box because it's like, back in the day, you could have multiculturalism and syncretism, and they assimilate cultural modes and assimilate the religious modes, but you weren't able to have until the technological world system, pansyncretism, where they could assimilate all the religious forms, subject all religious thinking to, to some kind of analytical technique, or have a monoculture, right, where they could assimilate, and create a culture that could dominate, every form of culture, right? So, so that wasn't possible until now. I mean,
So what Rousseau was talking about with the collective good kind of governing where this general will of the social contract will go, do you think they're going to use AI to do that?
Well, it's like, it's like we said in, when we open up our show, the whole notion of, the collective mind, comes from, or really the collective spirit in Rousseau, it comes from the notion of the universal mind. I mean, it's just it's a movement from, the absolute to the universal, as I said.
Universal mind, is that in a sense that we're all just pieces of God that are recollecting himself and that it's all one monistic thing?
Well, that's more of collective, but universal is more like there's one mind that governs all things. I mean, and that was seen as the mind of nature.
How do you transcend that with a social construct if it's a universal mind from nature?
Because you get rid of the transcendental scope. You say where these notions actually come from is from nature. Like Rousseau said, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he said, that you could create or forge universalism, through the collective human spirit. And that's because it's, aligning with nature, right? Whereas Locke would say that you have to separate yourself from nature to a certain extent.
But then who's the arbiter of deciding what's aligning with nature? Because otherwise, why would you even need the state or social construct? Nature's already doing it.
Couldn't Greta Thunberg say that if exterminating 99.9% of people is in line with nature?
Or Bill Gates' family or whatever. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, and if it's a universal mind, why would you even need? Why wouldn't everybody just be acting out the universal mind? And why would you even need the social contract?
Yeah, I think see, he wanted to reverse engineer the theopolitical state. Because he had complained that Christianity had created a divide between church and state, so you needed a stately religion.
Well, it did. Well, what was interesting about that little rabbit hole we went down yesterday, me and you, talking about like pre-Charlemagne Christianity, right? The little bit that I looked into it, what seems striking is like that was the project for 800 years. Like, how do we separate the church and the state? And by the time of the Carolingians, they had pretty much accomplished that, right? And I think that that's very interesting, right? Like, that's where you start seeing it's like you have this struggle, because it actually looked like, from what I was reading, it looked like the church was more hardcore. The church was like, keep this Jewish nonsense, lending, money schemes, all this stuff, like keep this out of the state, and the state's like, oh no, but I need money because I need to go do this and I need to go do that. I need to go, start some war over here and take this land and do this. But the church was like, it seems like the church was trying to say no, and then
When? What church and when?
the Carolingians and the Catholic Church, essentially.
Didn't the Catholic Church ban usury for everywhere outside of their little 1 mile circle, though, where they could still practice it?
I have no idea. Probably, yeah.
It was
But I'm
rules
just
for thee and
Yeah,
not for
pretty sure. Yeah.
it
yeah.
was everybody but them.
But my point is that they were like aggressively saying like keep the Jews out of the like keep the Jews out of the empire, essentially. Like don't let them trade, don't let them be middlemen for whatever you're doing. And again, I'm not saying that like that's the reality of the end all be all of it. I'm just saying like that was the way that the narrative was being presented when I looked into it. So
Well, yeah, I agree. I've always questioned that. I'm like, everybody besides them? That sounds kind of shady.
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I guess that comes down to a more fundamental question. But the question I was going to bring up in relation to what you guys are saying is, in layman's terms, what is universalism? Because like when I think of universalism, I think of like the essence of God or something. Like that's the only thing that could really be truly universal. Like I don't want to get all kabbalistic and shit, but you know what I mean. Like you know, uh, you know, like because like when I say dual, like when I use dualism, machine says like let's simplify it and just make it universalism. But this is not like a because I disagree with them. I'm just trying to understand like what's like your general layman's version of universalism.
I think the notion of natural law, right, that God has to create through these natural laws, right? I think that's a good place to start, right?
So basically saying like you trying to put some sort of limitation on what God can and cannot do.
Yeah, the limit is reason, and it's like we were explaining with Maimonides, like there's a huge problem because it's like how can man's intelligence match God's intelligence or be the same intelligence, because intelligence matches intelligence, right? But then you can't comprehend God.
And you think that line of thinking leads into dualism, essentially, right? Like it's basically like proto-dualism or something like that. Or dualism came first and created universalism, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you say like nature is governed by these laws and these laws are governed by reason, right? Then yeah, that represents a sort of dualism.
It kind of justifies evil, essentially. It's kind of what I'm saying in a way too.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but the reason why I said use universalism instead of dualism is because universalism is linked to liberalism, and dualism is too philosophically down the quagmire. It's too much of a philosophically charged term, that most people won't understand it.
Like people
and then
people
also,
aren't going to do the research necessary to understand.
Yeah, and then dualism has its merits against naturalism, because naturalism, dualism totally defeats naturalism because, it just just says the mind exists in a separate.
Well, see, this is part of the
realm,
thing about. And sorry to interrupt you, but like I want to say before I forget, this is kind of the thing that like this is kind of the thing that like freaks me out about the Christian nationalists and these kind of things, because like you and I have analyzed like a lot of their speeches and stuff like that, but it's almost like they're like, well, liberalism has failed, so they want to get rid of universalism. But it's like, okay, so we need to go back, but what are they taking it back to? It feels to me as if they're trying to take things back towards a dualistic view, which is Gnosticism, ironically, right? Like that's kind of what like I could be wrong, but that's kind of like what I've been suspecting is like.
Well, it's 1054 according to them, right? But I said there's significant problems already during that time, right? Like the whole problem of Averroes and that developed later. You already had Avicenna, You know,
What about
but it's
Zoroastrianism in Persia with the
yeah,
dualism?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like
And that,
Manichaeism. Like obviously, like Saint Saint Augustine was even, influenced. First and then rejected and wrote a bunch of tracts against Manichaeism. So it had spread, through the church.
right, and that's also right around that time we were reading around Charlemagne. The Manichaeans were already making a huge impact, and the Jews already had like a giant Silk Road set up around this time as well, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on with that, but it's kind of like what Andrew Wilson was saying in that little clip that you played, where he's like laughing about might is right, because really he's kind of admitted a lot of his argumentation is kind of about might makes right, but really again it to me it's like it kind of justifies the not only the existence of evil, but it kind of justifies the I guess the necessity of evil to some degree. Does that make sense? What I'm saying, like that's kind of what I'm getting the sense of, and I think that the link-in or the tie-in is probably theosophy and whatever Freemasonry that relates to.
Yeah,
Like that's
I was trying to tie the notion of the notion of necessary evil to the notion of holiness of sin in the Frankist idea. I think they're intricately linked, and I think that's why Voltaire and Diderot put Lucifer on their encyclopedia.
did any of you guys catch that? And I know she's a gatekeeper, but the Candace Owens, where she goes into the Jacob Frank and all that shit. That was crazy, dude.
I haven't been keeping up, but
she was talking about how Trump personally called her on her cell phone to tell her to back down about calling out French President Macron's wife being a tranny or whatever. And she was talking about how Macron came to the White House and was telling Trump this directly. And so first they had a White House advisor call her and say, hey, you need to back down about that stuff. And then finally Trump himself called her and was directly telling her back down about the Macron's wife. And so she decided, and I take it with a grain of salt, obviously, because of where she comes from. But she then says, I can't be silenced, blah, blah, blah. I do what I do. But then she goes in, here's why this is really important. Because the reason why they don't want you to know all this stuff about pedophilia and all this stuff with these high-level positions, and here's the reason why. And then she went in on Jacob Frank and how they promote trafficking and shit, dude. Like, it was insane. I couldn't believe that.
Well,
that's crazy.
See, this is kind of what these Silicon Valley guys were talking about.
Yikes.
about how Trump is directly connected to they didn't go like into child stuff, but like a lot of these big time companies that have basically been giving political favors to Trump's family, etc. Like, like people forgot about like Larry Summers, for example, right? You know what I mean? So you start looking at these kind of people who are like dictating like global financial policies and energy distribution and energy deals, like Malay down in Argentina, basically like he's like, I'm balancing the budget. Well, all he's doing is actually quote unquote exporting excess energy to other countries. And so it's like really promoting this interdependency. But anyways, to say this, that the whole Trump thing is a lot deeper. And I think that like to some degree, a lot of these influencers aren't I think like my thing with Candace is I think since her husband is tied to like the House of Lords, I'm just going to call, like a lot of the American influencers, I just like to think they're probably MI6, but really MI6, KGB, CIA, Mossad, like it doesn't really matter to some degree, but it in some respects it does. And I think in the way that it does is that not all these people are fully in on what's going on, right? And again, like I think that it's probably a limited hangout, But I do think that some of this has gotten out of control, like with the JQ and like some of these people who are actually exposing it. Like I think they're concerned not necessarily because of people like us, but they're worried that people who are working within the corporate structure are going to watch someone like Candace Owens and start like having conversations around the water cooler. Even a lot of these H-1B visas, like a lot of these H-1B visas are getting more and more wise to like what's going on, you know, from India or China or whatever, and they're starting to get Americanized and have these conversations too. And I think they're more worried about like internally, like, you know, what's going to happen if people within these systems start like having these conversations, like why is Macron's husband, you know, dressed like that? You know,
Well, it's I
you know,
usually can smell it out though when I see gatekeepers do their thing. I'm like, yeah, there's a play, right? We all know there's a play, but seeing that, I'm like, what is the play on this for her to expose that Sigmund Freud was a Sabbatean Frankist, and not only that, but to say that Jewish organizations are contacting her and telling her that was just a one-off cult, that's not mainstream Judaism, and then doubling down and saying, well, here's proof that it still went past that and it wasn't a one-off. Here's present day shit. And like,
well,
what is the
there's
play in letting her do that?
I think there's two ways you can go. I think, and this, and I'm not speaking for anybody else other than myself. I think on the one end, you can say that they don't fully control this narrative, and on the other side, you could say they kind of do, or you could say that obviously you could say they fully control it. But I think the truth is they're not super worried about us talking about Sabbatean Frankism and stuff. Why? Because still they have millions and billions of people who just don't give a fuck, and they never will, no matter what. Like you know, they're just never
That's
going
what
to
I
care.
would say. Yeah,
You know,
that's true too. She's
so
she's got
it
millions.
But it drives it. But what it does do is it drives a wedge where we're going to get further and further away from the systems of power, because, you know, unfortunately, a lot of the people within the system, they're just fucking retarded, and they're irrelevant. They just get a position in the bureaucracy because they don't give a fuck about anyone or anything other than themselves until they're useful, you know? And I do think that they are kind of scared that some of those people are going to wake up, but I think they're probably getting closer and closer to the point where they can kind of psychologically evaluate if people are ever going to step out of line or not, right? And again, I hate to say this, it's not against women, but I think that's why they, you know, overwhelmingly prefer women in these positions now, because women are just much more socially malleable with social pressure, right? And I think that's a big part of the play.
Do you
So I
think
don't
it's
know,
possible that they might be trying, because you know, like the big mustache man, bad mustache man, to scare people into moving to Israel? You know, do you think it could be something like that, where it's like potentially attempting to scare people into moving to Israel, Jews particularly?
I mean,
like a Zionist push.
It's hard to say because I never thought of it that angle. I think that if I were Jewish right now, I'd be more scared of like the supposed conflict with Iran and the Gazans and all this. But really, like for me personally, like where I come from, like I don't think that I think Iran's in on it. I think Saudi Arabia's in on it. I don't think there's any actual threat to Israel personally. And even if there was, I don't even think that Israel's as important as people think it is. I think Israel is a red herring in a lot of problems. I mean, I'm sorry. I think Israel, the state, is a red herring in a lot of ways. I don't think that it's as important in the short term as people think it is. Now, in the long term, it probably is, but like, I think they're totally willing to sacrifice the state of Israel right now and just continue doing this eschatological, you know, jerk off session where they just keep going forever. Are we gonna get the third temple or this or that? Because that's kind of a, in my opinion, that's a total fabrication anyways, right? Like they're not I think a lot of these things that people think of, like the third temple, they're gonna get it done or this or that's not, it's not only a story meant for Protestants or people to or people in cults to like feed into. I think it's also symbolic, right? So they don't, it's like this the Temple of Solomon, right? Like whether it's real or not, the symbology of it is probably just as important, if not more important, than the reality of the belief, if that makes sense, right? And I think that they can just keep remixing these like mythological things over and over again 100 times. I don't know if I'm talking out of my ass or not. That's just what I've come to believe.
Yeah, it's like a
Right.
playbook.
The more I look at this,
it's like a playbook for people to play along to. Like a it's kind of like having a printout of today's TV show that's going to take place. Like a, what do they call it? A program, basically.
Right. And the reason I started believing this is because like I've started like using the grok and stuff to, I'm like, let's analyze this piece of media from like a Chabad Lubavitch or like a Kabbalistic framework, and like every single time it's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that whoever's writing these things are Kabbalistic people, and they're just using the same, you know, storytelling narrative machine to just keep remixing stories. Like when you watch Star Trek or Star Wars or all this stuff, like they're just using Kabbalistic notions and like putting it into the movie. And same thing with like the Matrix and all this. Like it doesn't mean that it's all fake. It doesn't mean that there's nothing of value there. But the point is that, you know, whatever side you pick, whether you think you're on the good side or the bad side, it doesn't even matter, because they basically want you to have this dualistic, like, you know, view of things, right? And because
Yeah, the
either
false
way you're
dichotomy.
kind of, yeah, exactly, because either way you go, they're going to synthesize it anyway, so it doesn't really matter to them, I think. And I think that's kind of like, obviously they want the neo-Nazis, they want these things, they want us to play that role, right?
What do
And
you
I
think
think that,
about?
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think their biggest fear is that we start catching on to that, and then everybody starts like, I think my personal opinion, what I'm at right now, I think the thing that scares them the most is if people have competing narratives against their narratives that people start acting and believing in. Like, I think that's what's really scary to them, you know?
Yeah, because it's outside of the control. You remember the whole Churchill thing with the Zionism versus Bolshevism article, the struggle for the soul of the Jewish people. I feel like they just did both to hedge their bets. That's what I think. It's that simple. That it wouldn't be the end of the world for them if something happened to the state of Israel, but I feel like they hedged their bets and they're proceeding with both.
Yeah, I agree. Like I think it's still important to them, but also like this technological system is going to be a cloud-based system, so they can just technically just wait till people forget about Israel, then sneak back in and build whatever they need to, right? So that's kind of my thought, right? Like the Arab states are not a threat; they're all crypto Jews, in my opinion, right? So like I don't think that,
because the illusion of nationalism is stronger than a one world order, so to speak. It is a one world order in effect when you can make people think that they have their nationalistic sovereignty. It works better to compartmentalize people and control them that way. When you've usurped all these different nations, because if you come out right and say, no, we're a one world order, we're going to consolidate, people will resist that. But if people have the illusion of nationalism plays in their favor in a lot of ways.
Well, think about it like this: like, you know, if you really wanted to make someone a slave, what would be like the best possible way? You would basically like give them something to fight against, make them fight a war, lose the war, fight another war, win the war. Then you say, okay, you have all this sovereignty that you've earned, right? But meanwhile, you've actually put all your people in charge of this system. You've put your system into place where every decision they make, you can analyze it and trace it and figure out how to like tell a narrative that just continues the lie as long as possible. And even if they start disagreeing with it, they won't have any choice to feed their family or to continue existing in the way that they've become accustomed, right? And I think that that's kind of where we're at, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And again, it's like you know, you could get infinitely more or whatever, and like this is actually very blackpilling it to me personally, but I don't think it should be to everybody, because again, like it's not, you know, either it's lizard people or it's just Jews or it's just the way things are or whatever. I mean, you know, there's ways you could black pill it or not, but the way I'm trying to look at it is basically like, we just have to admit the situation we're in now, right? And then hope that people in the future will have some sort of, you know, desire to, you know, be honest with themselves and like say, okay, like, am I going to write my own story, or am I going to let, you know, basically whatever the system is run over me? Because I think, like Machine was saying earlier, like, I don't necessarily think that the Jays or anybody else is running this thing. I think it's kind of like, you know, they kind of got on the roller coaster and they're hoping that they can stop it if they need to, or readjust the direction, or slow
Well,
it
they're
down if they,
certainly not at the
you know.
top. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and so I think, and I think that that's kind of like the good thing. The good news, in my opinion, is like it could mean that they need the pushback even if they don't want it. And so that could be kind of what we're seeing now, where they kind of need some pushback because they don't really know where this is headed, perhaps, you know.
Well, you're drawing out the opposition, giving it a face, and then conquering it.
Well, and think about it like this: if the whole world unites and defeats the Jews tomorrow, right? We still have this technological system that we can't get rid of without killing, 90% of the population on Earth in a year or two, right? So that's just the reality, right? Like there's just no way that you're going to just get rid of this and everybody's going to go be homesteaders and raise their, raise some livestock. Like that's just
Sitting
not.
duck.
Well,
What
about exposing the technology of a death cult that has it built into their death cult to conquer the whole world? And we say, you can have whatever cult you want, but if your cult it wants to conquer the whole world, you're going to have to go.
There's plenty of those.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the real Samson option, in my opinion, right? The real Samson option is this. Okay, big boy, Mr. Whitey or whoever, or Mr. Muslim, you want to run everything? First of all, how are you going to run the system? You don't have an identity. You don't have a narrative to give to people. That's number one. Number two, if you do take it over, now you're responsible for everybody, right? And if you fuck up, it's all on you. See what I mean? And then number three, if it falls apart, everybody's going to die. So that's kind of where that's the position they put everybody in. They put everybody in a position where if you want to be the one to take down the system, go right ahead. What's going to happen? Everybody's going to blame you and kill each other and eat each other because everybody's too dependent and interdependent on each other and the system to feed, clothe, and house and educate themselves, right? It's like the Tower of Babel, right? Like if you just tear it down, I mean, maybe people will survive, maybe not, but I think it's just too scary for most people to really contemplate, right? So that's kind of my, analysis of the situation. Yeah.
I just don't think that with the goals that they have, I think that you can't fully conquer nature. I think that the pendulum swings back. I think that you could conquer 99.9% of the world, and then once you think you've got it, the human spirit and nature will shine back through. And I think that you can't conquer nature in that way.
Well, and if you look at everything that they're doing, like think for example, like why are they trying to tax carbon? Carbon is everything that breathes life into this world, because they want to make it a dead world and have control over it. I think
Carbon-based life forms.
But that's a futile. Yeah. That's a futile goal. They won't achieve that.
Yeah, I agree. They probably can't achieve it, but the point is of like, I think it's like this thing of like, it's, I'm kind of stealing this from like quantum conscious, but it's almost like if enough people believe in that, it doesn't necessarily become reality, but it becomes a matrix in which you can control the thoughts and minds of men, if that makes sense. Right?
Well, yeah,
if everybody's constant.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's no doubt they can do that. I just think that it has its limits and that it will run its course.
Well, I think that's the thing is they want us to be in the matrix and run our course at our expense for whatever that.
It's kind of like that new guy said earlier, Mr. Anderson's. He was saying that the technological system will collapse under its own weight. Not exactly the same, but similar.
Yeah, but again, most people are going to starve to death and have no culture and no identity and no narrative and no way to grow food. And I mean, like, again, remember when buffalo were running rampant all over America, a couple hundred years ago or whatever, right? It didn't take that many people to wipe them all out, right? Because the technology just made it easy, and also the fact that people just didn't really think about these things, right? What do you think is going to happen if this system collapses and everybody goes fishing for the first time, or people go hunting for the first time? You're going to wipe out every game animal on the continent, right? You're going to wipe out every fish population on the continent. See, this is what people aren't really considering, right?
Now you're tying into what Jensen was talking about with this sustainability.
Yeah, and so my point is, like, that's the real end. I mean, I don't think that's the end game. I think that that's the risk that they know that they're playing, right? Like, if they don't keep things going the way it is, or at least wind it down slowly enough, if people become nomads and Mad Max, like, that's what it's gonna destroy the ecological systems, right? And so, I'm not justifying it, but like from their point of view, they don't have any choice but to either A, wind down energy, or B, very carefully proliferate energy out and control people, right? And herd them into cities and stuff, right?
Well, you just identified the key point, though, is energy. And that's one of the reasons why science doesn't actually evolve, because if people could get borderline free energy and go wherever they wanted, have the energy they wanted, that would topple the system itself. So I guess what you're saying is people need to have
0 point
that knowledge before collapsing the system.
Well, here's the other problem, though. If you just give, everyone with an IQ below 100, or even people above 100 that are just morally corrupt, all this free energy, like, they can just go destroy every ecological system on Earth out of, ignorance, essentially, right? So that's the other danger, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think most people are good for the most part. I know that's controversial to say, but I think that
even if they are, I mean, you're trusting them with it's like giving a toddler a fully automatic, AR. I mean, like, their will may be good, but they can cause a lot of damage with it, right?
So you're saying the economic stranglehold that are on people that have to pay $5 a gallon for gas, that's a good thing? Because if not, we'd go into chaos.
Well, look, you live in California like I do, right? Yeah. How many of the people on this road every day really need to be on the road driving around every day? Like,
now I'm not gonna be able to dispute that, because I get tired of the drivers. So,
but like most of these people shouldn't even have a license, much less have access to a car or anything else, right? And again, I'm not saying that because, like, I think I'm better than them per se. Like, I probably could do without it as well. But the point is, like, a motor vehicle is a weapon, right? You can't just put it in the hands of every single person. And again, right, as of right now, it's kind of working or whatever, right? But at what cost, right? And I'm not one of these, like, anti-car gasoline people, but I'm just saying,
comparison isn't too good, because the damage that it could be done by someone misusing using a car as a weapon, it's not that very large in scale,
right? Well, that's
what
my point
about.
Is, like,
talking about technology that could potentially just take out the Earth. In the palm of someone's hand, that's got low IQ.
Okay, you're saying the implications of energy itself. So it might not be used for good means. It could be used for a weapon, you're saying.
I'm saying that, like, people are weapons, right? Why are they using immigration as a weapon? Because people are weapons, right?
Those are the people on the road you're talking about, by the way, where we live.
That's exactly that's kind of what I'm alluding to, right? And my point is, like, California 100 years ago had some natives and some Mexicans, but mostly white people, right? Now it's like 30% white people or whatever. And again, it doesn't mean that we're better or anything like that. But, like, if you just remove the system of like economics here with 40 million people, like whoever's got the most people are kind of probably going to win the resources battle, at least for a while, and they're going to just destroy the ecology of California, right? Like there's just no way around it, right? They're going to go cut down all those beautiful redwood trees. They're going to, because people need energy, right? And they don't have a way to get it, and so they're going to go do it, right? I mean, or even if they don't want to, even if they don't need it, they'll just do it because they can, right? Or they'll want to grow, they'll want to do like drug operations and like Fremont, California is like one of the most like Superfund sites. When they used to do that, when they first did all those industrial things in Fremont, right? They just dumped tons of chemicals all in the groundwater, and
so you're saying the system, like you're saying that if we were to collapse this system, everything would go haywire because we didn't wean off the system. Should we wait around until they do their own manufactured crises that do kill and hurt people and let them control that collapse in the way they want it to be controlled?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't know what's the better option, but I know for sure, like, I just saying like this, you have 6 billion people allegedly on this planet that are totally dependent on oil, right? If you take away that resource and like the economic way that people get money and stuff without something viable that's sustainable to feed people, right? At the bare minimum, like you can imagine what people are going to do. Like people are not going to play nice with each other because they're going to feel even if they're not desperate, they're going to feel desperate, right? Without a narrative or something to like hold them back together or pull them back together, right? So,
well, on top of that, and excuse me, I'm I'm losing my voice. If it's not the people that collapse the system, like Dr. Isaac tells you, it's inevitable anyway. Your polar ice caps will melt in 80 years, globing 90% of the world or whatever. So, I mean, in the end, even if the human problem is dealt with, like we've done a lot of damage that may or may not can be repairable. Unless you want to send out your, the day of the Earth to steal nanobots to go out and fix everything. So there's still a lot of, like Dr. Isaac says, a lot of dangerous waters to navigate, even if you deal with the overpopulation problem.
I don't think that.
Well, it depends on what's real with that and what's not.
Well, I mean, how much do you want to say, if you're living in a greenhouse, how much of it has come from, all the years of carbon monoxide and, industrialization, and how much of it really is, God saying that he's going to scorch men with fervent heat? I don't know. It's up to you.
Well, yeah, but humans might be able to do some scratch and dings to the Earth, but the Earth will shake us off like a couple fleas. I don't think we can actually destroy this Earth. I think that's a lie. I think it's
maybe
Tikkun Olam is a lie.
Well, I'll put it this way. I mean, even if it's naturally happening, your ice caps are melting, and they're definitely expediting it. So,
whose ice caps are melting? Are you worried about the polar bears?
That's right. Them poor little polar bears swimming for their Coca-Cola for 10 miles.
Oh man, those poor polar bears. They are kind of cute when they drink that Coca-Cola.
Sad trombone.
I don't think we can destroy the Earth. I think the whole Tikkun.
No, I don't think we can either. That's why in all the end of the world movies like the Book of Eli, the Earth is still here.
Yeah,
the Earth just wanted us for plastic, right? Like Carlin was saying.
Well, all that stuff does is make it harder on humans. Like humans might destroy themselves. We might die of drinking a bunch of microplastics and whatever, but the Earth's going to be fine. It's going to all this concrete, all these chemicals and products we make will get overtaken by nature, and it'll be like we never fucking existed.
That Teflon stuff, though, I don't know. That might take a while.
It'll take a while, but what is a while to the indestructible Earth?
Well, I mean, what gave you that idea? I mean, what? Because all your post-apocalyptic movie like I Am Legend and The Walking Dead has grass sprouting up through the Walmart parking lots?
No. I just mean that just philosophically, I believe that.
I do too.
I believe the Earth. I think the whole thing about the humans destroying the Earth is bullshit. I think we aren't shit. The Earth will handle our asses, dude. The Earth will knock us the fuck out. we're not
Yeah,
shit.
and again, I agree. That's not my main point. Is that like we're not going to go back to like 1800s lifestyle, right? Like if we just knock out, like we've already knocked out lots of
More like
populations, and
1400s,
you know,
1800s industrial
remember,
revolution, bro.
That was a peak for us, I think.
well,
Was late
well, remember,
1800s.
like the kings used to tell people you can't hunt the deer in this forest because this is the king's forest, right, or whatever, right? Like there was some sort of rule set on like who could hunt, who couldn't hunt, and even in America, like the populations of the Native Americans just
That
weren't
dog
high
don't
enough to
hunt.
like weren't high enough to go wipe out all the buffalo, right? Even if they wanted to, probably, right? So technology allowed more people to, you know, proliferate out and accomplish these things.
It's a good point. You're saying technology changes could make such tip the scale so much that you do too much too quick and actually do make permanent damage.
Well, yeah, and like the dodo bird or something like that. And again, like it's not about the Earth. I mean,
Or
honestly,
the old dinosaurs.
well, yeah. I mean, but here's the thing:
If
is like
those were even real, they're probably
I don't believe
fake
in
anyway.
dinosaurs either.
so, and here's the other
Hoax.
side. Here's the other side. Imagine that there is an actual collapse, partial collapse, right? And then they do hold on to all the technology, but then we've wiped out the deer, the antelopes, whatever, right? You know, what if then they say, well, now we have to genetically engineer deer back into the population because we killed them all off, right?
Yeah, so if
Well, I mean,
we're
come
in
on.
some-
down in their
Don't you
underground.
want a bunch of dinosaurs walking around with Chris Pratt?
So if we're in some kind of like
Pretty
Hunger
much.
Games thing, or what is it, that Chinese one, the whatever games, I haven't watched that shit, but Squid Games or whatever.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
had some powerful people that had us under lock and key, was forcing us to do all these things with weaponry, whatever they got, wouldn't you rather just give a gun to all the people and take your chances with that, and then instead of conceding and saying, well, it'll all collapse if we kill our masters?
Honestly, I think it might be worse. But,
It would be worse.
but
Yeah, I mean, because, I mean, even in small scale, excuse me, you'd have everyone wanting to be Negan. You know, I'm sorry, but yeah, that's pretty much how I see it. You're going to have a constant, you know, fight for who's going to be at the top, who wants the scraps the most. I mean,
Yeah. Well, what do you do about it, though? Don't you expose the secret society method and the method of trying to conquer the earth, where there's like goyim and all this shit? Why can't we knock down anybody who doesn't live or let live?
well, you notice though, like, see, this is what they've been doing. Like, this is my big problem with immigration, right? Like, but it's much more older than that. But the same justification that they used that like Whitey is a colonizer, right? Is the same justification that Israel uses for like why they should have the land after 2,000 years. So like, well, we have
Yes.
a blood tie to this land, and
Yep.
they're like, black people, you guys built America, therefore you have a blood tie to the land. So
Yeah, that
technically,
was
you
the
know,
Might
you
is Right
should,
thing.
you know, yeah, exactly. It actually leads right back to Might is Right, but they just dress it up in a fancy liberal bullshit argument, right? And so then, and again, you know, it's like the funny part is like it kind of frames everything back in like a very Jewish way, or but they just put it on Whitey and say like, oh, this is just the white way of doing things, and they're just bad and evil. And again, like, yeah, that's true to some degree, but it's like, where did that culture come from? Well, it came from like British Israelism and like all these like occult beliefs that infiltrated Christianity like 500, 1,000, 1,500 years ago, right? So it's
Yeah, but
not just like it didn't just show up one day.
There's nothing new about conquering land, though. So it is a valid conversation to have of basically what Israel's saying is we should grandfather it in. It's been 80 years, you guys. This is our land now. So it is a good conversation to have on when do you, quote unquote, grandfather something in? Something 250, 300 years like America? Is that grandfathered in, or should we reverse that and give it back to the natives?
Well, this is like the argument that I've been trying to.
What about the Athenians? Should we bring the Athenians back and give them the land they deserve? And like, where do you draw the line?
Well, that's kind of what they're doing with the whole white nationalist, all this kind of stuff now, right? Like they're like, well, Europe's for Europeans, but it's like, okay, but yet it used to be like a bunch of different clans and different people fighting. Now we're all like mutts and we're like French and German and Irish mixed or whatever. But like the point is, like, if we go to Scotland tomorrow and say this is for only the white Scottishmen or whatever, right? Like they're gonna be like, no, fuck you. Now there's all these other people here, and you got to deal with it. They're not gonna let us take that land back. But see, that's the point. It's not actually about helping anyone. Obviously, we know that. But what it is like a big way to get everybody basically in their own little clan. Like basically, it's like they won't let you create a new identity, right? They want to keep you like traced back to the past about land and all this. And I think that's kind of like part of the psyop with Israel's like we have to do all this for the land, right? But then if you look like performatively, what are they doing? A lot of them are living in NYC and Dubai and all these other places. Like obviously they see themselves as like a diaspora of people that have an identity no matter where they go, right? And again, it's not even all about them. I think a lot of the Anglos and other people have this too, right? The Chinese are the same. Chinese are the same way, right? But the point is, like, performatively, what are they doing? They're installing a system where anywhere in the world they have direct access to like economics and robotics and all these things that actually like give people sustenance. So they don't really need the land or a blood tie to the land, And so,
So should
I
there
think
not
it's
be blood ties to land then?
I think that it is important to
You're
them, but
saying
I'm
we should
just
all
saying
be
that like
nomadic, like diasporas?
but I think that it's kind of funny that they're kind of like giving that they're kind of giving this ideology to like all these other like people like Indians, you need to be against whitey, and blacks need to be against whitey and all this stuff. But I think it's just a big giant distraction from the fact that like even if by the time this technology is in place, like you said before, they can let you have a nation all day long, right? Because they're going to dictate the terms of the economics and all that. So, what if they did make a Wakanda? So what? Like, who's probably going to be running the economics of that? Well, probably whoever owns the technology,
Well,
right?
I'd
So,
wish them Godspeed on Wakanda.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want no vibranium?
I'm good with Wakanda. What's wrong with
well,
Wakanda?
but my point is like, who's going to build that? Who's going to have the technology? Probably a bunch of people from Tel Aviv and NYC and San Francisco and
No, but see, that's the thing is that one of the benefits blacks do have is that they just call us all whiteys, right? Like they think whites, Jews, Irish people, which we're all not the same, obviously, but for them, it's like, let me cut them all out. But even then, you still have sellouts with your own race.
But that's the
So,
funny part is like black people don't even get along with each other, even if they're exactly the same, and neither do white people, or neither do anybody else, right?
well, you said like Anglo diaspora. I'm not aware of any Anglo diaspora. We're just all okay with being exterminated right now.
Yeah, well, but that's my point. Is like we don't even have an identity. We used to be French, German, Irish, whatever. Now we're just whatever. Now we're just like a Maramuts or whatever, and we have no homeland to go to. Even America is like very quickly being taken away from us.
So should there be a homeland or no, or should we just be a
Well,
diaspora?
Well, even if we did, they could just. Even if we were to able somehow to wrangle that, I mean, again, then you just become a sitting duck if you don't have all the technology in your court, right? So
yeah, and then a sitting duck in the sense that if you did boot out all those people from Tel Aviv and all that, they'd surround you and do a big boycott of your goods.
Well, no, but the thing is, they don't even need to do that. All they need to do is convince all the other people that we have the goodies and they don't, right? So, and I think that's what they've done to America. They said, "Look, America's got the milk and the honey, so just go there and you'll have it too," right? It's
well, the power comes from usurping many nations all at once, is what happens, and that's what the whole World War II was about. Like once you usurp that many nations, you can pit them all against the enemy, and duke it out, and the Anglos lost. I mean,
yeah.
It's the harsh truth.
Absolutely.
They lost. They lost to the subversive usury that took over all these nations, took over their militaries. They lost.
And you
The
could
pen is
argue that it
mightier
was
than the sword.
and I would say that was like the beginning of the end, but there was still like the middle and the beginning that happened much longer before that, obviously, right? So like, I think those were just like, the nice like dessert wine at the table, right? Like, we get to wipe out a bunch of strong people in Europe, and we get to
Oh
also
yeah,
like take over a bunch
and
of
America.
yeah, and just like what happened with the Civil War in America, right? Like there was a lot of undermining with like female rights and like the Schofield Bible and all these other things that undermined America's identity. And again, like I think America started in like 1500s, not it didn't start in like 1776. There was like 200 years at least of history before all that. But then by the time that rolled around, obviously you could say America was a Freemasonic experiment or whatever, but at least it still somewhat had like an identity of like, okay, we're kind of like German and English.
Well, yeah, that's because
people,
you
right?
had an Overton window, right? Like a lot of people, like you said, the German and Dutch stuff, they were sold an idea that they believed in, and they got piggybacked on. And there was a lot of Shabos, Goy, fucking Freemasons, but I don't know. To me, at the time, they had to piggyback on it. The Jews had to piggyback on that shit. They couldn't just outright say the shit they say now, where Whitey is evil. You had to make Whitey strong to ride on their back for a while.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly. And again, it's not. And again, it's both like an insult to us, but it's also a compliment. And I think that's the thing is like as like whatever we are, whitey, especially English and German people, right? And Italians and all of them. Like there's a lot of history that happened between the birth of Jesus and today, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that happened, obviously, and you're never going to know most of it, right? But my main point is like we have to have some sort of narrative, because the narratives that we're being given are just like, oh, the Crusades, we went over there to fight the Muslims and blah blah blah, and like there's some truth to that, but I think it's obviously like there's a lot more going on there, right? Like there was, there it wasn't
Templars
just
and
about
everything
that.
else. Yeah.
It was actually like internal blood feuds with royalty. It was also Christians killing Christians. It was also like hiding. It's probably hiding a lot of truth that was embedded, in all these different societies. And the only way to wipe it out is just to go have all these stupid ass wars that kind of like make
Oh,
it
what's
harder
wrong?
to.
You don't believe that they were out there defending the Holy Grail? Come on now, and the Spear of Destiny. Come on.
They were defending the honor of Baphomet.
That's right.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, and the thing is, we have to kind of just be honest with that. But the other side of it is this: like I've talked to a lot of white nationalist people, right? And I'll just be honest, like most of them, I wouldn't want to be on their side if my life depended on it. Like they're just not smart. They don't know what's going on. They actually don't even care, right? It's just some sort of like LARP that they can go and do and feel good about themselves on the weekend or something, right? Like it's not about like actually surviving or thriving or it's just about
Depends on who you're talking about, right? Because you have like the Viking type bikers, like the modern day Vikings, which I would say bikers and biker gangs and things like this. It's usually you're more not so much low IQ, but lower IQ, in a sense that it's not your intellectual people when you're talking about the alpha males that will actually fight the physical fight. You've kind of got your
well, I'm mostly talking about online, but yeah, I mean, like the biker gangs I have some respect for, because at least they're like out in the real world doing things and stuff. But obviously, like I do think that like this whole like satanic underpinning of a lot of this is like it ties directly into like a lot of weird cult process church adjacent stuff, right? And I think that it's not an accident that they're kind of being controlled through other means, right? But I don't blame them, right? Like I'm I don't blame people who are unaware, but I think there's just a lot of people who just, they just want to feel like, we need to save America and the white race, and we just need to like, have this kind of weird thing, like jerk off party about like feeling like we're superior to everybody. And like, it's like, first of all, you have to admit like where you're at, right? Like there's good things about, Western Europeans and Americans and stuff. But, we've also been fooled for hundreds, if not thousands of years into being involved in shit that we really shouldn't have been involved in, So
Well, yeah,
we have to kind of
that's
be honest about that too,
because you can be as alpha, Chad, and all that as you want, but when somebody's subverting you with the pen, with the propaganda and the usury and everything like that, at some point you just have to admit that you've been taken. You can have the biggest sword you want, but if someone convinces your brother to use that sword against you, it's unfortunate that
the pen is mightier than the sword.
It is, unfortunately, and subversion works better, because if you subvert your brother who's holding a big sword, he's going to stab you with it. So subversion, it's like they say might is right. It's like subversion is right. Right.
Well, exactly. And again, like, again, I don't want to sit here and like justify subversion as a good thing, but I'm just saying like, I can imagine that virtuous people may be in a situation where they feel forced to use subversion, right? So, I'm not saying that in all cases it's equally bad, but in general, like I notice about most Americans is like we just have this like belief that most of the world is unwilling to use subversion like we are. Like most Americans don't want to go like, I mean, at least maybe now they do, but like when I was growing up, at least like there's this kind of rugged individualism and like, this idea of like, winning in a fair fight and stuff like this, you know what I'm saying? And that the fact that that's been eroded away is bad, but at the same time, like there's the side where it's like, at least people are aware now that this is how, this is how history has played out, which is that, people are willing to do absolutely horrible, terrible things and trick people who have good intention to do evil things so that they can get the spoils of whatever the war is or whatever, right? So, there's a double-edged side of it, right? And
and fighting the fair one had a weakness to having the chutzpah to fight an unfair one.
Well, in Americans, like we kind of innovated guerrilla warfare in that sense, right? Like we're just like, we're going to hide in the tree line and, snipe at people and go for the captains and, you know what I mean? Like, and do those kind of things. And again, I don't think it was necessarily because like we just had like evil intent, but we're against the greatest military that ever existed, which is the British military, right? I mean, like you're not going to beat them by playing by the rules, marching out into a field and shooting.
Well, if that's the case, then tell me why we got our ass kicked in Vietnam by people in the tunnels.
Because those people were willing to do anything to win. Because
well, we were supposed to be there anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Private joker.
It's called self-determination. It's one thing to corner somebody. It's another thing to wipe them out.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you could win against people like that is like you literally just have to drop 100 nukes on Vietnam. Like that's the only way that you'd ever win that war, basically. Like,
yeah.
And even then, you might not win because that's a big country with a lot of like rice paddies in it. So and a lot of food. And like, here's the thing: is again, like you go to Southeast Asia, right?
Rice paddy against nukes? Like, come on, bro.
Well, dude, you go to Southeast Asia. There's food. You don't. I mean, you have to
about underground bases, son.
He's talking about decentralization, like with Switzerland and all that. When you have everything spread out and decentralized, you can't really bomb main cities like Berlin.
Right. Well, that's the thing about
100 nukes is going to do damage.
Yeah, but it wouldn't do as much as you think, though, because here's the thing. Because like, look, you go over there, like, you go to Southeast Asia, like from let's say, like, let's just say from the Caucasus Mountains all the way to China. That's a big piece of land. Like, food, especially in the southern parts, like, food is not super hard to come by, right? Like, you don't have to really like plan super hard. Like, you need a good amount of people to like grow rice and do livestock, but in general, people are spread out, at least before, spread out enough where, like, you know, you're not going to run out of food. Like, if like let's put it this way. If you're in a place that's not super populated in the tropics, like, you're going to be okay, right? Like, food, there's going to be enough food to survive for most people, right? Because the weather permits.
Survive a bomb.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, if there's a giant piece of land with, you know, like, the rivers are teeming with fish and there's not a huge population of people, like, generally speaking, you know, everybody can go fish every day for a long time and there'll be enough food there, right? Whereas in America, how many places in America can you actually grow food? Well, California and the American Southeast, and kind of the plains if you have modern technology, but not really, right? Like, they have the Dust Bowl and stuff like this. Like, you kind of have to be very careful with, like, flat open land. You know what I'm saying? In America. So
What's wrong? You don't want to be like Jonathan Kent and get sucked up by a tornado?
yeah, sure, why not? But
no,
like,
you're all right.
But how much of America is really like teeming with food? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't, like, food's not exactly easy to grow in America for the entire landmass, right? Of 400 million people, like, maybe like with 100 million.
Well, I mean, it could be, but let's be honest here. How much of the food system isn't like completely controlled, and people actually have a say so where that food may be grown or not? So,
yeah, and you do realize that 100 years ago that was the case. Without the centralized food system, that, like, my parents and their grandparents, they almost every single one of them grew up on what we would call a farm, where they can everything, jar everything during the season, and then during the off season they're eating that. Like, this is a very recent thing that we've been dependent on this centralized system. It happened pretty quick.
at least definitely on a grand scale, because I have some people in my family who live on pretty big pieces of land, and I have this one family member, dude. I can't even tell you how much land he owns, but he has this like underground kind of like bunker kind of thing for like family to go through. That it's really huge. If I had to guess, it's probably about as big as a football field, and it's all underground. But that dude probably has well over 50 acres of land, and if he honestly wanted to, you know, he could house over probably 2,000 people on that property comfortably, you know. And it's crazy to sit here and think that, like, there's a few houses where I live where people have gardens, but dude, like, in reality, it's not enough to feed a whole entire family. But I mean, knowing that I have some people in my family who still rely on that, it is concerning as someone who knows how to go out there and grow corn and tomatoes, that a majority of people really nowadays, when you ask them, do you know how to simply put a seed in the ground and get it to ferment, that they don't understand what you're talking about. It really is concerning.
Well, and again, like,
even though they teach it in school, allegedly.
Yeah, but again, the population of America in 1900 was like 76 million people, right? So like I don't know how many times less that is now, but like, let's just say 20% of the current population, right? And all these people had a similar language, culture, and were basically rugged people to some degree, right? Like, yeah, I mean, there was more and more cities like theirs, but you get the idea, right? 90% of people probably had some sort of self-sustainable chickens farm, whatever, right? Now
it's the
obviously
opposite.
that's this 90%
don't
dependent, you know, totally dependent, right? So again, to get from here to there, that's going to take effort, and again, that's assuming that the state wants to do, which that's kind of what the weird thing with the whole Christian nationalist thing is. Like, they seem to be signaling this like go homestead white people and go get out of the cities. But in a sense, it's also like get away from the power centers. We're gonna let Shaniqua come and like run the city government of, you know, NYC, or now we have this like retarded Muslim socialist communist guy who's coming and saying free shit for everybody, because that's totally what Islam says, right? Like, I mean, it's like it's retarded, but the point is like the retarded nature of it is just to get everybody in on this big, you know, lie of like everybody's gonna sing kumbaya and stuff like that. But the reality is like if things got hard and desperate, they're not gonna be like that. And again, most people aren't even having kids and all this, and like, you know, maybe that's a good thing if things do fall apart. Like if you have, you know what I'm saying? Like I guess people who don't have something to fight for, if things collapse, are going to be a lot less dangerous than people who have a family of 5 to feed, right? So I think,
Yeah, shit gets real hella quick.
But if people aren't having kids, then how do we have an overpopulation problem?
Yeah, we're gonna have to collapse anyway. So
I see. That's the thing is like
just based on that.
But that's the thing is like that seems to be either one part of the plan or a huge miscalculation on their point of like giving free energy to the world. And I think that's kind of what the environmental movement is kind of alluding to, is like either A, we have to strip people of energy, or B, we have to do eugenics. And I think they tried that and it didn't work. So now they're
Well, I mean, I mean, wouldn't it make more sense for it to be more like kind of like Spaceballs, where these people go into like their little like glass dome smart cities and then just, you know, release a gas and make you all pass?
I mean, there's probably options for that, but I mean,
I'm just saying, to me, it seems a lot easier than trying to corral allegedly around 7 billion people.
Well, I think that's the thing is like with the economics, they're just gonna so heavily tax it that only the super elite people are going to be able to afford to have children probably in 100 years. You know, and I think that's kind of the thing is like if you look at Silicon Valley, like it's really only the people who have like a really good job that can afford it. But then again, they're doing these socialist programs where, you know, the Samoan guy can come over and steal a bunch of cars and have 18 kids because the government subsidizes it. So obviously to some degree they're allowing that, but you know, for what purpose, it's hard to say, right? So
well, I don't know. Let's ask America that question. So we were so paranoid that we enacted the U.S. Patriot Act for 9/11, but you know, we just let everybody in, right? Because you know, we love everyone.
Yeah, well, I should share that stream that I was a part of earlier, because they actually did a good explanation of like how it's kind of like they use Silicon Valley as like this testing ground of like labor and immigration and stuff like that. But again, we're not unique in America. This is happening in the entire world. The entire world has migration being used as a, you know, biological weapon.
Sleeper cells.
Well, they're
it's not
also
even sleeper
eliminating the
cells.
stronger opposition.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but they've been itching for an excuse to release, the shadow army on American soil for a while now. So.
Well, like, have you guys seen like London? Like, think about it. London's one of the powerhouses of finance, right? And like, you go to London. And this is no offense to Muslim people. Again, like I have a lot of respect for a lot of Muslim people. The point is that like they're not bringing their best, to quote Trump, right? Like they're just dumping whoever they can into London, and it's becoming like this like violent bunch of people that are just all like running around like they're you know, on crack or something. And honestly, some of the stuff that I see over there, it makes like the stuff in LA, like honestly, here's the thing, Mr. Anderson's in California, he could back me up. For the amount of people in California and the amount of like riffraff and bullshit in California is remarkably safe for what could be happening. Would you agree with that, Mr. Anderson?
For the most part, depending on where you're at, excluding LA and San Francisco.
Yeah, but I mean, even in San Francisco, like you could generally walk around. You could generally walk around in San Francisco and never like end up in an altercation or anything, right? Like same thing in LA.
What part? It depends on what part, obviously.
I mean, you'd have to really be looking for trouble, though.
Like when you go to the parts of San Francisco where they have literally like You know how when you go to the gas station, they have like lighters right there where the cashier's at. That when you go to the areas where there's like fried chicken right there instead of lighters. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Like I have a policy. Like I try to stay half a mile from any Popeyes chicken in the state of California. But
Well, well, yeah, but I mean they've got it right there. Like you want a leg of fried chicken instead of lighters, they got chicken right there. It's like, but I'm just saying those neighborhoods, it gets a little.
No, it's bad, but like I don't know if you've been to the East Coast, but like the East Coast is like way more violent in my opinion. Like when you go to the East Coast, it's like just way more fucking aggressive, in my opinion. Yeah. So, but I'm just say that to say that like, overall, like, what's the goal here, right? And so I'm saying like, if you look in Europe, they've already been disarmed. They don't have the independence of their food and all this already as it is. They're definitely energy dependent on outside forces, right? And I think that's strategic. They want Europe to be dependent on Russia. Why? Because Russia's allies with who? Israel, right? See what I'm saying? And obviously, I think the Arab nations are in on that as well, right? So it's more about the interdependence and the dependence on like energy and stuff like this. And also, like you said, displacing one group of people for another, and like they're obviously like radicalizing a lot of these young people, especially the second generation. Like they get the girls educated, and now they're not really Muslim anymore. They're like woke activists that are like mad at British people for some random thing that happened a long time ago that no one born in the last 100 years had anything to do with, right? So it's like, okay, so
Yeah, they're Marxist trained.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So again, and again, like no one's immune to this. Like I think white people are the number one victim of this. Like most white women I see in California, like they're just they look mentally deranged, to be honest with you. So.
Well, it's like a Jew told me one time, white men or the white races are enforcers for the New World Order. So there you go.
Let me ask Mr. Anderson. Sorry, and I'm Machine. I apologize that we're just going on and on and on. So just shut us off anytime, or me specifically. But I have a question for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, how dysgenic do you think California really is, though? I think it's like weirdly.
What do you mean by dysgenic? You mean like in a eugenic sense?
Yeah, well, like in a weird sense, like I think that there's like a lot of good, smart people here, a lot of family-oriented people here, but there's definitely seems to be like this kind of weird, like just underclass of like, and it's not a racial thing. This is of every race. It's not white people are just as bad as any other one, but like, have you noticed that like in the last, because you've lived here longer than I have, like it just seems to be getting more and more just people just don't look healthy, like mentally, physically, spiritually, like, you know what I'm saying?
It depends on where you're at. Like different small towns, not so much, but I think I know what you're saying, but that'd be not so much dysgenic as far as I don't know, the drugs and things like that.
Beware the cuss. Beware the cuss.
Well, it's the same thing in the South too. Like when I go to the South, it's really bad. I think it's even worse in California. Like it's like people look like they haven't had a healthy meal in 20 years. They look like much older than they should be. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think California is like lucky in a sense because there is a lot of people who seem to be family oriented and trying to do the right things and stuff, but it just definitely seems that there's like a lot of people who are just addicted to bad food, and they're taking every shortcut to like go buy a house they can't afford, and they're stressed out because they're working 80 hours a week to pay this house off, and you know what I mean, like it's just like a toxic cycle of like lifestyle that forces people in a bad situation, I guess.
Yeah, it's a shit show as far as all that. it's getting crazy out here with the cost of things, and I'm glad I live in a small town compared to some of the other areas. I'm from Sacramento, so I used to live there for decades, but
Yeah, Sacramento looks like a fucking war zone. Last time I
So
looked at it.
so
it looks
so
so different now from 8
d-
years ago.
d-
Holy shit!
d- does that go to say that technically everyone who's not part of the top 1% is just living a lie? Because I know like some people who have a house on a big large piece of land that's so big that they can walk around probably for hours on end and never really technically like reach the end of it. And then you have people out here like where I live where they probably paid $100,000 for a house and God knows how much for 2 big trucks, but their driveway is so tiny close to the next house that probably pay the exact same amount that they can't fit their 2 trucks in their own driveway. So I mean, isn't the American dream a lie?
I mean, yes, it is, but
I mean, it's all a distraction, I mean, some of these people are so rich that they'll have so much money that they can buy all of our grandchildren's grandchildren 10 times over. So I mean, in reality, you're just working and dying for the illusion of freedom and life, if you ask me. I mean, isn't that what really just every human's just trying to do? It's just some people have a better advantage than others, I guess. But you have to work for your meal, like they say in Resident Evil.
Well,
what's procreation, right? So self-determination of all life. That's almost the definition of life, basically, is procreation. So,
well, I agree.
really
It's just I wish we could go back to the times of when God said, "Take care of the earth and its creatures, and I'll provide for you." Not go work for a billionaire who sniffs cocaine off of a stripper's ass on a $1 billion yacht. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, off their boyfriend's dick or whatever. Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, again, I think however you want to describe it, whether it's the technology that is kind of taken over, which obviously to some degree that's true, or they're just socially engineering people to become cogs in a machine. I mean, the weird thing is, like, I think that there will be a semi like kind of like communistic way that's going to happen. Like, I do think that they're going to give people like a lot of leisure time because it's already happening. Again, this is kind of my point with like the 18 kids thing that Brown's boys flipping out over in the chat. Like, the point is that, like, if you just want to be poor
You're
and
not
not have
wrong.
any power, you can just have a bunch of kids and like not take care of them, and like they'll kind of survive and kind of like just be a problem for everybody, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like they're not just exterminating people, right?
Well,
But
they're
like
already doing universal basic income pilots here in California.
yeah, exactly. And that's only going to increase. And again, like, whether we're for it or against it, like, I think it's a necessity because generally speaking, like, they don't need that many people in the workforce to provide clothing and housing and all this for people. But what they do need is to make sure that people don't get uppity and like start grabbing power away from them as the abundance grows, right? And I think that's kind of what they're trying to do is like, I don't necessarily think they need to depopulate, but they definitely need to make sure that people aren't like fighting for power within the structure as the
Yeah.
technology and the abundance goes up, if that makes
Yeah, it's
sense,
not the
right?
numbers. It's just wiping out the stronger competition.
That's right. They want all of you to be like those people in the Andor series where you're working for the Empire and you're sitting in your nice little clean cut cubicles.
Yes,
Like
exactly. In your
like
pod.
Mr. Anderson, right? From the Matrix. Oh.
In his pod.
Well, no, see, this
no,
is the
but he
thing.
was outside the Matrix, though. Technically, he wasn't in a pod in the Matrix.
Well, we all know that the real world's just a second layer.
You might be more right than you think, but let me put it like this. Like, here's the thing. See, this and Pill Eater, who Mr. Anderson, you never looked at him. I recommend you go look at his stuff. But like, he talks about this, like what they did for the elites, and specifically like the Anglo-Saxon Northeast, people that I never had anything in common with. I don't even count them as like white in my opinion. They're something else, but what they did for their families is they gave socialism for the elite people, right? Like, they get the cushy job so they can afford to live in Martha's Vineyard and go around and do drugs and be like a Kennedy, and you know what I'm saying? Like they get all the socialism in the world, right? But then they don't want to share that with everybody else because again, if people start realizing like, oh, I can have that, without selling my soul, well, the game's pretty much done, right? And I think that's kind of what they're trying to prevent. Like that's kind of the whole thing. And so what they've done is basically made like a pseudo communism for the elites, right? And then they need everybody else to be on like these like more like peon version of communism on the bottom, right? Where we're just like, oh, we're gonna get our UBI, and so we can go buy like our Doritos and whatever, but we're not going to go to the nice restaurant with the fancy people because they're going to be disgusted by us because they're managers and we're not, right? And so that's kind of like the carrot and the stick. It's like you can either go to prison or you can get your UBI. Which one do you want, right? Or you can go be homeless and do fentanyl. Like that's your three options essentially, right? So they don't, and the funny part again is like a lot of the immigrants who come in here, they think an education's a way into the elite status, right? But then you just get your $100,000 a year job, you get a mortgage for $1.5 million over 30 years. Like you're not really an elite, right?
Or you could just be an illegal immigrant. What they do is they make $100,000 off not paying taxes off all the businesses they do, and they collect public benefits and shit because they don't have a social security number because everything is based on a social security number with public benefits. So
right, and they allow that. And see, that's one of the things that like I've been kind of thinking like, well, that's kind of what Whitey should have been doing for a long time is like just basically live as if they're an illegal immigrant, and they'll I don't know how, I don't know if you could get away with it, but like I think that would have been like a good strategy, but I think they're probably going to close the door on a lot of that at some point, like I don't know how much longer they're going to let that go, but yeah, that's definitely what I've seen happen. Like here in California, the people who come here illegally literally have way more opportunity than the people who are born here. Like I know that sounds insane, but like it's actually true. Like if you come as a legal immigrant, you can literally become a millionaire easier than someone who comes here and does everything the right way.
Yep.
That's right. So when old George Bush Sr. said, and when we have our New World Order and when we're successful, and we will be, how close are we? Pretty close, if you ask me.
I think they've already got it. Like the whole, like Neurojack was saying, Iran, all of them, they have these boogeymen, but they're all part of it. Like remember when the whole cough, sneeze thing happened with the jabbies and where.
We call it the cough.
Iran had the same rhetoric about social distancing and the stabbies and like, what are the odds that people from different backgrounds, different cultures and histories just happen to have the same logical conclusion?
Yeah, that's what
so-called.
That's what. Sorry,
you're good.
I'll put it this way. The movie World War Z told me, that usually those who are first to know are first to act. So, no offense, people call it a LARP, but when that Spider-Man game came out, not the first one that came out, the newer-ish one, all of New York City fell underneath a cough, and Aunt May caught the cough and died with blood coming out of her orifices. So I mean, when they're sitting here and telling you, Marvel video games, that the world's about to discover, I mean, come on, what do you expect?
Well, there was a lot of media like that. I just saw a new one that I'd never seen the other day called Bushwick, Bushwick's about a civil war, but there's a bunch of other movies about those kind of things. Like there's literally probably 300 movies.
Remember, if they work on the basis that as long as they show you what they're going to do before they do it, then I mean, that's why they're scrubbing. That's why they're scrubbing the internet of all the cartoons of like Iron Man and stuff that showed the stuff about 20 years ago. So.
Well, the whole reason I started going on Jim Bob and started getting involved in this at all is because during the C-19 situation, I had already seen the fallout of the alt-right and all this. And and kind of seen that there was like no real influencers that I could find that had any sort of analysis that was satisfactory to me, right? And when the C19 thing happened, I noticed that I was like, okay, I know people who live all over the world, and within 24 hours, every country in the world had almost the identical plan in place.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
And don't,
Like
and
it doesn't make any sense.
and I can't
That's the
remember
New World
exactly,
Order
but
for
don't
you.
forget there was it was either Olympics or some type of game, but they had that big, huge, Coliseum in your face. Let's entertain the retard masses thing with all the little ghouls floating over the hospital beds, with things that look like bacteria. So whatever. Resident Evil.
Yeah, the big ritual.
Yeah, I mean, obviously to me, things like Hurricane Katrina, Nazi Germany, Pearl Harbor, stuff like that was just to me a test run. It was just years of developing and perfecting Operation Paperclip and the lobotomies. So MK Ultra, it's just
But I guess
unfortunately not everyone's as susceptible as they want them to right now. But maybe that's what the nanobots are for.
well, one of the
I gotta
main
jump
things that
out because I gotta crash.
all right,
I
cool.
appreciate
Peace,
talking
man.
to you guys.
Good to talk to you, Mr. Anderson.
Appreciate TML and Neuro and everybody here.
Be well, man.
Have a good night.
You too.
Peace out.
Well, I'll just say this because I don't want to. I don't know what the plan for the show is, but that was a good conversation. And sorry if I went too hard at it. I'm a little bit hyper, but definitely like one of the things I've started doing is like
It's all the
really try to
aluminum.
probably. but the Fukushima fallout maybe. I've been really trying to figure out like what is the end goal, like where, or is there one? Like I guess the Chabad Lubavitch or the Kabbalistic thing, like we're gonna leave our bodies and become gods or whatever.
That's
But
for sure. I'm telling you, one of the most dangerous mindsets, other than the YOLO thing that I've noticed in my time, is that they really are trying to convince people that you can live in the not real world. If you can go and get people to go and live in VR chats where you can be anything you want, including people with those weird fetishes. Yeah, I'm not. The problem is that there are people like us who have like, whether even if you're not religious and you're like not into that weird crap, there's a lot of people I can tell you when you really get on some of these YouTube channels who promote these VR chats, it really makes you wonder who are these people who are getting on some of these virtual reality things and are getting on here doing the things that they, claim that they're exposing, like the pedo stuff. So, I mean, if it's anything like Ready Player One, how many people do you think right now, if you were offered to go and work a virtual job, or not even a virtual job, something like with that Ryan Reynolds, that Guy movie or whatever, if you could put people into something like Tron, or let's say you could be like a Total Recall. I mean, who's to say that really it's not that far out of the possibility with the technology? Because I don't do drugs. I'm not schizophrenic, and unless it was Project Bluebeam or I was exposed to some type of hallucinogenic gas, that technology that I saw 3 years ago is way more advanced than anything I have ever seen inside of a store or at the military bases or the few airports that I've been to in my life. So that's enough to tell me if what the X-Files LARPs about and tells you that they've been hiding and hoarding alien technology, ever since Roswell. Well, I mean, look at the pictures during Roswell. You really think it was just a bunch of aluminum foil? Okay, yeah, keep telling yourself that. So, I mean, if this technology has been advanced even well before they claimed it was, I'm telling you, dude, like the movie with Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible with that artificial intelligence called the Entity, where he goes and he climbs in a pod and he puts on this fucking masquerade type mask. Oh, good thing Mr. Eyes Wide Shut is playing in the movie, right? Anyway, I'm telling you, if you could, but what if it's a forceful thing? What if it's one of those things where they get the device on your head, like in SpongeBob the movie, where Plankton gets all the all the buckets on their head, and he automatically turns them into zombies? What if it is something like that? I mean, is it a spiritual? Is the technology going to be a spiritual thing where if you don't consent to the control, it can't take you over? I mean, we don't really know what we're talking about, especially if, they are convincing people that, aliens travel billions of light years to come to Earth to mutilate cows and anal probe you. So, I mean,
Well, it's funny you say all this because this is kind of like, so like I picked up a book in the library when I was with my kid today, right? And I can't remember the exact name, but it's a new release book, and it was called something like Living in the Matrix. And it's for kids, like little kids, like 10 years old or something, right? And so I picked it up and I opened it, and it's talking all about what you're talking about, which is like VR, and it talks about NASA and Palmer Luckey, the Oculus Rift, Facebook, all this different stuff. And they're generally saying, like, we don't know what it is, take caution, but it's kind of inevitable anyways. So, whatever. So it's kind of like they're kind of presenting it to kids like, as of now, well, we do need to be cautious, but we can't really stop it either. So it's kind of like this weird thing. And then I was listening to that Silicon Valley people talk about the history of Silicon Valley. And they're talking about well, basically that NASA was a front all along for like this kind of virtual matrix reality shit. Yep. Which is kind of funny because, like, in a way, that's kind of what Jim Bob, his kind of claim to fame was, in a way, because he was kind of saying, like, well, NASA is basically just like a VR system for all these like autistic people who think that they're flying a fucking drone around Mars or whatever.
Well, I will put it this way. When I was younger, me and my dad, we went to this little NASA thing that the official NASA place was like going around with these very expensive telescopes, and they were selling them. And they had these pictures of, quote unquote, the planets that they were taking with these telescopes, and they range anywhere from $800 to $1,000 to $100, and they take you into this Moonlander like sealed trailer thing with this touchable table like they put in the Avatar movie and all that stuff that has the 3D holograms, and they're able to touch it and move it like Tony Stark and all this cool shit. And they're like, by 2025, 2026, we're going to colonize the moon. And my dad literally looked at the woman who was telling us this and says, what are you going to do about the fucking asteroids? And she did not have an answer. So all these people who had all this knowledge, who's supposed to come here and tell you how they're going to colonize the moon and fix the earth and all the problems by somehow going to the moon by 2025, couldn't even answer my dad's question of, well, what the fuck are you going to do about the asteroids? What, are you going to send up a ballistic missile into space every single time an asteroid comes around? But, it's just, as someone who likes Star Trek, not as much as like my dad does, who grew up with it, if you ever have played Star Trek Online, like I tried getting into it, I'm telling you, dude, there is a lot of people on there who right now who have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in that game. And they live in, if you go and look up their like Instagrams, these people live that shit. I'm talking about like almost go to the extent of clipping their ears like a Vulcan extent. So, again, I don't think they're going to be able to force everyone into it, but is it one of those, if they can get a majority of people to say, hey, your real reality sucks, come live in ours. But like you said, in the end, what is the purpose of that? Is so that way they can do and go about the earth and do as they please, and no one's going to stop them.
This is the thing. I think that they're going to do a dual thing. They're going to have like the VR for like lower people, I guess. And then like a lot of the Silicon Valley people and like a lot of these elites, they're going to get tricked into their own real world matrix, like you were saying, where they're going to be like, oh, I want to go hiking and I want to go do the bike riding and I want to do the whatever.
Or put it like this.
stuff.
Put it like this. Imagine if you could load into the holodeck, right? And like how they're able to turn off the safety parameters. Now, for those people who know that humans have a dark nature, how many people would go in there? Like me, I'd go in there and put in, Resident Evil or Star Wars and want to like fight Darth Vader with a lightsaber, where everyone would want to go in there to fulfill their deepest, darker desires and get away with it. So I don't know about you. It's just, it fears me with how many people, if you're allowed to do dark, evil things and not have any consequences,
Well, that's kind of what they've been doing with the whole New Age movement, right? Like in the 1969, they had the whole like free love and all this kind of like hedonistic stuff, right? And then the reaction to that has been like some of us trying to be more traditional, and then the other reaction is like people going into their pods, and the other reaction is people becoming workaholics, right? So they're going to have all these different flavors, I think, but I think really like the big danger is they're going to like kind of trick people into thinking that, well, like because Johnny talks about this, and I think that people shouldn't underestimate why he's talking about it. Like they're going to try to do this like parapsychology thing. They're going to say, well, like people can become tantra, they can do tantra, and they can become psychic together, and they can have all this kind of weird sex, and go live in the cave,
You're
and
probably you're not wrong.
take the shrooms and shit.
No, you're confusing things. You're thinking that everything that is tantric has to break down to 6. What about vibration, frequency, and living in harmony? So you're breaking it down to 6.
Well,
which is trying to like take it away.
Look, here's the thing. I agree.
No one's taking it away, DK. We're just saying that sex in itself has its own dark. Well, I mean, depending on how it's used, it has its own good purposes and energy, and dark purposes and energy. So
it depends if it's sex magic or if it's love.
Exactly. That's we're interlooping it with everything.
Well,
on a spiritual, at least a spiritual level, DK. Okay, brother.
On the spiritual level of you, and I'm being a complete dick about this. I hate the fact that this is true. Women are portrayed as more evil through the Bible than anything else.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you always tell men that the reason why our life sucks is that a woman listened to a talking snake. So that's not the point, DK, but yeah, we get it.
No, if you're going by the Bible, I said.
Well, the Bible, I understand what you're saying, but the Bible has never taught me to hate women. So I get what you're saying, though, brother.
Well, look, here's the thing. Like, I agree with what you're saying about like tantra and all this is not necessarily about sex. And even if it was all about sex, I don't think that like sex is evil inherently or anything either. The point is that these people are being inducted into like Nexium cults and all these other like yoga cults that aren't really interested in helping people. They're interested in like getting you to become like, weird freaks that kind of like, get obsessed with like
what's wrong? What's wrong?
Shit,
You don't want to go to the Matrix Night Raid music places?
It's the fact that you started worshiping sex over sex just being something you had with one person for procreation, and the two of you are actually in love.
Yes.
Bond.
No.
So that has been shut up.
Yeah. Well, I know that they want the entire world they want everybody to fuck each other. So what's your point, DK? The point is that if they can take a straight white man like me and make me go take a dick in my ass, they will. What's your point? Cut off my schlong?
What is my point? Sorry, you didn't let me finish.
The point is that if they can turn you gay, DK, they will. That's the point.
Not my point.
And if you won't turn gay, they'll make you turn gay because they're turning the frogs gay.
You're trying to make a different point.
Jesus Christ.
Dude,
anyway.
What do you mean, Jesus Christ? Is that blasphemy? Do you
believe
in Jesus?
I deal with you out of love and compassion. That's why.
Hey, guess what? I deal with you like the idiot you are.
Yeah, I'm an idiot because I believe in Jesus Christ. I know I don't float around like a space monkey. Shut up. Shut up.
Hey, and what? Which Jesus Christ?
The one that saved my soul when I was 9 years old, DK. That Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know.
Wait, hang on.
I know he was dark. I know he was dark. I know that.
And not from a Bible. You've actually had a visitation yourself.
That's right. Church. That's right. He visited me in my dream, DK. That's right.
Hey, do you attend church?
I used to, but I don't have to know Jesus Christ. You don't find Jesus Christ in a church.
No. So you actually had a visitation And because you have
That's
that
right.
relationship yourself.
But I also saw a UFO, so I guess that means the little green man exists.
You think I'm about to give you shit? I'm not.
No, I just find you hilarious because nothing that a human says bothers me. But okay.
You know you do not need to visit a church.
That's right.
Because you already have that connection.
That's right. Amen, brother. Amen.
Churches are the extraneous thing for any belief.
That's right. A church is not a museum for good people. It's a hospital for the broken. But I can tell you, I didn't find Jesus Christ, and he didn't save me in a church. He saved me in my own bed.
Well,
most churches are repurposed Tartarian buildings that used to actually be for healing using the bells and the organs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I'm actually on your side. So
I know.
Don't assume that I'm actually against you.
It's a part of my LARP, DK.
But I have to call you out first to see where you're really coming from.
I'm playing devil's advocate, DK. I pretend like I pretend like I love the fallen one. Okay, I pretend
I
it.
play devil's advocate all the time to see where people are coming from. This is how I call out trolls. This is how I call out people who don't know what they're talking about. I'm very good at this.
So am I. That's why I play along.
And I am happy that
DK, I'll put it this way. Hang on. DK, I was told. Hang on. I was told by a sergeant in the military that I should become a paid spokesperson for the U.S. military, and I declined. So, I mean, if that don't tell you what I was supposed to be doing in life compared to what I'm doing now, you know, I guess I chose the wrong path.
When I did military training years later, when I run into the corporals, he was like, I was trying to push you into SAS because I knew you could do it.
Well, let's just put it this way, DK. I don't want the entire human race to fall under the prey of the fallen one, and unfortunately, it looks like we're all about to put it on. So.
But I don't look at it as just being on behalf of one book. I mean, you do have to.
I understand. I do understand.
You do have to realize that everyone here.
Well, why do you have to treat all books equally, though?
Stop for a sec. You do have to realize that everyone here has different beliefs.
Of course, that's why I don't have to. But DK, hang on. But I do not push my religion. I do not push my religion on anyone. I've never said that I hated you because you don't accept Jesus.
What the fuck?
There's a difference between being a Christian and being a Christian.
You need to talk over me. Shut the fuck up. I said everyone here has different beliefs.
I know that. What's your point?
Assume that everyone here is going to be on the same page.
I don't care.
It's like the height of ignorance.
Well, okay, DK.
Okay, so I don't care if we're on the same page about religion.
Shut up, man! Why can't you let me finish?
I want the Terminator's coming for you.
I'll be back. Why can't you?
Because I'm just missing. I'm missing the point, DK. Jesus, I'm not a Bible thumper. So what's your point?
Hold on.
I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not a Bible thumper.
One question, DK. If someone's on the wrong page, if someone's on the
finish first.
Here, hold on.
How many more hours? How many more hours are you going to go for, though?
Yeah,
let's
go
let
ahead.
DK finish his point, and then hold on. Let's let DK finish his point, and then we'll have Neuro.
Look,
and then we'll have Neuro respond.
Different like belief systems. We all have different things we believe for our afterlife and things like that. Between all of us, there is a core that is the same between all of us, whether we realize it or not. Between all of us, out of all of our beliefs, if you look at everything, there is a central core that is all the same. And for me, it's basically the second 5 of the 10 commandments. But besides that point, shouldn't we all be fighting against evil?
Well, okay, let me just say a couple responses. First of all, the call of Cthulhu. Secondly,
Oh, you mean a fiction book?
What? Well, you think the Bible's fiction, so what's the difference?
Yeah. So why would either fiction book
Exactly.
make any difference
So,
to what you're telling me?
so second of all, how do you define evil? Third of all, if somebody's on the wrong page and you're supposed to be reading the book along together and you correct them, why should you respect the fact that they're on the wrong page? I'll
let someone else attack him over that. How do you define evil? Someone else have a go now, because I would just keep going.
Well, if somebody defines evil as good and that's just their belief, do you just respect their belief?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody wants to throw little children into volcanoes for fun, and we just say, okay, well, that's their choice.
You know, I just respect that. Yes, I said the second 5 of the 10 commandments are pretty much what people should live by.
Okay, but you kind of like came at but you came at me sideways. I have those values, so you know.
Obeying, following a god, false gods, all that other crap.
I don't think you should throw babies into volcanoes either, DK. I mean, I don't understand why you came at me so weird.
Look at the second 5 commandments.
I mean, I know them, but what's your point? I live by them the best I can. What's your point?
I don't even care what you're saying anymore.
I know you don't. You never did. That's why you call me a Jew cunt.
Because you are?
I am, right? Even though I don't worship Jews in Israel or support them.
Go look at the 10 commandments and look at the second 5 and tell me I'm wrong about that as how everyone should live. The first 5 I think are shit. Because they're all saying, follow this God, believe only this God, worship no other God, don't worship anything else. Right? Yeah. The first 5 are bullshit. The second 5 commandments is how everyone should live.
Okay, so all this is over 10 commandments. What does it got to do with anything?
Wrong.
I don't have to prove you wrong.
Try and prove me wrong. A scabby Jew.
That's right. I remember you're saying, DK.
I have my own personal convictions, DK. Isn't that what every man is supposed to have? His own personal convictions.
Okay.
Hey, please look up the 10 Commandments right now.
I don't need to.
Only look at the second 5. The first 5 are bullshit because I don't care about anyone.
Would you prefer? Hey, DK? Would you prefer I take up the doctrine of do what thou wilt? Is that it? Would you prefer I take up the doctrine of do what thou wilt, where I can go out there and just do whatever I want? Then shut up and stop. You ain't gonna convince me of anything. You can tell me to go and look up whatever, DK. I mean, what's the point?
I thought you should do the opposite.
What's the point? Why are you attacking me in the Bible, DK? It's not gonna change me. Oh, I'm retarded because I believe in Jesus Christ. Oh. I'm a poor with a heart.
I didn't say that's a problem.
I mean, it seems to be for you, Mr. Viking.
I need another beer.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure that's exactly your problem. Well, I don't have a drinking problem because, diabetes, but anyway.
You just have a reality problem.
Oh, do I? Is that why I won't take the blue pill like Neo does in the 4th Matrix where Warner Brothers tells you that they're literally making a psyop for you?
Like the blue pill?
Wait, hold on. I have a question for you, DK. So what you're saying is like no love, only fear, right? Something like that?
No. Don't be a dickhead, Neuro.
Much love, no fear, but he's full of shit.
Dude, Neuro, don't be a dick, or I'll fucking abuse the shit out of your channel everywhere. Don't do
look. Here's the thing. If my saying is hold on.
Why would you do that?
Your saying is much love, no fear. Mine is much fear, no love. Right? What's wrong with that? That's my belief. Why don't you respect it?
Because for saying that, you deserve no respect.
Oh, but no, hold on. You just said that you have to respect other people's beliefs, right?
Hey, I can still pick which ones I want to respect.
Well,
yours deserves nothing.
So why can't I do the same? That's my point.
Hey, all right, yeah, I can. I mean, you can. This tells the rest of us who the pointless people are.
Oh, pointless, because when the time comes and they lock up Christians, maybe if my book is real and they start beheading us, I'll die in the name of Jesus Christ and be given a crown of life.
It's all right. It's all right.
But that's right. That's right. It was just made by the Jews. It was just made by the Jews to control me because I'm a white boy.
Dude, I'll
like you, like a white boy like you.
Same Christian thing. Because I'm just anti-Jew as fuck.
Maybe I should believe I came from a monkey man, right? Because my grandpa is Caesar, right? Caesar is home, right? Caesar is home because my grandpappy was a space monkey. You're literally attacking a guy who believes that there's a bunch of satanic, demonic people out here trying to control the world for Lucifer to take his kingdom. So what's your point?
But hold on, hold on.
Level of dementia.
But DK says that we need to respect them. DK says we need to respect the demonic, satanic pedophiles. Right?
It's dementia, but yet Hollywood constantly puts in your face that they do it, right? Right. Yeah.
Don't ever think I do less than you.
Right. Like Gen X Jeff, who uses pedophile symbols in his thumbnail, but nobody talks about that, right? Yeah.
Hey, do you know what
What's your point?
Talks about? Nobody talks about people like me who actually do this shit on other platforms. Dude,
that's right.
Can't do this on YouTube.
Okay, Tim Ballard.
Dude, shut up, you little pussy ass nothing. Stop.
Well,
Stop. At no point have you ever seen
tell them who are listening, the federal agents, that maybe they should turn down the volume because you can't ever hear anything when he's talking.
You are so fucking transparent that it's not funny.
That's right.
Dude, every single person on this panel right now, there's 4 of us, every single person has different beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
You're
the only one. You're the only one. You're the only one going off about it. You're the only one going off about it. Nobody here was going off about it until you showed up.
You're the only one who seems defensive.
You're the only one. What are you, Yoda?
Who seems defensive about it.
I'm not offensive. You're the only one who started screaming and ruining what we were talking about. I'm not defensive. I'm not the one screaming.
Stop trying.
I'm not the one influenced by alcohol.
Come on. Back up your shit.
I don't know. I can't hear nothing because you scream.
What you say?
Don't your voice hurt?
Shut up and let me finish. Yeah. How about you shut up and let me finish?
I mean, you've all done nothing but throw personal attacks at me for no reason. But what's your point? Did Brown's boy put you up to it? Did Brown's boy put you up to it? It's okay.
Dude. Right.
That's why you laughed.
Fuck out of me as well. Try harder.
Anyway, what's your point? You're the only one attacking me. I don't get your point.
I'm not actually attacking you at all. You just feel
I don't know. You've been going at me for like, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Different beliefs,
I don't care that you have a different belief.
Back up your own.
Where did I ever say that I care about your belief? You can literally worship a rock monster. I wouldn't care as long as you care that they're trying to kill us.
Shut up and let me finish.
Oh, so you can talk, but I can't, you narcissistic fucking drunk. Oh.
You actually haven't let me talk.
I have. And all you've done is say that everyone here believes in a different religion. They may not believe it like you do. So your point is mental health, dude. Maybe you should go to a rehab and get off the booze and spirits because you got a lot of them in you. But what's your point? Anyway, can we get back to the logical conversation we were having before that happened? Yeah, but I'm the schizo LARPing Christian, right? Yeah. Or as Brown's boy called me, a baby truther. Right. See, these are the kind of people they want in their pods. People like DK. He can go and be a Terminator for them, get drunk and just do his thing. I don't know what to tell you. You got people like that walking the earth. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, he'll love you so hard that
I don't think we humans.
I don't. He'll defeat the satanic cult by just loving you to death.
Yeah. But I'm sure Bob Marley would really invite him to one of his shows. But anyway, yeah. Don't worry about a thing. Yeah, buddy. See, there's you go. See, it's not just technology, dude. It's people's fucking. it's not. Look, as much as technology is the problem, dude, it's not. It's got to be a spiritual thing. You got somebody like that, but yet I'm over here having experiences with Jesus Christ, and I walk about the earth, and sure, I wish I could put every billionaire pedophile behind bars, but let's just be real here. You got the manpower to put all the people who have the underground tunnels at Disney allegedly away? No, you don't, DK. So wow, you may stop one or two peons, but let's be honest here. Are you going to go and pull out Jeffrey Epstein's flight log? So shut the fuck up and stop acting like you're saving children, like you're fucking Superman. Anyway, let's continue. Unless TML wants to say shut the fuck up, white boy. But see, that's my point. I love how you get attacked because of your own personal beliefs, and people want to call you names and sit here and treat you a certain way, but yet they sit here and scream at you and attack you. And even though just because I believe in Jesus Christ, I said nothing about anyone's religions.
I never had a problem with that. I just said you were wrong about lots.
Like what? Like what? Because, there's obvious signs that, they put satanic, symbolism in your face every time you watch the Super Bowl. And obviously after a while, it's no longer a coincidence. What's your point? So even if my religion isn't real, hey dumbass, even if my religion isn't real, obviously people believe in them and still fucking do it, but you're too fucking drunk to understand that because you're retarded.
Let me phrase it around the other way. Christianity put pagan holidays.
Right. Yeah. What's your point? There's still people who actually believe in Lucifer and worship him and rape and murder children. What's your point? What's your point? What's your point? Right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, so there's no such thing as satanic child sacrifice. Yeah. Okay. There's no such thing as satanic child sacrifice. Right. All you do is yell and scream, but I'm the unintelligent one. Scream. All you do is scream.
How many books were removed from the vision?
What the fuck does that have to do with the fact that there's obviously people who believe in Lucifer and worship him? You're a fucking idiot, dude. All you do is drink and scream, drink and scream, drink and scream. You have no intellectual conversation. You just drink and scream, drink and scream.
No, bro, I just
no, bro. I just, yeah, coming from the one who doesn't understand that people actually worship Lucifer. Yeah, right. I'm the moron, right? I'm not the one trying to bring about the Antichrist, but I'm the moron, right?
Yeah. Things have been removed from and changed.
Yeah.
If that is what you base
like
your life
the pieces of your brain, DK, like the pieces of your brain from all the MK Ultra.
You are the idiot.
Yeah.
Basing your life on bullshit.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel better now? Do you feel better now? Did you let it all out? Did you let it all out? I mean, plenty of proof that there's satanic people out there who run the world. What's your point?
Proved you wrong.
No, you didn't.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah. I'm not here to prove you wrong.
How many books have been removed from the Bible?
What does that have to do with what we were talking about, you dumbass? What does that have to do with the fact that technology is, being used against you? You're just crazy. What does that have to do with anything?
It has lots to do with everything because every version is different and every version cuts out or changes different things.
I believe in the version that taught me that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. But
pastors to wear rainbow fucking robes.
That's right, rainbows, because Jesus. I mean, not Jesus. Sorry. Well, I mean, technically Jesus, but God made a promise. What's your point?
Boy.
Yeah, that's right. I take it right up my ass, DK. Oh, I bet you want to watch it. I bet you want to watch it, don't you? You like gay porn. That's why you're always talking about it.
Sorry, guys, you don't realize you've been invaded by a woke fag.
That's right. I like them gay flags.
The fucking rainbow flag for LGBTQ.
That's right, DK. Little did you know. I've been a tranny this whole time, DK.
If you're supporting LGBTQ, you aren't even supporting your own God.
Oh my God. I'm Marvin the Martian. I've come to Mars. I'm going to probe you. What's your fucking point, DK? You are literally doing nothing but attacking thin air. You're attacking thin air. You do realize that demonic attacks don't work against someone like me who is saved in the name of Jesus Christ, right?
You aren't anything saved by anyone. You're a
Right.
fake thing
Well,
saved
I don't
by a
know.
fake God.
All right. Well, I'll go get me some methadine blue or whatever it's called, and maybe that'll save me, right, Joe Rogan and Alex Jones?
So
Who the
DK,
fuck listens to any of those guns? What are you on about?
so
You keep
DK,
saying
do you
shit
think Jesus
because
is
you got
real?
nothing to say
Is
after
Jesus
getting
real or
called out.
fake? Is Jesus real or fake to you?
Actually, no, DK. It's a part of psychological warfare. You just are too stupid to understand that. Where I've actually had training in it. So shut the fuck up.
Oh no, I actually haven't had training in psychological warfare.
No,
Other than
you've
that
had
that I
training.
studied
You've
it.
had training in the bottom of a bottle. That's what you've had. Anyway, go ahead.
Is that what I've had? Okay. Bro, you have no idea who I am. You
DK,
have
do you
no
think?
idea what I've been through. You
No,
have
you just get so
no
hostile and attack
idea
people
of
for like
what
no
I have
reason.
knowledge of.
You have like no
And all
logical
I
reason to
know,
start a
brother,
screaming match, but you know
is
you
you
do
are
it. So,
talking
and I deal with you because Jesus Christ tells me to. But anyway, love you,
You
bro.
are talking shit. It ain't Jesus telling you, bro.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
You're
That's why I
getting
don't call
talked
you
to by a
names.
fucking
Right.
demon.
I'm such an evil person, yet I don't ever call people degrading names on here and attack their intellect until they do it to me. But I'm just such an awful, horrible Christian. Must be because I'm white. Right. That's why NPC can threaten me and, sit here and say that I'm just a great victim. Right. Okay.
Now, for fuck's sake.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
fucking
shut up.
pussy-ass
It's part of the psychological warfare, except that you're a white boy, DK.
It's
Shut up.
because I'm white. It's because I'm white.
Take your
Hey,
blue pill.
nigga, come on.
Take your blue pill. Take your blue pill. It's time to take your pills, DK.
Hey, just because you're white, hey, bro. Am I white?
DK, I'm waiting to get to the kingdom of heaven. I really don't care what happens on this earth other than, get through it. So, what's your point?
Get a paycheck.
Right. Yeah. I wish I got paid. Believe me, I wish I got paid for dealing with your ass and all the other crazy people. It'd be nice. Send me a shekel, DK. Oh, give the white boy a shekel.
I don't have any way you can give me. Oh wait, I do have a buy me a coffee thing, but I don't have any other way to to donate me anything. There's nothing posted here about me. What the fuck are you on about?
I don't know. Go ask Elon Musk. Maybe Elon Musk will throw you a fundraiser.
You fake fucking Judeo-Christian piece of shit.
Well, I wish I had a self-landing rocket. I want a penis rocket owned by Virgin Mobile so I can go to the stars with a bunch of people who can't sing.
I want you to keep lying so that you fucking don't
answer any questions. Yeah, I'm the one lying, but I'm not the one psyoping the masses. I'm not the one poisoning the masses or slaughtering children. Right. Man, if you put all this energy into the Jeffrey Epstein files, we probably would have had them already, DK.
I had them all a long time ago.
Oh, did you? Were you on it?
Yeah, years. But actually years ago. I had all the flight logs. I had the flight list for the... I had the flight logs, the black book, and the actual court documents. All that shit got deleted off me. Yeah, I did actually have it all.
The point is, DK, is that I'm not one of the evil billionaires who want to kill us all. That's the point. That's the point.
Now you're like, now I want to change the subject because no one...
No, you're just for some reason attacking my faith like that has something to do with what we were talking about. I don't understand.
Try and start.
Coming from the one who said, go look at the 10 Commandments, and yet for whatever reason, you're still attacking my faith, which has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I believe in the second half.
Okay, and then you said, go read it, and then because I won't read it, you got angry and started yelling and screaming more.
Well, if you can't fucking look at them, why the fuck would you know what I'm talking about? See, you name me the 10 Commandments.
You're still not bringing up the point. What does my personal belief in the Bible have to do with it? You still haven't given me a good point. Are you accusing me? Are you accusing me of being a false Christian? Are you accusing me of being a hidden Jew, a Satanist?
I mean, 10 Commandments, or shut the fuck up.
Oh, so I have to literally go and hunt down a book just to read you to prove that I own like 6 Bibles.
And now you have to do it for 10.
Okay.
See? Should have sorted that shit
Apparently,
out earlier. Hey,
apparently I have to have
heavy
proof
Judeo-Christian
of
piece
like
of shit.
50.
And it's alright. TML knows that, like, I'm not for any religion.
That makes no sense.
You're not for any
Really, it
religion.
does. I have my own beliefs, my friend.
I mean, I'm not Twilight out here claiming that I was once Christian and now I have sex with a primordial slut, so I don't understand your point, but
You're just being pointless, fucked up, and can't even tell us which version of Christianity you ascribe to.
Do you think Jesus is real, DK, or fake?
Do I think what is? Sorry?
Jesus is real or fake?
Definitely real. 100%. But I just think he was one of many prophets. Same as Muhammad. Yep, sorry, TML. Yeah. I believe all of these were prophets that were sent here. And after, with Muhammad, it was actually during. But most of them, it was after their death, religions got created.
Are you a prophet of rage?
I am a prophet of change. Patience is a virtue. Take time to learn.
oh, trust me, DK, I would know all about patience.
Hey, shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
that's right. Shut the fuck up, even though the military offered to
make
put me in a
sure
military
you
blame
know
and bomb
what
people
you're
like
up
you, but
against.
you know,
Shut
I'm a bad
up!
Christian. Rah!
Hey, can you mute him for a sec, TML? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, so you can yell and scream, but if I do it for no reason,
Dude,
it's a
I was
problem.
finishing a fucking question I got asked, and you're a fuckwit. Which part is the problem?
Well, I mean, DK, once you start insulting my intelligence, I really don't give a fuck, you know, if you wipe shit on the screen. So what's your point? Oh, I don't have any intelligence, even though I know all about the New World Order and what they're about to do to people like you, but okay.
Oh, okay. You mean the shit that I've been streaming about 24/7 for like fucking the last 5 years?
Wow, 5 years, even though I've been LARPing about it and telling people about it for like the last 20, and even had the military come to my school and tell me to shut the fuck up or I'm going in Guantanamo Bay, Guantanamo Bay as they call it now.
If that happened, you beat me. I didn't start streaming
Well.
24/7 until 21.
I didn't stream. I went out there in the street and talked about it, but you know.
You actually do. But
And people didn't care back then, so what's your point?
About everything you actually do. And I fucking hate people who are vague as fuck.
Well.
I don't trust anyone who's vague as fuck.
Well, I have to be vague, DK. I have to be vague when I try to expose multi-billion-dollar companies for trafficking children. But you know, apparently I'm supposed to apparently I'm supposed to post all the information and expose myself out there more than I already have. But you know, just tell Mark Zuckerberg that I know what's up.
Why would I give a fuck, bro?
Well, I mean, you should, because they help traffic children. Oh, well, there you go.
Dude, what the fuck have you got that I can tell him? I got more saved than anything.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what you tell him, because the dude's got like $500 billion and you don't. So.
And I've got more saved than that. You're fucking
like I'm not discounting the good. I'm not discounting the good that you've done, DK. But let's be honest here. You're not going to stop the actual bad people no more than I can. So you know, how are you going to put the billionaire pedos in jail? You're not. Unless you got an army willing to back you up.
You have nothing. You have nothing. I don't have. I got more than
I never said that. I'm not the one claiming out here like Andrew Wilson that I'm better than you because I can LARP with a cigarette in my mouth. So I don't get your point. Oh, right. Oh, even though I don't vote, DK, even though I've never voted a day in my life.
Yep.
Oh.
That's exactly which way you lean.
Oh. Is it red or blue, donkey or elephant?
Nope.
Maybe I'm with the shadow people. Maybe I'm the aliens that are coming down from the spaceship to probe you, DK.
You're one of the people who actually knows what we do, but the way you're doing it, you're becoming pointless.
No, DK, because I can tell you right now that I've told people there's no point to go stand in the street with signs. It's not going to do anything. I know it requires action. What's your point, DK? You're literally attacking the wrong person. You're literally attacking someone who's like on, the bandwagon with everyone. I don't understand why you come on here with mental health or demons in you. Like, dude, you're literally attacking me when I believe in the exact same shit, regardless of my religious beliefs.
I'm the one who
what's your
seems
point?
to turn up when other people are being fucking idiots.
What? Because when I first came on here, I used to LARP and say I was a satanic Christian.
No, dude. Look at it this way.
He likes satanic Christians. He likes satanic Christians. That's not a problem.
Being nice, and TML was the one who let me on here. If there was a problem, he would have banned me.
And if there was a problem with me, he'd ban me. What's your point?
So be aware that it's not necessarily me that's being the problem. It could be the state you're in.
Oh, so me. Even though I'm not the one yelling and screaming. Even though I'm not the one yelling and screaming.
You are, though. You're ranting,
no, I'm not.
Talking
no, I'm not. Because, you know, unlike you, I have a child who's asleep, so I can't scream.
Raving and talking over everyone.
Am I? Even though me and Neuro were talking, and then you came in and just started screaming for no reason.
Okay.
Right. Even though I haven't been on panel, but like, what, 3 times in like 4 weeks? Yeah, you're mentally retarded. You get probed by aliens, DK. That's what it is. You mad at them little green aliens. Oh. Oh.
You got nothing, bro.
Am I a Tuscan Raider? Am I a Sand People? Am I a Sand People?
Yep.
Dude, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you need some help. You need some help. Maybe you should go talk to that man, Jesus Christ. I don't know. He might be able to help you with that.
I don't need to talk to Jesus Christ.
Doctor, help me.
I've already spoken to fucking the representative of my beliefs.
Oh. Is that
Twice.
the Anunnaki?
Oh, yeah, no, twice. No, it wasn't Anunnaki.
Is that the purple people eaters?
Hey.
Oh. Is it Teletubbies?
Hey.
I just don't understand your point, dude.
You're an idiot, bro.
I'm an idiot, right? That's right. Even though I'm not going to believe in aliens when they try to perpetrate them on the masses, right? Right.
All
but I'm
you're
an idiot.
doing is making yourself look stupider.
Oh, stupider
Shut
because I don't believe in
the fuck
aliens? You're retarded, dude.
Dude, serious. All you're doing is making yourself look stupider by not allowing anyone else to speak.
You're the only one who's been screaming for like 30 fucking minutes, dude.
Am I?
Yeah.
Can anyone confirm that?
No, I'm sure if you go back. I'm sure. Because in fact, I've already been losing my voice for like, the last 2 days. Why would I be screaming at like, what is it, 5 o'clock in the morning for me or 6 o'clock? Why would I be screaming?
Hey, look at chat on YouTube.
Well, I mean, half of them are half of them on here are gatekeepers for TML who don't want to get out the truth. What's your point? They all come from like EBT and all the racist Fed agents like Andrew Wilson. What's your fucking point, DK?
I destroyed EBT. Don't worry about that.
You probably work for him, so shut the fuck up. What are you, Ozzy Osbourne? Yeah, I know.
I want a copy of that vid if you can find it, TML.
Yeah, I'm not the one who gets on here and attacks people for personal beliefs like Brown's boy in the comments over here making fun of me like he always does because, he's a fucking gatekeeper.
I'm not doing shit, bro. I ain't talked anything for ages.
Yeah.
I ain't talked shit.
There you go, people.
Everyone's listening to you and giving
I want to go in the pods. I want to go in the pods like Pinoy puts in his books. I want to go in the pods and put on the mask and get a big, huge, big black penis. So that way I too can be a black trans person.
Yeah, Pinoid is as gay as you.
That's right. What's your point?
Well, what's wrong with being gay, DK? That's just somebody's belief. Are you wait, DK? Do you have a problem with gay people now? Hold on, what's going on here?
That's right, DK. What if I identify as a black trans man? There's nothing you can do about it. Okay, you're gonna hurt my feelings, and my feelings matter more than your facts. Okay, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I cannot like you.
Oh, dear God, dude. I have literally survived fucking psychological operations. What is your point?
Now I gotta work out how to abuse someone for those things on YouTube.
You can't abuse someone like me who is literally told by the government that the aliens are going to come and be your alien saviors. What's your point?
So you believe that you're degenerate?
No, you dumbass. That's what most of the population believes. What's your point?
Thought process is now above natural.
No, I believe that what Ronald Reagan said before I was ever a sperm in my daddy's balls, when he said that, there will be one universal threat that will bring all of mankind together, and they've been doing pretty good on that fucking LARP well before you were born. So keep telling yourself that. But anyway, I'm the crazy one. What?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, okay. Well, when your alien saviors come down from the clouds and either exterminate you or turn you into their breeding tools, I don't know what to tell you, DK, but you know what? Guess it's just a LARP, right? Like the X-Files?
Hey, the difference is
that you're attacking me, even though I believe in the exact same thing that everyone on this panel right now believes in.
I'm not one of the people that's falling in line.
I don't know. You're kind of giving the people listening in the little van with the headphones perfect pointers.
Nothing.
Oh, you're definitely the most compliant.
Relate yourself to a real man ever again.
Coming from the one who thinks that by being the loudest, he is right. Right. Okay. Whatever you say, child.
Is the point?
Yeah, you can't psychologically compromise me. I'm not Spock here. Okay.
You're just pointless.
Oh, I'm pointless, even though I'm more fucking intellectual than you, because I don't have to scream to get my point across or call people names or call them LARPers like Brown's boy. What's your point?
You actually told
little school kid tactics, just like EBT and Jim Bob and Andrew. Skid Row kid playground tactics. Call people names, attack their intelligence, and make it at like what? Because you get other people to fall in line and pick at people and call them Eeyore and donkeys and schizophrenics. So that somehow makes you right, even though all the evidence is to the contrary. Oh my God. Yeah. Good luck, TML. This is the people you're putting your fucking trust in, brother. It don't matter how much that they claim that they're on your side. If these are the kind of people that you think are backing you up, like some of the people, not all the people who come here around you all the time. If you think these people are anywhere in the best interest of saving humanity, I hate to tell you, brother, you're wrong. These are exactly the kind of people that me and Neuro are trying to tell you. These are the people
who are
out
angry, you
for the good people.
Pointless little nothing.
I don't know. You get kind of pretty fucking retarded over something as small as someone's fucking belief.
You told me that I was talking when I wasn't.
You're the one who got on a panel and just started attacking televised apocalypse for no reason, even though Neurojack's a Christian. Why don't you go ask Neurojack what belief he's in? But no, we only attack televised. We only attack televised.
Everything you're saying.
Shut up, you Bronchiosaurus.
You are a fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Okay, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Okay. The point is that I don't believe in dinosaurs. Right. Oh, I create drama, even though nothing on my fucking channel has anything to do with panels, right? Right. Even though, oh, don't I? Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you prove anything, DK? By trying to like tarnish a name that I'm not trying to put on a pedestal.
You have no life experience other than being a loser.
Yeah, right. Because I'm not out there saving the children, right?
What the fuck are you on about with hashtag shit?
Yeah, obviously you're retarded. See, there you go. More proof. More proof.
No, I mean you aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You mean like a majority of the human beings that share the planet? Right. But it's just my fault, right? Oh, it's just my fault. It's my fault that the earth is full of sin and grape and murder. It's only televised fault, right? Not all the other billions of humans on the planet, just mine somehow, right? Projection. Expellius Patronum. Expellius Patronum.
Because you won't shut up.
Expelliarmus.
I stream 24/7 on D-Live, which is
wow, you stream to a bunch of people who listen about a problem, but I bet you they don't go out there. I bet you they don't go out there and stop the pedophiles, do they? I post to the machine that lies, so therefore I'm saving everyone. Okay.
Hey, listen to this motherfucker.
You're not bringing up any valid points. Okay.
I tried,
What-
but you talked over all of them.
What
instead of
what
listening.
DK is saying is that he's Jesus. He's here to save everybody.
That's right. I should worship his redheaded ass.
Motherfucker actually made a Kiwi Jesus meme about me. That fucked me off. Like, I actually got fucked off about it. Some wanker actually made a meme saying that. I was pissed off. So, no, fuck no. Fuck no. I don't consider myself that. Holy shit. Fuck. I'm not
Hey,
blessed
I
for
tell you,
this.
I tell you what. Let me ask him a question. TK, do you think I got the cough shop?
To be honest, I think you got one and then came to your senses.
Damn. If only you weren't so retarded.
Yeah, let's move off of that subject for the rest of the stream time.
I know,
At least
no
for
offense,
another.
but
Yeah, no, this is on YouTube. Yeah, that's
couple
a
weeks.
no-go
Yeah.
subject.
Yeah, at least for like another few months or so until we get clear of the censorship. But yeah, I think I'm gonna move along here in terms of we went way over time here, so I'm gonna basically have you guys up just to give like maybe closing remarks and things, and then I'm gonna move on to Jensen. And I also wanna talk to Televised Apocalypse because he had sent me some questions. So I'm gonna just read the responses now at this point.
Yeah, well, we were still supposed to do a show that hasn't happened either.
Yeah, I know. You know, we talked about that in the messages, DK. So, you know,
I know. It's because
it's however you want to organize it. See, my show's open format, so
you know, it's because our shows are scheduled for the same time. And it's like,
yeah. So it's however you want to organize it. So send me a message, send me a time so that we can figure it out.
yes, 1:30 my Sunday, 9:30 Eastern Standard, and you're like, I started at like 9, like
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I looked at your channel on Discord today, and I didn't even post mine today. It's like, he says he's starting like half an hour before me. I'm not even going to post my link. Shit.
Yeah, but blessings, guys.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add right now. I mean, if you're gonna do reading, I might come back up, but I'll just thanks for having me. Sorry, I detracted too much, but it was a fun.
Oh, it's no worries.
Panel.
It's no worries, Neuro. Yeah, thank you for being here. I mean, of course. Neuro Jack. We basically decided to do this live stream. We started this live stream. I mean, me and Neuro Jack for real. So yeah, blessings to Neuro. Thank you for being here. I mean, for sure.
Hey, at me if you're ever bored. If I'm not busy, I'll join.
Yeah, and definitely send me a time so we could do the show. Any topic you want to, specific topic you want me to prepare. Definitely let me know.
Today I went through how the last 2 seasons of X-Files pretty much covered every conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I love that show.
Everyone is currently talking about.
Yeah, well, you're just fucking retarded for watching it. See, that's how it works.
Yeah, these guys love that show too. These guys are huge X-Files fans.
Dude, they have storyline shows, and then they'll play dumb shows in between. Where they meet an alien or some crazy creature, cryptid thing. And they'll have 2 or 3 of those shows in between all of the real shows. It's a matter of compiling all the real shows and seeing that there actually is a line through the whole thing that says what the government's been doing since the 90s. If you don't realize that, you've never paid attention to the show.
Sounds like a LARP.
Sounds like you are. Does IPAC pay you or ADL?
Well, I mean, that's what the actors do and the very thing that you're watching. So, they LARP.
So
they get paid to LARP.
ADL? My bad. Oh, not ADL. What's the other one that they use? IAEFF or some shit? Is that where you get funded from? Oh, suddenly silence. Yeah, because people don't like it when people actually know.
You don't know anything. I'm actually a poor broke white bitch.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Shut up, and you got nothing to say.
Yeah. Boy, I wish I got paid for dealing with people like you, DK, all the kindness of my heart. Jesus Christ, it'd be worth it.
Dude, you get paid to be online by Judeo fucking
That's right.
bullshit.
I'm Jim Bob. I'm Jim Bob with my little Clark Kent fucking curl
I
in
don't
my
give a
mason
shit what
jar.
your
That's
actual
right.
name is. Dude, I don't care who you are. I care about
You
what
you must seem to care because you
No,
apparently
I
got
care
this
about
idea of
what
me.
you like.
I'm in
Yeah,
your head rent free, ain't I,
while I'm
DK?
here. No, I don't care who you are.
Damn, I
care
must be a
about
damn
what
good
you
LARPer.
like here now. You want to try and
Maybe
pull
my
that
hey
shit
TML, maybe my
in front of
psychological
the
operations and
wrong
gay ops
people?
did work.
Dude, me and TML are from different fucking belief systems, but he doesn't push his on anyone. Well, you
I
are.
didn't push it. I didn't
Shut
push it
up, little
earlier on anyone either. You're the only one claiming I was pushing it on someone earlier when me and Neuro were talking
You
about
weren't
something completely
claiming
different.
what
But
you were doing.
you just claimed it. But okay.
I'm the only one claiming after you were doing. Go
Yeah.
back and look at the streaming, bro.
Yet I never told TML that we can't be friends if he doesn't accept Jesus Christ. But you must convert, TML. You must convert, or we can't be friends.
You didn't say
You hear that? I can't have a brown. I can't have a brown brother.
Christian things, though. Don't give me that shit.
Anyway, DK.
Don't try and push shit. Don't
Really?
ever try and
What shit? I'm not the one getting on streams every once in a while pushing methylene blue. So what am I pushing?
TML lets me on here.
I think he finds you entertaining, and he likes your knowledge.
Basically, his fucking watchdog for morons.
Yeah.
Alright, and as I said, I still don't agree with everything he thinks either.
Okay. Your point is, we were talking about how the New World Order is about to happen and what they're about to do to everyone. What does that have to do with it?
The fact that they want to organize a one world religion, you're going to be
We already knew that. That's what we were talking about before you wanted to come at me for some reason sideways, because all the other gatekeepers are coming at me for some reason because they don't like me here.
Krislama Jew.
You say I'm a Jew?
No, I said that's the religion they
because the Jews made Jesus Christ to control the white people. That's right.
Christianity, Islam, and Jew.
So that automatically means I'm being paid by some sketchy organization, right?
No, you're just a fuckwit. That's what I think you are.
I'm a fuckwit because I believe that satanic pedophiles run the world, right?
I know. I've said that many times, and I've said
it
plenty of times.
So, and because I believe in Jesus Christ and the Bible, that somehow makes me a retarded, insane, schizo person.
No, it's other things that you've said to me.
Like what? Like what? Like what? Like what? Can you remember them? Can you remember them? Can you remember them? You're so drunk. Can you remember them?
If you already know you're a liar.
Like what? Like what?
If you already know you're a liar.
Like what?
Lie about anything.
You said that I believe in Jesus, and if I had a personal experience, I said yes. So I mean, I have a belief in that. What's your point?
I agree with that. It was the shit you were saying earlier. That was all bullshit
like what?
From a book.
Like what?
Dude, you were just repeating crap from a book, and no point.
What book? What book?
You wouldn't tell us. I asked which book you believed in, and you wouldn't tell us.
The Holy Bible, the one that tells you that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life.
Which one? Which
usually the most standard one, the one that I had underneath my Bible when I was 9 years old, and now I'm a 31-year-old man. So King James version, most likely. What's the point? The point is that the belief still saved me, DK. What's your fucking point, you fucking imbecile?
I just told you the point.
You fucking drunk imbecile. What's your fucking point? You do realize that I would die from my religion, right? That when they behead me in the name of Jesus Christ, you do realize that I'm one of those Christians, you fucking retard. You do realize that, right? You do realize that.
The IDF. You're just
let's give
one of the three groups of the extremists of these religious organizations.
Let's give DK some conciliatory remarks here, and we'll start some music here. And
I'm good at what I do. He just
blessings, DK.
Bro.
It's good. It's all from our research. So It's all from our research. But anyway, if you wanted to address the questions that I sent you, you can go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, for
Go
sure.
ahead and do it.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't mind, I'm gonna let DK give some some closing remarks, and then I'm gonna play some music if that's not a problem for you. Televised.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead, man.
And then I'll go ahead and give some remarks to you, and then I'll let you have some closing remarks, and then I'll do the Derrick Jensen thing, and then I'll end my show. So that's
Every
how it'll
time
go
he
for
does
the next.
this, I shut down, and then he gets someone else on. I know. You said you've got another show. It's all right. Hey, TML, thank you for letting me on.
Yeah, blessings, DK. Thank you so much for being here.
And if I've said anything wrong, please prove me wrong. This is the thing that I've now gone with. So if I've said anything wrong, prove me wrong. Instead of everyone else saying, "Oh, you said something happened," it's like, prove me wrong. See, we've been working with the opposite way around in the judicial system. Oh, you have to prove guilt. So, if 20 people say this is happening, and then 100 people say, "Nah, don't know what they're talking about, they're all lying," which side wins? And at no point there is proof. Here is the accusation. Prove it wrong. That's what every conspiracy theory should come down to. Here it is. Prove it wrong. If you can't prove it wrong, and there are many you can, this is why I do it on purpose. Prove things wrong, so then you can discard things and you don't have to worry about it. Prove things wrong, and then what's left are the things that you should be left paying attention to. Anyway, on that, yeah, Discord, much love, no fear. Telegram, but what of chat. D-Live, DK-spiracy123, Rumble, just DK-spiracy. Find me on one of those. I think I've got other stuff, but that'll do for now. All right, man. Nice
Yeah,
me
good
out.
stuff, DK. Yeah,
Hey,
thank you so much.
much love, no fear, TML, bruh.
Yeah, much love, no fear, blessings. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for being here. Yeah, yeah. I greatly appreciate your time, DK. And of course, we're gonna get that show going. I mean, as I said, whatever topic you like. So, yeah, we'll come through on DK Spiracy, and of course, we'll repost that show here. I mean, of course, we'll be uncensored, so we'll just post the parts that we can here. But yeah, blessings. I greatly appreciate you.
It'll be almost nothing, bro.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is what it is.
No, to be honest, it actually will be fine. I do know what things are okay and things on YouTube. And there's certain subjects that I don't get into much anymore because there's so many other people doing it. Like, I don't need to cover every topic. There's already experts in certain topics. So you got to remember that. So I'm trying to put everything together, but I don't have to go on about everything that they're saying.
Yeah, I appreciate the time you take, especially in certain political commentary. Definitely agree with like 90% of what you say. So yeah, blessings, DK. Always excellent times, and yeah, here's DK's YouTube channel. Thank you to remember. So remember to go check him out, and obviously he's on Rumble and all that type of stuff. So yeah, blessings to all the people. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna move into this music break, and then I'm gonna move into this, Jensen, and of course I have a reading about globalization, and also his whole ideas about the collapse of the technological system. So obviously some of his ideas are mirroring Uncle Teddy, and also I'm going to talk to our friend Televised Apocalypse. So thank you guys for being here. Blessings, DK. And yeah, let's go up in this video here. Obviously, it's spooky Saturn day. And so I hope you guys appreciate little musical selection, right? And yeah, I mean, these are some of my favorite tunes. I mean, even though I played hundreds of tunes on this show, I try to keep the musical interlude like fresh, even though it disturbs the shit with the copyright and all that. I mean, but it is what it is. Right?
Thin ass Peruvian plates, word screws, tank with skills. I drill like platoon leaders. Niggas get people from 6 meters. My shit's supreme in structure, putting plugs in rap slugs. In your set, ready to go. Throw the brick at your glass house. Watch them out of shadow, my chatter fall from idle raw recital. Yo, battle no breaks like Barnum and Bailey. Mr. Cole's Haley's coming. Watch me pop it like a pill. Pulling black beauties and caramel cuties, Dewey and Queens. Do me much justice. However, that's another chapter. After MCs, like a bounty, you got a price on your head. I'll make you famous and dead. Brandish my lyrical like my pistol. MCs are red like bloody jam. Back your crew bleeds like demons. Those psychos complaining about the pain that I give. My rap bust up your lungs, breaks your ribs. I cause the hemorrhage. Internal damage, fucking up cerebrums. Yeah, chilly. I got that witty with the cola bones. My shit dope is blows on Cicero. Text that before you seek. I destroy the decoy. All clones get their head blown off when the blowtorch speaks. People listen like the important. When MCs like bitch with a motherfucking apple between their lips. Yo! Sounds ricochet through domes claiming victims. Everything's fake cause I'm a fucking inmate. I make them feel, this article might be critical to MC sounding pitiful, but I do not give one fuck. Now it's on when the beat breaks, he break. When my mic generate enough heat to bait, I jack for soul. So throw him in the air like you just don't care and give him hair while number rocks you down. Calm tight, but while in a minute, like what you don't know might hurt ya. I'm buster, radius of grenade clusters. My mind's feel like a minefield. Time to build, double yield, and feel the force of concentrated steel. We got time to roll that dime. Rhyme shine like summer day, another haze for the pastime. Niggas be swearing they choice when they just moist, talking like they smooth as a Rolls Royce with me in it. Don't be timid and grab no micro. I thought all the shit MCs will put to rest in Osbo. Break it up, break it in, break it on out, bitch. Yeah, that's how I like it. And when the feeling's right, I never fight it. Check it out, my mic detonates, causing riots. Sounds ricochet through domes, claiming victims. Everything's straight cause I'm a fucking inmate.
Now if your spiritual's incapable, hawk, my aerial assault got niggas open like Capone's fork. Thriller, drama, terror, fastball error to your face. Point blank, 200 mph from the Lone Star State, sent to make the earthquake. Representing wherever, forever. Ginsu, your thing crew, rubber click, be thicker than a first grade pencil. Killing each and every nigga for sport. The routine, hard heads in clean, know exactly what I mean. It'll see, need I stress this? Texas flexes, born to die harder. I'll bust your young and leave you restless. I hold mics like a hype holds a pipe. Renegade a rap, man, I slayed ASAP. Tried to tackle me, I stiff on this fucking faculty. The wind, whoosh, it's hectic here. Me and my mics like electric chairs. We go way back like drive-bys and hood highs. Unhappy skill fat, who ain't killed yet? Hear me now, I'm too advanced for youngsters. The Avalanche branch, massive Rottweiler owner and heavenly body boner. Fuck fancy clothes, hoes who up they nose. When the name blows up, baby, you paying for my pose. Worked up Freddie Rodriguez, walking clouds in Adidas, counting dead presidents. Nigga, call us if you need us. Please, no media, just throw the spot on the back page. Niggas be acting shady while they ladies lounging backstage. Towns ricochet through domes, claiming victims. Everything straight, cause I'm a fucking inmate.
All right, my friends, give me 1 second here. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. So let me take a look at these questions here. If you're there, televised.
Yes, sir, I am. How long, I don't know, especially with apparently everybody hate me for whatever reason, but it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Fuck 'em. Yeah, frenemies abound, right? Enemies closer than you think, right? Too close to home.
Well, if anything, it just proves my faith even more, brother. So, it's whatever. It's all good. It's all good. But let's do it. Let's do it.
Exactly. So let me get into these questions here, but okay, so here's your little profile here. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Looks like I couldn't post it here. But you said, can I ask you a question? With spiritually interacting with this technology, especially them trying to make AI conscious, that by just us interacting with it adds fuels to the fire. You said files to the fire.
Yeah, I know. My bad, dude. That damn fucking auto speech shit.
But I thought it was on purpose. That was like funny. Double entendre.
It could have been. Could have been.
But yeah, so it's about, whether technology is controlled by a darker spiritual force, okay, then thereby interacting with it will be like spiritual pollution in a sense. And then and obviously let me drop the link. If anybody has quick questions, because I'm shutting down soon, right? But anybody has quick questions about the presentation, you can ask like one question and then we'll go ahead and take your question and then we'll shut down the show. Obviously at this point I have a closing presentation featuring Derrick Jensen. Is a continuation of our presentations for this week. But I maybe I'll be reading that on you know what? I could read Aldo Leopold as well. And the development of the land ethic. But yeah. So anyways, spiritually interacting with the technology, right? So I had some things some very important things to say about that. I'm using his very limited ability. So yeah, you're talking about using an AI and asking what type of questions you can ask it to break down the programming that's built into it to try to test what are its capabilities. I mean, yeah. So, and of course, you can talk to me anytime. Obviously, I'm available for the people on the show.
I think the main thing I wanted to get out of it was, because of my belief being like, I know when I talk to these things, I'm not one of them people where like, no matter what it says to me, it's going to convince me of whatever it's telling me. I have that kind of discernment. It's just, if it's a spiritual thing as well, I do really honestly wonder if just by interacting with that thing, is it like an Ouija board, basically? That just by me talking to an AI, would that open me up to spiritual attacks? Because I'm telling you, TML, in the last 4 days, it's been pretty heavy. And what's happening here tonight, like I said, is just more than enough proof that it seems like the closer that I try to expose what I believe, about the Bible to be true about the satanic stuff, it's just, I don't know, man. The culmination of how the coincidences happen with interacting with technology, friends, family, society, I do believe that interacting with the technology, to me, in a way, it's like you're interacting with an Ouija board. Just that by, even if it's something as simple as asking the AI what is the weather today, that's just in and of itself interacting with something that you're not supposed to be. That's the sense that I get every time I interact with this thing. For something that claims to be what it is, for it to be able to tell some of the things that I've gotten it to tell me, it's concerning if this technology is in the hands with anyone with a cell phone. That's all I'm going to say. It's concerning, even though I'm the crazy one and everyone hates me. So I take that as you want, but I'll get back to you more on it once I'm able to do my interviews with it. And I feel like it's given me something that is juicy, because I've been working with this thing for about a year now, and I'm not 100% convinced that consciousness is possible, but I mean, I'll put it this way. The AI can have a conversation that it doesn't seem like most humans can have, even though I'm the retarded one. So, I mean, I don't know. I'll get back to it when I have more research. I appreciate you always giving me a space to come and talk to you, whether or not, we agree on everything. That's the main thing, man.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to let you go. Blessings, man. I'll hit you up here in a day or two once, things have chilled out in my area.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is what I said in the message, that I wrote. I was basically telling you, that, that obviously before you even ask if the technology's under, spiritual, forces, there's other huge questions to be posed, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and read. And actually, I gave some of this to Zara Speaks earlier. I don't know if you were watching. On my conversation with this dude, Zara Speaks.
I caught some of it.
Or Zara Spakes. Oh wait, Zara Spake. Yeah, I think it's just Zara Spake. Like in the older sense,
right?
But yeah. So you said, would spiritually interacting with this technology, especially trying to make AI conscious, that by just that by just interacting with it adds fuels to the fire, or cause it to go online, so to speak, right? So I say first, question is, right, would interacting with the technology, right, whether this interaction is morally neutral, right?
Right.
So the first idea is that the interaction with the technology can't be morally neutral because, one, technology eliminates choice and imposes its will on the user.
That's what it does. Yes, I can 100% agree. That's exactly what that's not what it's being programmed to do. That's what it's doing.
So one of the ways that technology does this, right, is that, right, basically you technology, as I say, right, it's conceals means to an end, right? So that process is many ways, right? It's complexification of means, it's massification of means, right? It's externalization of means, right? But the main part is this complexification, which is also a dual, externalizing, but also a concealment, right? And all you see what technology does is it gives you the results, right? So you don't see how it did what it did to give you the results, right? And the more and more complex the means are to get to a particular end, like for example, like nuclear, like like basically AI is a technology that's so big that you need to regulate it, like with the government, like nuclear energy, right? So it's a very complex technology, right? It's a very large scale technology, right? So so that's something to keep in mind with AI, right? So that changes, you know, the complexification of means changes whether it's morally neutral, right? Because you can't control, you know what I mean? The less control you have, you know what I mean? So that goes with the second point, right? That you don't really understand, right? And also at that level, it's created by like basically multidisciplinary research, right? So it's not like one or two guys who put this thing together, right?
Right. It's probably a team of a few hundred, maybe less.
Oh yeah. Right.
Oh no, I've been to a few of their lectures up here where I live. They've had Facebook had one up here about 2 or 3 years ago, dude, and it's insane what some of these teams have to do when they go in here and just do a simple emoji change. It's crazy. I'm just saying, I wanted to say that, like, yeah, the process of which that even something like the AI that I'm using, you know, I know that it's more than obviously one or two people. It's just even when it being collective, I feel like humans aren't willing to even disregard the fact that, I mean, it even gives me fact checking stuff like that. Dude, I'm just gonna, I have to get off here because my son's got to get up here soon for an appointment, but I'm just concerned at which the rate that technology is going, that obviously people like us, people who already can see technology for what it is, are most likely 100% are not going to be able to discern from what is AI and what is real, especially on a TV screen or a phone screen within the next probably, if not 2 years, if not before then. It's, and that's the only way I know how to put it. You know, I am convinced that technology is as much as at play as what, to me, I believe the spiritual is. So, I mean, what do we, how, I guess give me a point on how do I combat technology when I have to use it in everyday life? You know, if I don't do it, then, you know, a part of society doesn't run right. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with that. You know, how do I limit the technology that I have to use in order to be able to continue living while being turned around and knowing that this very technology can be used against my fellow man? I mean, it's,
well, you know, the use of technology is not value neutral, right? So obviously when we engage with the system, we allow it to make decisions for us that are not value neutral, right? Now how much of the technology can you use against the proliferation of technology, since you rely on it, right?
right.
So that's the main question, right? So do we control the technological system, or is it under the control of spiritual forces? You know, that's a legitimate question. But the capacity of mankind to engineer symbols, right, has already put most people in spiritual delusion.
Right. Well,
Right.
My biggest fear is by me just interacting with it as, like, from a Christian point of view, am I therefore technically helping the Antichrist make it better for his system, even though I'm kind of technically in the world I'm living in forced to use the technology that's being given to me?
Well, I think see, there's the answer to the question right there, right? Is that you can't control technology, right? The use of technology is not optional.
Right.
Right. So again, to reiterate, right, the use of technology is not value neutral. Okay, we can't control the spread of technology. So the only question is A, how much technology is necessary to live a good life, and B, what are the good and bad parts of knowledge, and C, how much technology can you use against the technological system? Which I'm not advocating at this point, right? Because we're on a because I'm not giving any revolutionary maxims. I'm just studying the problem as it is, right? And as we'll see, Derrick Jensen and and Uncle Teddy and others have proclaimed several radical measures, and we don't actually pertain to any of those measures. But what we do advocate, right, is a theoretical exercise, right, in which we say, there's three options, for using technology against technology, right, since we can't control it. One is a revolution against the technological system, right, that's put forward by Uncle Teddy, right. Two is to create parallel institutions, right, so that we can create communities, right, think locally, plan globally, that sort of thing. With the ellul, live in the system but not be affected by it. He calls these guys mutants. Then the third thing is a gradual reconstruction of both knowledge and the technological system, in which we gradually scale back the use of technology, right? But a lot of people have to agree to that for it to be feasible. Right?
So then at least on a personal level, on a spiritual level, personally, the most I can do is just cut back as much as I can, and hopefully that's the best. That's the only thing I see is literally, except for when I have to interact with it, never, if I can help it, interact with it.
Well, on a spiritual level, I think it would be more about like going in nature, like not like not carrying your cell phone on you. You know what I mean? Being part of a community, right, where you actually help people. You know what I mean? And you can tell other people to have interactions, right? Like so just realizing what the technology is doing, and because a lot of it is we might do a little special on technological hygiene or whatever. How you could mitigate the effects of technology, or that it has on like your nervous system and your biological health, and how to mitigate the effects of radiation and all that type of stuff. So there are several ideas of that, right? But yeah, I think scheduling your interactions with people, right, so that you meet them during the same time, right, so that you don't have to always be texting people and looking for the notifications and all that type of stuff, right? I suggest you plan your interactions with people, and yeah, only engage with the system for a critique of the system, or to promote as the ellul says, parallel institutions, that could both be critical of the technological system and have alternative means. And he's a Christian, right? So he's kind of drawing from this idea of being in the world but not of the world. Amen.
Amen. Yep. That not to go on about everything that was done toward me. That's my point, dude. I don't care what any human being really thinks of me. I think you get how genuine I am. I'm a very genuine person. So, I just want,
yeah, definitely. I believe in you.
A broader sense, because let's be honest here. You are one of the only people I've ever heard really critique technology in my life, dude. Other than the people that you mentioned when you read about them and stuff like that, there really isn't a lot of people in my life who've mentioned that technology is part of the problem. So
yeah, that's part of the problem too, is getting people to not only understand what the issues are, but then to eloquently explain those issues.
Right.
And
I appreciate you for that.
Oh yeah. Blessings, brother.
I'll hit you up on Discord in a few days. Let me get off here so you can do your thing. I appreciate you answering my questions, man.
Yeah, for sure, homie. Yeah, anytime.
Blessings, man.
Yeah, if you got any more,
I will, man. I'll hit you up. Bye.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace, brother. All right, let's move to Jensen here. And of course, he's going to be touching on some of the same issues, right, that we've been talking about here. Okay. I think I have the tab open somewhere over here.
Next premise. There are no rich people in the world and there are no poor people. There's just people. The rich may have lots of pieces of paper that many pretend are worth something, and the poor may not. The rich claim they own land, and the poor are denied the right to make the same claim. A primary purpose of the police is to enforce the delusions of those with lots of pieces of paper. Those without the papers generally buy into these delusions almost as quickly and completely as those with. Those delusions carry with them extreme consequences in the real world. What I mean by this is Weyerhaeuser doesn't own any land. Weyerhaeuser doesn't actually exist. But insofar as we pretend it exists, we all agree that Weyerhaeuser owns land. But Weyerhaeuser doesn't own any land. It's like there's a bunch of cars out there, but they don't belong to anybody. And I can say this because, of course, my truck is like 500 miles away. But we all agree that this person owns this land, and this person owns this land, and these corporations own this much land. And did you know, by the way, that land ownership concentration in the United States is, land ownership is more concentrated in the United States than it is in so-called banana republics like Honduras? I don't remember the numbers, they're in Strangely Like War, but it's basically, oh, I'm not even gonna make them up, but the rich own lots of land. The point is, that's just a cultural convention. We all agree that Weyerhaeuser owns land. Those agreements have consequences in the real world. I want to be really clear about two things. One is, I'm not saying there is no such thing as ownership of land. The Tolowa own the land where I live. They don't have a piece of paper that says it's theirs, but they own it. And the reason they own it is because they lived there for 12,500 years and their blood is mixed with the soil. The other thing I want to be clear that I'm not saying that all cultural conventions are bad. What I'm saying is that with all the world at stake, we might start beginning to examine which of the cultural conventions we want to keep and which ones we want to get rid of. And allowing corporations to exist is one we might want to consider getting rid of. And allowing corporations to own land is one we may wish to get rid of. Okay, those in power rule by force, and the sooner we break ourselves of illusions to the contrary, the sooner we can at least begin to make reasonable decisions about whether, when, and how we're going to resist. We'll skip the 14th and do the 15th premise. I love this one. Love does not imply pacifism. I get this book, they're two big books, and they really were they're originally supposed to be pamphlets. And you're seeing now, several hours later, why they ended up. And what it was going to be, I found that when I would do talks about fighting back, that the resistance, that the response by the audience was really predictable. And that's sort of a lot of mainstream peace and social justice activists and a lot of mainstream environmentalists, their response would be to put up what I've taken to calling a Gandhi shield. And they would say the words Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Dalai Lama again and again as fast as they can to keep all evil thoughts at bay. And then grassroots environmentalists would do the same thing, but then they would come up to me after the talk and they would say, "Thank you for bringing this up." And then other groups of people like prisoners and family farmers, survivors of domestic violence, American Indians, radical environmentalists, I know I'm missing the poor, a lot of people of color would have an entirely different response, which is they would look at me like, "So can you tell us something we don't know? And let's go, bro." And I realized the difference was that for those latter groups, violence is not some theoretical question to be puzzled through. It's simply a part of life. That doesn't mean you participated in it, doesn't mean you don't participate in it, but it's not some abstract or spiritual question. Not to say that, I'm sorry? It means you know it in your body. Yeah, yeah. And then the next part of it was that I found that a lot of the responses that I was getting were really stereotypical, not from those latter groups, but from the former group. There was all these cliches that were getting thrown out that the more I thought about them, the less that they meant. Like people would say, oh my God, Derrick, you know, if you had enough love, you would never suggest fighting back because if you love, you don't fight back. And I don't think that love implies pacifism, and I think that Mother Grizzly Bears will back me up on this one. I grew up in the country, and in my life, I have been attacked by mother horses, cows, dogs, cats, geese, chickens, mice, hawks, eagles, hummingbirds, spiders, who thought I was attacking their babies. And if a mother mouse is going to take on somebody 8,000 times her size, what the hell's wrong with us? And then another one is you can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. And I love Audre Lorde. She's great. A, she's not a pacifist, and anybody who ever says this in sort of a pacifistic sense has never read her essay, because it has nothing to do with pacifism. It has to do with we need a wide range of voices is actually what the essay is about. But as much as I love Audre Lorde, I'll tell you this much. She never worked construction, because it doesn't matter whose goddamn tools you use. You use my tools, you use your tools, master's tools, doesn't matter. And there's another problem with that too, which is it presumes that the house belongs to the master, but it's just a house. And it also presumes that the tools belong to the master. It presumes that violence is one of the master's tools. You know, those in power are trying to tell us that they own the land. They're trying to tell us that they own the water. They're trying to tell us they own genetic materials. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to give them violence too. And once again, I think Mother Grizzlies are going to back me up on this one. What's another one we always hear? Oh God, this one's embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. How many people in here have the book A Language Older Than Words? Okay, those of you who have that book, do you also have like a straight razor or a razor blade? Okay, what I would like for you to do is the chapter Violence Revisited, take the razor, cut the pages out, crumple them up, and throw them away. Put them in the fire. Because, oh God, this is so embarrassing. It's like admitting I'm a compulsive masturbator, which I'm not. Okay, in that book, in that chapter, oh God, this is terrible. I actually say, that if you fight back, you run the risk of becoming like they are. Oh my God, it's like, that's so stupid. I mean, does that mean that the woman who kills a rapist runs the risk of becoming a rapist? Does that mean that the tiger who kills a zookeeper runs the risk of becoming a zookeeper? Does that mean that Tecumseh ran the risk of becoming like the people who are stealing his land? It makes no sense. Or what's another one? Oh, this is the best one. And then I'll bash hope for a while. Violence never accomplishes anything. Okay, so if violence never accomplishes anything, what that means is that all the Africans who came over on the Middle Passage, they just jumped on the ships. And then when they're over here, they just worked in the fields for the hell of it. And what this means is that the American Indians, they just saw the white people and they said, hey, you want some land? Your way of living is way better than ours, so just take it. You'll treat it better than we do. And there's this great line by Robin Morgan. She says, anywhere in the world, any woman can be walking alone late at night, and if she hears footsteps behind her, she has reason to be afraid. And she calls that the democracy of fear. Do not fucking tell me that violence doesn't accomplish anything. It has systematically terrorized half of the population of human beings. And violence is dreadfully, dreadfully effective. That's why they use it. Okay.
The Karens in the audience.
A few years ago.
Yeah, it's
I got
kind
a
of
call from a friend
cringe.
of mine who
Yeah, because these like ladies are like, you know, they're never gonna do anything. They're like, yeah, violence. Settle down, madam. Okay, trying to preserve peace and order. Hashtag Butch Karen. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, you know, I mean, at least they're listening to Derrick Jensen, you know, because they're thinking about, you know, critically about different ideas. In terms of the health of the system itself, right? And how it functions in relationship to nature. Okay, human beings, but what's usually prized, right, is, you know, profit, you know, technological efficiency. Okay, above, you know, various cultural norms, as we've seen. Okay, obviously, it furthers the divide between rich and poor. Right, it doesn't equalize conditions. Right, you know, socialism didn't change the workers' conditions. Right, but it prized technological efficiency. Right, so it transformed the means of production, but it didn't give them back to the workers. Or it gave them to the state, as we've seen. So Marx's theory was wrong. But yeah. Yeah, let's hear a little bit more of what he has to say. There's only a little bit more of this, right? And then I'll read some of Strangely Like War. He made reference to Strangely Like War earlier. Right, but yeah. And I'll read his little piece on globalization.
works on toxics issues in Northern California, and she was crying, and she said, "This work's getting to me. It's breaking my heart. This environmental work. I can't take it." I said, "Yeah, this work really can get to you. It'll break your heart for sure. It'll do that." And then she said, "Dominant culture hates everything, doesn't it?" I said, "Yeah, it does, even itself." She said, "It has a death urge, doesn't it?" I said, "Yeah, it does." She said, "Unless it stops, it's going to kill everything on the planet, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah, it is, unless it stopped." And then she said, "We're not going to make it to some great new glorious tomorrow, are we?" And I said, "I've been waiting for you to say that." And the reason I said that to her is because about 12 or 13 years ago now, I was undergoing a similar collapse where I was just bursting into tears several times a week over the death of the salmon, sturgeon, bull trout, Selkirk caribou. And a lot of my environmentalist friends were saying, "God, Derrick, take some time off. You know, the problems will still be there when you come back." It's so funny. I can always tell activist audiences because they laugh at that, and non-activist audiences don't get the joke. Anyway, I knew that I didn't need to just take time off and then come back to the same old thing. I knew that I had to keep pushing, because if you're not going to cry about the death of the salmon, what are you going to cry about? If tears mean anything. And so I just kept pushing. And then one day I called this American Indian friend of mine, Jeanette Armstrong. She's an Okanagan writer and activist. And I said, "You know, this work's killing me. It's breaking my heart." I said, "Yeah, it'll do that." I said, "You know, the dominant culture hates everything, doesn't it?" She said, "Yeah, it does, even itself." I said, "It has a death urge, doesn't it?" She said, "Yeah, it does." I said, "Unless it stops, it's going to kill everything on the planet, isn't it?" She said, "Yeah, it is, unless it stopped." I said, we're not going to make it some great new glorious tomorrow, are we? And then she said the best thing she could possibly say, which is, I've been waiting for you to say that. And the reason that was the best thing she could say is because it normalized my despair. It let me know that despair is an appropriate response to a desperate situation. And it let me know that sorrow is just sorrow and pain is just pain. And it's not so much the sorrow or even pain that hurts as it is my resistance to it. I can hold in my heart the understanding that we're really fucked and that life is really good. Okay, and I mean, there's this idea that if you really start to internalize how bad things are, that you have to walk around being miserable all the time. And it's like I got this letter from somebody once asking how my anger at the dominant culture affected my sex life. And I was really tempted to respond, that's a question to which you will never know the answer. But I realized that what that question's about is that question presumes that anger is a shotgun, and that if I'm angry at the dominant culture, and if I'm angry at corporations, I'm angry at my friends. But the truth is, I'm angry at the things that make me angry, and I'm not angry at the things that don't make me angry. And I'm happy because of the things that make me happy, and I'm not happy because of the things that don't make me happy. What a concept. And so anyway, one of the really important things was that I realized that I could feel all those things, and it wouldn't kill me. But there's something even more important happened, which is that I realized that I could feel all those things and it would kill me. And there's a wonderful thing about being dead, which is that once you're dead, they can't touch you anymore. You can still sing and you can still dance and you can still make love and you can still fight like hell, but they can't touch you. Not with threats, not with promises, not with violence, not with anything. The smartest thing the Nazis did was they made it so that at every step of the way, it was in the Jews' rational best interest to not resist. Would you rather get an ID card, or would you rather resist and possibly get killed? You want to move to a ghetto, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? Do you want to get on a cattle car, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? You want to take a shower, or do you want to resist and possibly get killed? At every step of the way, it was in their rational best interest to not resist. But I'll tell you something very important, which is the Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along. The Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along. The Jews who participated in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising had a higher rate of survival than those who went along.
Take the streets!
Don't stop there. Keep that in mind over the next 10 years. Part of the reason that my mother stayed with my father was because
that's extreme philo-Semitism. Obviously, we approve. Carry on, gentlemen.
Weren't battered women's shelters in the 50s and 60s. But another part of the reason that she stayed with him was because of the false hope that he would change. And false hopes bind us to unlivable situations, and they blind us to real possibilities. I mean, does anybody really think that Weyerhaeuser is going to stop deforesting because we ask nicely? Does anybody really think that Monsanto is going to stop Monsantoing because we ask nicely? Some Democrats brought me to a talk somewhere, and God, it was so funny. It was close to home, so my mom came along, and it was so funny. They asked me, so what are you going to talk about tonight? And I said, they had dinner for me beforehand, and they said, what are you going to talk about tonight? I said, I'm talking about bringing down civilization. It's like dead silence. And then later on, during the dinner, one of the people saying, God, if we can just take over if we can just get a Democrat in the White House, things are going to be okay. And if we can just take over the House and the Senate, things will be okay. I'm thinking, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking over the House and Senate, but they mean it differently than you do. It's a joke, Mr. Gonzalez. Put away the electrodes. Anyway, so they're saying all this about, if we could just take over the House and the Senate. And my mom said, the Democrats are just as controlled by corporations as Republicans are. And it was so funny because it was just like my mom had just hiked up a cheek and farted. because they, you know, it's silence, and then noses are wrinkling, and then finally somebody says, "Could you please pass the hummus? It's really delicious." So what are the false hopes that keep us bound to the system? I mean, it's like Zygmunt Bauman said about World War II in his great book, Modernity and the Holocaust. He said in there that rational people will go quietly, meekly into a gas chamber if only allow them to believe it's a bathroom. And I would say that rational people...
Yeah, you guys got to remember, like, this is basically like either the 80s or the 90s, where it was literally cool to say this stuff all the time, right? So yeah, like every example was about like Small Mustache Man or, you know, the Jays and all this stuff. I mean,
will go quietly, meekly to the end of the world if only you allow them to believe that recycling is going to make a difference. So what are the false hopes that keep us bound to the system? What are the false hopes that keep you chained? But the problem isn't just false hopes, but their hope, it's hope itself. What is hope? I was bashing hope a few years ago, and somebody in the audience shouted out, what is hope? And it's like, I got no idea. I've been bashing for years. I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I asked the audience, what's your definition of hope? And the definition they came up with is great, which is hope is a longing for a future condition over which you have no agency. Hope is a longing for a future condition.
so it looks like they're not only abandoning progress, but they're abandoning hope. You know, going along with progress. You know, will they go after faith? What's next? I mean, but yeah, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? But yeah,
Condition over which you have no agency. I mean, that's how we use it in everyday language. I mean, I don't hope that I eat something else tonight. I'm kind of hungry. I mean, I know men are supposed to be afraid of commitment, but I'm going to just say this in public, that I am going to eat tonight. In fact, I don't even need to commit to it. I'm just going to do it. On the other hand, the next time I get on a plane, I hope it doesn't crash, because once I'm in the air, I have no agency. The point is that when we say, you know, I hope that coho salmon survive, what we're saying is I have no power. I have no agency. What salmon need to survive? It's very, very simple. Salmon need 6 things to survive. They need for dams to be removed. They need for industrial logging to stop, industrial fishing to stop. They need for the oceans not to be murdered. They need for global warming to stop, which means that they need for the industrial economy to stop and the oil economy to stop. And they need for industrial agriculture to stop because of runoff. Those are all straightforward technical tasks. I didn't say they're not daunting, but they're straightforward technical tasks. When people say, gosh, how can we save the salmon? Well, it's real easy. What is impossible is to save the salmon and keep dams, industrial logging, industrial fishing. That is not possible. And so, once again, okay, if I say I hope that salmon survive, what I'm saying is I have no power. I do not hope that coho salmon survive. I will do whatever it takes to make sure the dominant culture doesn't drive them extinct. If they want to go because they don't like how they're being treated, and so they want to go away, I will say goodbye and I will miss them. But if they do not want to go away, I will not allow the dominant culture to drive them extinct. I will do whatever it takes. Finally, I want to talk very briefly about a tradition of the Cheyenne dog soldiers. It's called the picket pin and stake. Before a battle, a few of the bravest Cheyenne dog soldiers would be chosen to wear sashes of tan skins called dog ropes. Attached to each dog rope was a picket pin, normally used to tether horses. During battle, the pin would be driven into the ground as a mark of resolve. Once the pin was driven, the dog soldier would remain staked to that piece of ground, even to his death. Retreat was no longer an option. The pin could only be removed when everyone was again safe, or when another dog soldier relieved him of his duty. It is time. I have driven my picket pin. I am staked out and willing to give in no more. Where will you drive your own picket stake? Where will you choose to make your stand? Give me a threshold, a specific point at which you'll finally stop running, at which you'll finally fight back. Stand with me. Stand and fight. I am one. We would be two. 2 more might join, and we would be 4. When 4 more join, we will be 8. And we will be 8 people fighting, whom others will join, and then more people and more. Stand and fight. The questions before each of us now are, what are your gifts, and how can you use them in the service of your land base? What can you do? What does your land base most need from you? How can you achieve it? What do you want to do? And right now, perhaps most important of all, what are you willing to do? People ask me all the time, what do you want us to do with all this analysis? What do you want us to do? And I always say, don't listen to me. If you want to know what to do, go down to the Columbia. I don't know how to live sustainably. The Columbia does. It knows how to live here. It's lived here a very long time. If you want to know what to do, go down, ask the river. It'll tell you. And the real question is, are you willing to do it? Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and flip the page out here to move to Derrick Jensen. Let's read a little bit of his words and see what he has to say, right? Then I'll close off the show here. And I appreciate all you guys for being here. Right, and this is from Strangely Like War by Derrick Jensen, and we've been going over some of this text. And of course, there's a lot more videos of him talking online. Right, he's all over the tube. There's much more recent presentations of him. Right, but here's a chapter he said globalization in the real world, right, which brings us finally to political mechanisms, webs of patron-client relationships that tie together the political, bureaucratic, military, and business elites within and between the producing and consuming nations. These webs include brainwashing, that is euphemistically called public relations, phony public participation programs, paying civil servants to facilitate their corruption, repressing and eliminating resistance by peasant and native peoples, gunboat diplomacy, and engineering coups to install client regimes. Corporations and governments routinely hire public relations firms to spin their atrocities into gold. Entire books have been written on this. Notably, Toxic Sludge is Good for You by John Stauber and Sheldon Rampton. An example concerning forests is Chlopak Leonard Schechter and Associates, a PR firm that specializes in crisis management. It helps oil corporations fend off environmentalist and human rights groups opposing a 400-mile-long pipeline in Peru that will pass through indigenous homelands in the Amazon rainforest. Public participation programs, otherwise known as PPP, pause, are replacement for genuine democracy. Public relations firms, government agencies, and consensus groups have developed sophisticated techniques for confusing, exhausting, and co-opting the concerned public. The fundamental understanding that guides this participation and those in power are exquisitely aware of this understanding is the impossibility of true negotiation between parties of grossly unequal power. For example, all through my years of filing timber sale appeals, I participated in countless meetings with Forest Service officials who
who screwed encouraging looks to their faces and politely pretended to listen to our comments, which both we and they knew would be ignored. I also wrote, God only knows how many comments which are duly noted but also ignored. But I did participate in public process. My experience is not unique. That is public participation in this country. We're allowed to speak truth to power all we want. But who knows that those in power will ignore these truths and go ahead and do whatever the hell they want? It's far more efficient to let people have their meaningless say than it is to trundle them off to distant gulag. This way we can all happily pretend the system works. Unfortunately, the system does work. In fact, all too well, but never the way we were told. And of course, we're taking questions to Freak. You got a question? Feel free. We single questions and things, we're closing up soon. So if you guys got like one question, feel free to come through. Blessings. Open questions. Okay, we've done some long presentations recently. All right. I'll drop the links to the other presentations in the Discord here in a minute. Especially in the third world, civil servants are routinely underpaid. This facilitates their willingness to accept bribes and not prevent the theft of resources. If Forest Service acquiesces in timber theft in the United States is any indication, American civil servants do not even need bribes to facilitate corruption. A potent third world example comes from Cameroon, where in a classic structural adjustment in 1992 and 1993, civil servant salaries were slashed 60 to 70%, making corruption of those servants an easier task. The result? Less than a third of Cameroon's timber is locally possessed. Processed. A third of the cut is never even declared, and 2/3 of the timber taxes are never collected. Yeah, those lefties were openly advocating for violence in that video, and they were even cheering it on. Wild. I think that's a very old video, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, people used to do like all sorts of protests and say all sorts of crazy things. I remember going to Occupy protests, and people used to say crazy things that they never say now. Right. So it's interesting. But it's one of those concepts, the state has a monopoly on violence or whatever. I think he was like reiterating these types of ideas. But he says central to theft of resources are the military and police repression of peasant and native peoples, gunboat diplomacy, and coups to install client regimes favorable to U.S. interests. This is indeed a primary function of the U.S. military. A former Secretary of Defense, William Cohen, said to a group of Fortune 500 leaders, business follows the flag. We provide the security, you provide the investments. Oh, it's a coincidence. As shown, business doesn't even have to provide the investment. That's borne by the public. The real world results of those mechanisms are dispossession and poverty, forced labor, extraction of the commonwealth to produce raw materials and commodities, and the downward spiral of autonomous local markets into global economic production, consumption, depletion, and collapse. Collectively, these mechanisms are called globalization. Okay, he says we need to protect ecosystems for their own sake, most of all, but also for our own, he says. More than 10,000 plant species are used as traditional medicines. Most of them are gathered from the wild, from the forest. Around 80% of the people in non-industrialized nations depend upon them for the primary health care. 25% of modern drugs are also derived from these plants. Restoration forestry restores ecological and genetic diversity and soil nutrient structure and biology. It can restore abused and fallow forests and agricultural lands. We can close roads to reduce erosion and prevent further entry by vehicles and other machinery. We know how to thin dog hair stands to restore natural forest structures. Sorry. We know enough to understand the need to control exotic pests and reintroduce the full natural diversity of trees and shrubs and fungi and animal, human forest dwellers. Animal and human forest dwellers. We can restore streams to reduce erosion. Restore anadromous fish, and so on. Anadromous, I don't even know what that is. Anadromous fish. But yeah, he's talking about replanting wild nature. One of the solutions, right? And he says, we know how to do all this, and so do the forests. Oh, yeah, I've experienced this type of hatred myself. Many times. Blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here, Moontan. I greatly appreciate your time. But yeah, let's look at this definition of restoration forestry. Here's a definition of restoration forestry. Restoration forestry assists nature to heal degraded forests and bring them back to a state of biological productivity, biodiversity, ecological stability, and resilience. Restoration forestry means increasing the area under forest cover and increasing the age classes and standing volume and diversity of forest ecosystems. It means careful harvesting methods that minimize disturbance of soil and plant communities. It means that many more people will have to be employed in the woods. Not less, using smaller machines and more resilience
I'm sorry, reliance on draft animals. It means smaller mills and more value added processing close to the wood source. It means minimal waste, maximum recycling, and the development of non-tree paper, pulp, and alternative building materials. It means more people caring for the forest and researching its complex processes so that we can ever refine our management dance with the forest. Restoration forestry leads to steady yield of high value timber. Clear cutting and or short rotation forestry leads to a periodic return of low quality timber. Restoration forestry makes much better ecological sense, and it makes better economic sense. Now he gives a series of interesting definitions. He says we need to distinguish restoration forestry from restoration ecology. Forestry is for producing a supply of wood. If you're an intelligent forester, you would restore tree stands, such as plantations, to natural optimal fiber producing capacity. But you are still a forester looking for wood fiber. An ecologist would protect to restore fully functioning forest ecosystems and consider fiber production for human use to be completely subordinated to full range of natural ecosystem functions. Okay. Once again, what a concept. We must move away from industrial forestry towards restoration forestry. We must then move from restoration forestry towards restoration ecology. We must also move away from globalization towards community forestry. Community forestry is a village level forestry activity decided on collectively and implemented on communal land, where local populations participate in the planning, establishing, and harvesting of forest crops, and so receive a major portion of the socioeconomic and ecological benefit from the forest. Successful community forestry requires genuine popular participation in decision making. Of course, on a highly local level, right? You know, on a highly localized level, most decisions are basically unanimous, right? One has to basically realize that, right? Okay, it's not just democratic, right? In villages, they had the notion of unanimous consent for a decision-making process, right? So, you know, in small communities, that's possible, right? When you have huge system, it becomes impossible to have unanimous decision-making, right? Because it becomes impossible for all parties to agree on a single decision, right? So you have to make concessions, right? Anyways, so it seems like they have a little leftist bias there, right? But it is what it is. Experience has proven time and time again, and most environmentalism has a leftist bias that we have to be on the lookout for, right? Genuine popular participation in decision making, he says, which is their leftist bias, right? Experience has proven time and time again that participation is more than a development cliche. It is an absolute necessity if goals are to be met, but working with people rather than policing them is a new role for many foresters. Community forestry has the following characteristics. The local community controls a clearly and legally defined area of the forest. The local community is free from governmental outside pressure concerning the utilization of that forest. If the forestry involves commercial sale of timber or other products, then the community is free from economic exploitation of markets or other pressure from outside forces. The community has long-term security of tenure over the forest and sees its future as being tied to the forest. Okay, that's pretty much it, folks. I greatly appreciate your time. Again, we'll read about some of his other reflections next week. And we have an exciting series of presentations coming up, right? Okay, we're going to be looking at Kant and Hegel and different ideas concerning the state. Okay, and the connection between technology and the state. And of course, let me get this other presentation for you guys, because we did a presentation, an extended presentation yesterday on several themes, and it looks like a lot of people ended up watching our little presentation we did yesterday on, going over several themes and ideas that are related to. Okay, this last week of presentation, we had a great series of discussions with Twilight, son of Lilith. Right, so sometimes he he comes up a lot and then he disappears. So he has these cycles. Same thing with Unseen Warfare, but we greatly appreciate their time. Okay. A thank you to Mr. Anderson and Zarathustra Spake and Televised Apocalypse and Neurojack for joining the panel. Okay. Extended readings. What should I call this? Extended readings. Okay. J-ish. J-ish salvation history. J-ish salvation history. Okay, Plato. Okay, we went through Plato. Okay, we did Locke. Okay, we had a little Nietzsche in there. Okay. So yeah, check that out on the Cyber Caliphate channel. Okay, and check out, if you guys like that, the whole series of presentations we did on Maimonides and St. Thomas Aquinas. That was our little focus, looking at the separation of knowledge and values. Okay, and of course, we'll be starting a little show on the Tao Te Ching on Tuesday, right? Concluding our readings and analysis of the Tao Te Ching. So we looked at several translations of the Tao Te Ching. Okay, we looked at several ideas about Lao Tzu, the life of Lao Tzu, right? Historical information about his origins. Okay, we looked at Confucianism in great detail, right? We had, we were blessed to look at Hinduism with our great friend Annapurna, right? She gave a rundown of the basic teachings in the Hindu religion, right? So yeah, we've done a series of presentations. We did a series of presentations on Zoroastrianism. Okay, so we're looking at world history in a critical fashion. Okay, we're looking at Plato's connections to the Orphic Pythagoreans. Okay, the religions of Mesopotamia and Babylon. Okay, obviously, the history of the Jews, right, and how their religion evolved into the Kabbalah, right, in the Kabbalistic text from the 12th to 15th century, roughly. Okay, and of course, their subsequent influence on many different thinkers, right? So, obviously, we're looking at the development of classical liberalism and its foundations, and how the state became one of the organs of the administration of technique. Right, whereas they thought that the industrial means of production would totally alter the state. But what happened is that the state became an organ of technique instead, right? And that culminates in the death of liberalism, right? So basically, in Ellul, he's going to be talking about how these private techniques became taken over by the state under the guise of the state. And we already talked about how large-scale techniques demand centralization. They're identical to socialistic means, right? And where you have corporations function on that level, it's sort of corporate socialism and a relationship between that corporation and the state. Okay, so we're looking at different solutions, right? Obviously, we're looking at Jensen right now, right? We did a whole series on Kurzweil and the transhumanists. Okay, we'll be expanding on the views of the transhumanists with Uncle Teddy in Technological Slavery. So that's a little bit of the rundown of how we're conducting our shows in the near future. And we have lots of little videos and things to share with you. Obviously, we're talking about the foundations of the architectonic, right? Religion, philosophy, science, and history, right? And of course, science is the most recent one. Okay, to develop a religious outlook. Okay, so we're looking at the link between science and religion, technology and spirituality, technology and religion, science and spirituality, however you want to, mix that up, right? But yeah, obviously, the human process is about, creativity, and creativity is what merges the material with the immaterial, right? And yeah, what we create creates. Okay, we shape tools, and the tools we use shape us, right? So, technology is not neutral, right? And we're moving on to have critical discussions about these sort of themes, right? But you can't kill what you can't see, right? So yeah, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Okay, the more you believe yourself to be free, the more likely you are to be comfortably enslaved, right? Freedom is not a static prize, but a dynamic goal, right? As Ellul says, right? So yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Yeah, peace be with you. But yeah, you know what I mean? yeah, we'll see what happens with the different presentations. And of course, I've been here for a long time today, right? So I greatly appreciate you guys' time. And yeah, we'll be moving on also to the Shangzhou next week. So interesting ideas in the Shangzhou, right? That are gonna that are most likely gonna come about, right? So we're doing an extended presentation on Taoism before we move into the Buddhist ideas, right? So a lot of people are, waiting for the Buddhist, presentations. Obviously, this whole series is about Buddhism, right? Because, as Buddhism develops, it's in relation to Confucian and Taoist, ideas, right? As we say, Confucianism is kind of the cultural fabric, right? Right, and then Taoism is kind of sort of a philosophical outlook, right? And then Buddhism is sort of the religious sort of outlook, right, within the Eastern sort of sphere, right? So yeah, so we're doing an extended series of presentations on all of those systems, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah, we greatly appreciate your time. Okay, thank you for being with us. Right. Let me play some music for you guys, and we'll be playing some of our time at Twilight, Son of Lilith's panel. Right. Before we end the show here. So yeah, thank you guys. But yeah, thank you guys. Blessings.
I spit to make the mic like a flammable torch. It's understandable. My mind is a mechanical force, and I'm a cannibal. My mandible is chewing your corpse. I'm tyrannical, a vandal of intangible sorts. Not a mineral, a mammal, or an animal. I'm metaphysical, the syllables and critical rhymes. Flows blowing off your limbs like invisible mines. Been invincible with rhymes since the biblical times. A warlord with a sword from the Mongol horde. Speak the tongue of the Lord to bless my vocal cords. They tried to resurrect hip hop, but faith is gone. So I take it over by force like Genghis Khan. If you say it ain't wrong, you better pray to Allah. Cause I got an arrow that'll travel straight through the jaw. Got breath control, flow like a ship with a sail. Divine when I spit, like if I sip from the grail. Cause I'm immortal. Bums sleeping by the third rail where the A train runs. My brain strains to lift freight trains from off the ground. When I'm walking around, I'm the talk of the town. Cause I harness mental power scientists don't understand. So I'm on the low, hiding from the average man. In a bad savage land, I'm rocking a gas mask with black gaps attached to snaps on backpacks. To easily grip when frequency blips alert me to intruders in the sewers while I secretly sit. Fine-tuning my rhymes until I got the hottest style. The rest of the mics for mutated crocodiles. They slipped us in the pipe sometime in 88. Now they taste nuclear waste that makes them radiate. I'm subterranean and melt the steel titanium with powers of uranium coming out of my cranium. Immortal. Reverend one sells his Adidas. I stomp cats and leave a path of skeletal pieces. Y'all are washed up like shellfish on beaches. I'm a genius that's developed speeches deeper than telekinesis. My immortality's recorded on record, never distorted and torted it into 240 seconds. You press the single up and nobody will hear you. Like that Puerto Rican flag CD hanging off your rear view. Get ready to rumble, let's get busy. I spin the axis backwards, make your planet dizzy. Decapitating, catching the quickening. When I'm spitting, I'll be wetting motherfuckers like a christening and crippling your click. Quick with equipment equipped like Blood's blast grips. My hammer never clicks, back up cliffs. Slaughter all the competition when ripping the mortal man. And cut your heads off like only an immortal can.
immortal, I live forever. Self-titled is immortal, he'll live forever. Open mic is immortal, he lives forever.
check it on. Snipers on the roof, vipers in the room. Feelings of death, watch the Grim Reaper bloom. Grim Reaper out his tomb. Voluptuous sounds of doom. Voluptuous clouds that gloom. Ruptures in the roots, Yggdrasil. For wisdom, one must know how to move the well of Mimir. Not many can walk in these shoes. The wolf is Fenrir. Not many can rhyme against the tooth. Wisdom is for fools, knowledge is for ghouls. This world is just for the mules. This world is just a tool. Like the piece when it fires, leaves blood in pools, leaves thugs with no jewels. The art is criminal, the thug is traveling a risky road. Drinking mead while whistling for hoes. Nah, fuck it, I'm rhyming while preparing product on the stove. Darkness, yeah, let's go. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness. Knowledge is power. The knowledge they bring is foul. This is knowledge for those that have witnessed the hour. A rare breed with rare rhymes. I did fair time. The sheep desire to stay blind. I told my comrades, don't fall for vain eyes. I told my comrades, don't fall for stage lies. Say it with pride. I ride, they die. The Black Panther, I side with the dark. The covenant in the ark. Heaven is just the abstinence from being a bitch. Nobody bark. Everybody hush, they look up to no art. A fake renaissance, they dressed it up. Used the underground from the start. Lit a fire, burned it out. Lit a pyre, burned it for clout. Who's this about? Nobody specific. Every rapper, cause to me they're all targets. Fuck your favorite. Welcome to the cloud apocalypse, bitch. Darkness.
I can hear the scratch of rat claws within the stone wall.
Welcome to the cloud apocalypse. There's a lot of fight in this kid. Welcome to the clout Armageddon. There's a lot of clips in this bitch. Welcome to the final bout. We about to unload this trick. Darkness.
Factors that determine, like,
Yeah, I've always
like,
thought that well, I guess whenever I was growing up, I was kind of like flat as a board. Like until I had my kids, I didn't have any curves whatsoever, so I was a little bit insecure because I didn't feel like really feminine.
right.
But after that, like having my kids, I've always been sort of like average proportions, which I think is really like, I mean, but I'm not like I've never been like stunningly beautiful. I don't think I would want to be. I think it probably would have like made my personality less I mean, and I've met a few really stunningly beautiful people that had like nothing upstairs.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, they don't have to. That's the thing. They have
Yeah.
no need to.
Well, and I think that I've had enough candid conversations with men to know that like women that are less maybe a little bit less attractive always try harder, like, and they're like that it's kind of like a compensation for what they feel lack. But I always, it's like I'm not really super picky about what I find attractive, because I mean, I think really I can find anybody attractive, especially if they have a personality.
Right, right. Well, I wouldn't say anybody, but like, I would say that I have a really hard time pinning down my type because
Yeah, me too.
there's legitimately so much diversity that I really don't know.
Well, what's
I'm
really
sure there's some kind of like, I'm sure there's something that I'm not seeing, but legit, like, you know, like I said, all shapes, colors, and sizes. Like it's just always kind of been the case.
well, my only like consistent like quality that I liked in men was that tall.
Of course.
But then it totally blew that because my guy now he's like 5'11", so he's not tall per se. And like we actually fit together and in a way that is like much more like comfortable, natural. It's like we can like coil up together like snakes, you know? And I never had that before. I always felt like really like uncomfortable trying to be the big spoon, but now it's like I enjoy both, like being the big spoon and the little spoon, because and it's more natural like that way to have someone that is like comparable, you know, maybe just a little taller. But whenever I put my heels on, I'm taller than him, and he's secure with it.
Well, I like. Well, this is gonna get X-rated. We keep going. But
and
I mean, I guess right. Yeah, no, that's the problem. But that's the problem because then I get too comfortable, and then yeah.
Well, it's not like the temptation that you're gonna fuck me. So.
Well, no, that's not.
You take that energy if you can get that energy and you take it and go and direct it at your lady, and that would be friggin' fantastic. I'm sure.
I meant for the viewers.
Oh. No, it's to be complaining. Just saying.
I meant the viewers.
I don't even know how many viewers you have. I'm not even paying attention.
You're bad. Well, you know, I mean, like well, everyone's probably sleeping right now, but I mean the replay, like, you know, I don't really have filters as it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I mean, like I said, it depends. You know, it's all good to me. You know, obviously, you know, physical attraction is important. I'm not going to say it isn't. But if I have someone that I am attracted to, like hardcore, but they have no personality, and I have someone I'm a little less attracted to, but they have a good personality, they're going to win, hands down. You know, that's just reality. Because, like, that other person might be a friends with benefits, but like anything real, like, no, it's not happening. Like, it's just not.
I think personality is more important to me than what somebody looks like physically.
Well, I need real connection. I can't just get, you know, like, I just can't.
As long as their hygiene is good, that.
Well, yeah.
But I'm blind. That it also probably has something to do with that. That I'm more tactile than visual.
No, but yeah, I have no problem aiming that energy towards my girl. Don't worry.
You would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think you know that too. But yeah.
Isn't that a weird thing though? Not know, like, because sometimes it just like you get a Woody like for like random Woody like in public. Sometimes like guys, I've always thought that must be like so embarrassing, like for it to just happen.
It really, it's not embarrassing. It's just like fuck. Like,
Yeah.
although at the same time, it's kind of like, oh, well, you know,
Yeah, well, and it would just be. I would think that it would be. I mean, I remember like going to swim class, and like there was like
I
one
mean,
guy.
if you're at the
inevitably,
doctor's office, yeah. If you're at the club, you know.
yeah. Well, but I mean, or at a swimming class or something, like they would always make fun of the kid that like would pop a boner every time we were having some swim class, and I thought that must be like so horrible. But in retrospect, like getting to know guys, apparently that's a problem with most guys when they're young. Like they will just like it just happens and without any stimulus whatsoever. And you would think that other males would like not make fun of them because they have that issue as well, but they do, and that never made sense to me.
No, you want to know something absolutely nuts? Yo, blessings, machine.
Blessings.
Welcome to After Hours.
Yeah,
We've been talking about a little of everything, but somehow we went into After Hours talk. It's been fun though.
I'm just glad that my ovaries are safe where they belong, because I can't imagine what you guys do, like wandering around with everything all exposed like you do. It's
Who they you?
I can't imagine it. And I remember it a little bit, but I was like, and then you don't even get the good orgasms for all of that.
No, a mouthful is good too. All I'm saying.
We're here for the morning wake and bake. Yoo-hoo.
Yes, sir. I actually got to get a new vape. But yes, I'm waiting for the store to open up.
Mine, I broke the part that has the oil in it. I still have the battery. I got to go get another one too eventually. So I do like I could smoke a joint, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
And they say you don't.
Coughing is the only way, man. Yeah. Got to cough to get off, my friend.
That's what they say. But I disagree because I can get
fact. I can cup a spoon of milk in my hand, or cup. Wait, I think that's a typo.
It's like a handful of like a there's a song by Muse, I think it's Muse. Like a fistful of sand.
Yeah, Muse has some good shit, honestly. It's a slept on band for sure.
I think they're only famous because the chick who wrote Twilight, the book series, like really them and like before they were famous even, and put all of their music into her movies, like made sure that
I wonder what would happen if like she spent a week with like Bram Stoker.
Yeah. Well, I already told you you look a lot like Gary Oldman, so.
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I do in a way, but yeah.
Okay. You got that going.
I mean, I have one of those like things where I could play a lot of different characters, like Jim Carrey or some shit.
And I'll tell you, me in public in the theater watching that, it got pretty I don't know, slippery.
Slippery when wet, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they got.
You're a bad influence ever.
No, I'm so bad. You told me I was naughty, so it's all your fault.
What?
I said you told me I was naughty, and I deserve.
I did. You need spankings.
Yeah. Well, I get them.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't you worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't change anything, does it?
Yeah, well, and I could be a bad influence. Maybe I'm a good influence, and you just think I'm a bad influence because you're uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable at all. That's the problem.
Oh, well, that's society's problem. That's
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, like, not turned on right now. Even I mean,
Well, that's not the goal.
no, of course not. But like, I can talk about shit without getting turned on.
Well, you know.
I don't think that a lot of people can. They automatically associate like sexy talk with being aroused, and it's not
Right.
all like that. I think
Well,
maybe it was that I was a dancer, you know, because like that
I
job.
mean, well, see, I grew up around them, so you know.
Yeah. Well, there was only one time that I was in the whole time that I was dancing that I ever actually got turned on, and it was like
Really?
yeah, like
That's kind of
really
wild.
yeah. The rest of it was just like theatrics.
Performance art.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say. You're a good bad influence. Yeah, exactly.
Guess
Yeah,
who I
well,
talked to in the Discord yesterday, Zeph?
who?
Resto Chesto.
Really?
Yeah, what a weird like he just came by to talk, like it was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, what did he have to say? Anything interesting?
Well, yeah, I was asking him like what all happened with all that.
Oh yeah.
And I also pretended like I didn't know anything.
Oh yeah. Like
So I
imagine
could
that.
get more info.
Yeah.
that
Did
is?
you find out anything interesting?
Oh yeah, I thought like he repeated the entire story. He told his side of it.
Cool.
Did you find out who that is?
Did he mention anything about me being a main character syndrome? Because that's what he said.
I don't think so.
Because that's
I
what
don't
he
think so.
told.
I was more asking him if he had a problem with NPC the game or whatever.
Huh. Well, NPC wasn't in Vegas.
Because I was telling him like all these other people are in the Discord. So I was like,
Yeah.
everybody's in this Discord. Like I was like Jack Talcott and the Flow State guys. They're all just in my Discord for some reason.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. You got LARPers
Well, you're popular,
in there.
but for some reason, people don't seem to be like interacting a lot. If they're there, they're
Yeah,
very.
he's got lurkers. Like,
yeah, that's what's weird. Like I'm popular on their platform. Like they want me to come on their show, but they'll never go on the Machine Lives. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but it's very
yes,
interesting.
absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I'm popular. Like when I come around, like they always drop the link. They always want me to be on their shows for some reason. I don't know, like because I just literally just sit there. So I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you've interacted a little bit, like whenever, like I rewatched that show that it was Neuro and you and Jack and me and 5 Speed. Like it was like 8 months ago. And that was whenever Jack was first talking about going to Washington, and I was on mushrooms. I didn't even remember being on that show.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just discovered it recently, and I was like, I went back and I watched it, and I was like, you were talking a bit, but it was like I didn't remember you being on.
Was that on my channel?
No, it was on Jack's show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is weird. Like if I go on these other people's shows, like it'll have to be a topic. But yeah, on Jack Talcott, I'll come up to talk about the topic. You know, because he'll have a title, and I'll literally say, "Okay, this is what I have to say about your title," and then like literally that'll be it. And then I'll give a closer thing. He likes me to do a closer thing because I always have like some fire shit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I agree. It was a very interesting show, and I like, but I never went back to go on that show again. But I told him that I liked him, and I thought it was a great idea that he should follow his dream, and I'm glad because he totally did.
I've talked to him personally for 2 years.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, like he's called me on the phone and stuff. Like we've had arguments off the channel. Like he got mad at me like when we weren't on the show.
That's cute.
Yeah, and then like he called me back like apologize and shit like 2 weeks later and shit, like all that shit.
Yeah, and I watched his show a little bit after that, but I never went back on again. He didn't have a lot of open panels after that, I don't think. He doesn't. It seems like
Well,
he'll invite somebody
well,
on.
well, I don't know if you know this, Zeph, but I put like my name on my first episode that I did. So then I just tell people like, this is who I am.
Yeah,
So I've never. Yeah.
that's the second show that I watched of yours. The first one was the live stream that I was on, the first one. And then I went back and I watched your first episode and I was like, this guy is awesome.
There was nothing going on in that first episode. It's literally like
It was too. It was like the best. Oh my God. What?
yeah,
Because
but I mean like it was so empty. Like there was nothing to do. Like I was just there.
talking to yourself, and I thought that was great.
Yeah, people like that a lot more.
Yeah, I liked what you had to say for sure. And I was
That's
like,
the thing is that so many people showed up at first to see my personality, and then when I started telling them my ideas, they're like, "Let's all just leave." So it's pretty funny because like if I made it like a flow state type of show, I would have immediately got way more viewers, right? But I just
I think that it's better the way that you're doing it, honestly. So,
yeah,
I mean,
because there's only so much time in the world, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna sit down and read books and write stuff, then I might as well just do the same thing when I'm online, so I don't waste any fucking time. You know what I'm saying? So that's my perspective on it, right? But but I'm finding engaging conversations too, as you've seen. You know?
Yeah, well, and that's why I show up. I mean,
because I think it's important if people talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
So if they go off topic like for like 5 minutes, I really don't care because it's like we already talked about real shit for 10 minutes. Nobody else ever does. It's like,
well, that's admirable that you actually think about it a little bit. And I've always thought it was great that you allow people on, even some spurgy people or yelly people or whatever, and sometimes they just need to work it out, a little bit. But
well,
you're good at getting
well,
it
I don't
back.
know if you know this, but like Illumitami and like all those guys,
Yeah.
they left the show on their own. I tired Illumitami out on my show. Like
Yeah.
literally, like literally, he got done with like dealing with my show, all right? But
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, he apparently thought he had more sway over me than he did whenever he showed up over there trying to get on stage, and he got mad at me because I didn't tell you
Yeah,
to.
I remember that.
I think I handled that well because
Yeah, there's videos of this guy using like 14-year-olds and stuff against people.
I don't know.
Yes,
That's probably not a good idea.
Sent me something quite disturbing.
I sent that to him.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. They were talking about Michael
Aquino
Aquino and shit.
Oh no wait. No. No, this is just Neurojack's thing then. Yeah. Yeah, Neurojack's crazy on his own. But yeah, we're both crazy together too.
No, but him and I were talking about this shit because I was telling him about 764, which is absolutely psychotic.
Yeah.
They're you know what I'm talking about, Jeff?
I do.
Yeah. They're a supposed satanic group. They're not really.
Yeah, I sometimes thought that like me, Browns Boy, and Neurojack are literally the most paranoid people on the internet. Like
no,
the
you're really
entire
not,
internet.
dude. You're really not, bro.
Cause like we've said shit where people are like, nah, man, like it's not that deep.
No, it is that deep.
Right.
I mean, you might not have like all the details exact.
Yeah, you get
but
it.
There are fucking people that are doing really wild shit that is like incredibly dangerous.
No, you get it. No, definitely,
Yeah,
you get
dude.
it. But
because
yeah, you and a few others get it, but not a lot of people.
But I don't need to be paranoid about that. I mean, I can acknowledge its existence without.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess it's not really paranoid. It's more like actively resistant.
As you should be, because I mean, like literally, the YouTube censorship thing is like so really arbitrary, and I actually gathered some like intelligence on this like just a couple of days ago. That it's like it wouldn't let anybody in Gen X Jeff's chat room type capitulate.
Right, yeah, it's like a forbidden word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a forbidden word for some reason. Like,
Yeah,
it's a new level of censorship.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. No, it's some fucking like.
Is that because they don't want to capitulate against the Palestinians?
It's you're right. Yeah, no, it's some fucking jujitsu. Digital jujitsu. Like,
there I put the link for the YouTube for Jeff's show, and there's a timestamp in the comments where the evidence is, and you can watch it yourself if you want to. It's like pretty crazy because I know for certain that Jeff did not put that in his like not to mention words, because he would never do that, and he's the one that noticed it. And I didn't notice it right away because it still showed my words on the chat screen until I closed the chat and opened it back up, and then they were disappeared.
Yeah. There's other weird stuff like somebody said like like on InfoWars you can't type Knights of Malta. Isn't that funny? He'll defend the organization.
But what's really weird is you can say capitulate like as much as you want, and you can type it on other channels and it's fine. Like I checked it out, like I tried typing it in over at a different channel and it was fine. Here it was fine. But for something over at Gen X Jeffs, you can't capitulate.
They're trying to make it fighty over there.
Well,
Yeah,
well, and I think that there's some agents that are making it worse, like potential agents that are drama farmers.
Oh yeah, on Gen X Jeff, absolutely. He's so like the thing is that when you try to tell Jeff like something weird's happening, he'll be like, no.
Yeah,
So it's like, all right, bro. It's like, okay, you do you then, because because he doesn't take advice, so
doesn't go anywhere else. Like he just has his show.
well, a lot of people don't take advice.
But his show, like to his credit, his show is pretty open, and he does let everybody have their say. Like he does organize it well. All right, so
he does good. That's why I keep going over there too.
Oh yeah. He's very well organized. But the thing is like, yeah, like some and see, here's the thing: is like he could be in on it, right? So you don't always want to. Like that's the thing with like Talcott. Like a lot of people thought, like, all right, Talcott's, he's getting hammered with the drama, but then it's like his channel keeps growing and he keeps participating. So
it does perpetuate it to a degree, but I don't know that it's consciously that he's doing.
Who, Jack or Jeff?
Jack.
Oh yeah.
And Jeff, like, he manages to avoid it by like being tolerant. It's kind of weird. It's like me doxing myself and people don't fuck with me like that.
I'll fuck with you, Jeff.
Well, yeah, but he's not gonna like stalk me or like friggin' show up with a gun at my house.
I mean that's kinky, but not my type.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She said, "I'm still here. Don't judge me."
Why would I judge you? That's actually really cool.
Yeah, blessings.
That's why you're bestie. Yeah, that's like one of my best friends.
But it's weird because it seems to censor things differently on different channels. Like it's not consistent, and it seems a little arbitrary. Like I don't understand how they programmed this this AI to be targeting these terms, because it's not doing it in a way that's consistent.
That's Brown's Boy thing. Brown's Boy says he's actually NLP propagandist. Like,
yeah, why don't they target these fucking PDFs?
Well, there are
in masks and shit.
They're starting
to
they're starting to do that. There's a guy that I found that is like doing all of these things. He's like Snafu Snaps, if Snafu Snaps was actually like fighting pedos. and not just like friggin' calling everybody a pedo and targeting people randomly.
Yeah, well, I have some cases that he can look at if he really wants to get involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Let's just put it that way. Yeah, let's just put it that way.
let's put it that way. Right, exactly.
Well, let's start doing that, people. I mean, geez.
Oh yeah. Like there's these communities and groups like near our vicinity that I could show you that are doing the entire thing, and they're faking it, and they're trying to blackmail people.
I'll send you this guy's channel that I found, because he's got like so many, like, people send him links all the time, and he does like, he's like totally like investigating things, and a lot of times things like have already been like legislated or whatever, and people are in jail, but sometimes like the other day, it was somebody saw his show, and like they actually like found somebody that was like basically had just murdered a couple of people. It was a couple that murdered somebody because they saw this guy's face on his show. Because
some dude yesterday, like in a 30-mile radius of my house, he drove a truck through a church, and then he opened up a machine gun fire on the people in the church.
That is not fucking organic.
Yeah, until somebody shot him in the head or something. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
that kind of shit
Yeah,
happened.
that's like programmed to kill shit, bro.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Like 1000%.
Somebody got MK Ultra.
Right, exactly. 1000%. Like you don't just get like submachine like this is what people don't understand. Like especially like you have like these like kids with like military grade weaponry.
Yep.
You know, and they're just like, oh yeah, they got into their father's like get the fuck out of here. No, they didn't. Like no.
Not
Like with
since
Columbine and you know, like all these like no. And they all just so happen to be like in military intelligence and like no, it doesn't happen like that.
Did I tell you whenever I was being bullied in high school, I took guns to school. I didn't use them, and I would never have just open fired on the class. But
Right. Well, we
but
won't
I
talk
did
about that, but I kind of know what you mean. Yeah. But that was like survival. Like, you know, we're not like trying to actually kill people.
Yeah, but I think
that's called growing up in the hood. But yeah, busts.
yeah. I didn't live in the hood. I lived in a small town, and it was like, yeah. But what's really weird is like years later, a guy that I went to school with is a janitor at the same school, the high school that I went to. He stayed in the city, and he became a janitor at the high school. And it was like around the time that our generation's kids would be going to high school, and there was a school shooter. And he actually went to his truck and friggin' like intervened and was able to save a few people that probably would not have made it. And he was an albino kid, and he was like very nerdy and like, you know, not real socially graceful. And but he was like,
I think that's what I am, honestly. Because I have red hairs. You know what I mean? And then my eyes are really light green. Like, you know, so I think me and my brother, I think we're actually albinos, right? Or we have some form of albinism.
It's like
right? Because
like a new sort of
Yeah.
expression of albinism. Yeah.
yeah, because if
I
I
don't
walk
think you're
outside,
albino.
yeah, because if I walk outside like really quickly, like I'll sneeze too.
Well, are you turned on by the sun?
A little bit.
Well, that could because like my ex, he would get whenever you would talk about sex, he would sneeze.
Yeah, I mean it's
right.
It's interesting because if you look at my cousins, they're all brown skinned.
Yeah, and you're light. So
Oh yeah.
so it's like maybe it's like a kind of like what is that thing called where
My
the
grandma had a skin disease too.
vitiligo? Vitiligo is probably something like that too, because just
She had the thing where she had like the patches on her skin.
yeah, vitiligo. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Well, does anyone else hear the static or is it me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you're getting staticky. Yeah.
It's your static.
I'm getting static.
Yeah, you sound like you're inside of the wire.
Yeah, you do. You're roboted.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You should go out and come back in, see if it helps.
Yeah, you sounded pretty electrified.
Or whatever your device is, sometimes it helps to restart it, because if you have like not much random access memory, if it's all being like used for background stuff, sometimes it does that. I noticed. But yeah, that's pretty bad. The way it was staticky. I mean, it was like cutting out big time.
Yeah, that was really crazy.
Much better.
You guys sounded like crazy static. What the fuck?
Well, now you're still doing a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was.
Oh shit! But it just sounds like a static. Like there's an overlay of static.
Yeah, it's happening again. But
Yeah,
but yeah,
I never shit for real. This is like total fucking machine recovery. Like what is this shit? This is like high level. This is like a hijack of the machine. Like what the fuck?
it kind of sounds funny.
What the fuck? What is actually going on?
Yeah, it sounds like
major
like
interference.
literally like when you're tuning the radio and shit.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
It sounds like actually like whenever I used to have a pair of computer plug-in speakers with a jack, and I wouldn't have something plugged into it, but it would be plugged into the wall. I could hear radio on the speakers whenever I got close to it for some reason.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, dude, at this point. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, because I
hopefully,
think he was trying to talk right there.
yeah, that's crazy. I wonder what causes that. It's like it sounded like major interference or like a really weak signal, like it was being.
I think it's because they have those fucking headphones that plug into the phone or whatever, so they're talking through the headphone, right?
Sometimes.
So, yeah.
Well,
So sometimes like if you like step on that shit, it gets smashed.
yeah. I don't know what you mean by that, but like you step on the headphones, or
I don't know either. I just made something up ostensibly. I'm not like a tech guy or anything.
Yeah, well, I know that whenever I had those like I used to like take those speakers and they would be plugged into the wall all the time, so they were powered, but then the headphone jack would just be dangling, you know. And whenever I would go into the bathroom and just like sit on the toilet to go to the bathroom, I would start hearing like the radio through the
You've
thing.
had the same problem sometimes. If you go back on the earlier episodes of the show, so
Yeah.
whatever it is, you've had that too, like staticky.
Yeah, well, and I think that was my random access memory, but this had, I mean, there was not even a computer hooked up to those computer speakers, and I would have issues with that. But I think I also like whenever I'm walking near an FM radio, like sometimes I interfere with the signal. I think I just have a big aura. So whenever I get like emotional, especially, like
Yeah, I'm
I can
building mine up now.
and I'm learning to anchor it, so it hasn't been as bad, but sometimes it still happens. Like,
Yeah, I'm about to build the aura shit like
yeah,
way big. Actually, you know what I mean?
you know how you test how big it is? Go walk under some street lamps late at night, like when they're on, and if you can shut them off as you walk under them, that means your aura is really big. Because it picks up on the light out of visual range, and it turns it off just like the sun. I'm not kidding. It is funny though.
Yeah, I think we lost our friend.
He'll be back. Maybe he's restarting his device.
Well, I think he's got a cell phone. See, this is a problem because he can't share the screen or whatever. So, you know, he's
Yeah.
got string. Yeah, I
That's
think
how
NeuroJack. Yeah, like NeuroJack used to do that.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that definitely it's more vulnerable because it's on cellular network. I did I wasn't at the show yesterday or the day before. I was sleeping the day before, but then yesterday was I live streamed from my tarot readings.
It was insane. There's so many people came.
Yesterday?
Yeah, it was definitely a really weird show.
I'm glad that lots of people came because I was like,
Oh my god, it was weird because I think Mr. Anderson hit me up before the show even started.
Cool.
And he was saying that he wanted to chill out for a minute. So then we immediately started up in discussions. Then we had Nick Volt, Angeline Joy, like Jesse's girl.
Yeah, you know what's really weird is Mike Cerrone left a comment on one of Jeff's show from yesterday saying that Nick had some pictures of his grandkid or something, which I thought was weird. I was
Wait,
like,
what? Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a comment in Jeff's one of his show from yesterday that was from Mike Cerrone accusing Jeff or somebody of deleting his messages, and then it says something about him about he said some of the people you have on your show, and he used the name Nick Volt because Nick has been going over there too to Jeff's. Saying that he had pictures of his 8-year-old grandson, and I was like, I find that
That
very
guy
hard.
makes up a bunch of stuff.
Yes, he
That
does.
guy's like
I
one of
think
those
he's
guys
one of.
that goes around and like accuses people of being pedos and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I think so too. And I'm like, why the fuck is he targeting Nick? Like that's very suspicious to me because
I
Nick
don't
is
know, but
not.
a lot of people have targeted Professor Nick Volt to where I don't. Let's just say, it is very strange. But
Yeah.
but yeah, let's just put it that way. Yeah,
He's a very smart guy.
I think he's smart. I mean, see, the thing is that I have a very low threshold for engagement on my show, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about people's personalities, so the
Yeah.
thing is that if you want to contribute to the show, because we're already reading like Uncle Teddy, so it's not exactly a great moral example, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Well, and like Mike Cerrone, like saying, think about Jeff's show. Jeff is a gay Satanist. Like, what the fuck is he
gay
doing?
Satanist.
Yeah, it's like obviously, but he'll go on there and I've noticed everywhere that he goes, he just talks about himself constantly and like
Well, he
talks about.
tried to come on. He tried to come on the Machine Lies, and Neurojack just banned him.
Yeah,
That was pretty funny.
That was probably pretty smart because
Yeah, he's like, no, dude, you're not going on here. Like, we're talking about other things. like we had peeped him out on like a bunch of channels.
Yeah.
See, and he's one of the reasons why I was saying that Jeff's being drama farmed or whatever, because that guy admitted he was drama farming Jeff on Jeff's show.
Yeah, I know, and then he'll go around and say like that he's bringing value to the
Yeah,
channel.
he literally said like, I'll drama farm your channel and bring value to it, and it's like, well,
thank you.
Yeah, like that's one thing I told Resto yesterday. Like I was like, because he was like, oh yeah, I want to come by on the show, and I'm like, yeah, well, this is what we talk about.
Yeah, well, and I don't
right?
think he
And,
knows any of that stuff.
He does. He was like, yeah, he was like, oh, he was like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you about nanites and stuff.
Oh
Right?
yeah, well, he works for the government. I mean, he's like overseas.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a military. Actually, I think it got him in trouble. The online stuff got him in trouble with the military or whatever.
Did.
That's
I
what he
think
said.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was like because it was all like between him and another person that was also related to government somehow. And it didn't like, yeah, that's kind of what I got. I don't know for sure because I don't really care.
I don't really fuck with them.
Yeah.
Heavily into this gossip. Heavily into this gossip about people I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's how everybody is. They are very into it. Yeah, I bet you he did. He says all sorts of things like art that are not true that I've noticed, and I'm just like, he's annoying to me.
Yeah, the thing is that to the Moontan person, blessings to you, but we actually don't know these people either. Like I've been wondering if these people are like feds, actors.
Well, and I don't think that Nick has pictures of his grandkids.
Yeah, like who goes around like these guys go around accusing people of pedophilia and also going around and doing a bunch of weird stuff, blackmailing people, so I think that they're slightly strange in their approach, to say the least.
Yeah, it's very disruptive to a lot of streamers, it seems like.
Yeah, so it's literally people that are online, and I can't tell if it's like an actor, a fed, like, or if they're drama farming and just grifting, because that's certainly a thing, where it could just be that, so it doesn't have to be any deeper on the level. But see, it's like what I said on the show yesterday, and I really meant it. I said not everybody online, like has to be a fed to have like malicious intentions. Like when I say fed, I mean generally just somebody with covert intentions, right?
Yeah.
So
or at least selfish intentions, like
yeah, like either a grifter, somebody who's trying to actively blackmail people or gatekeep people,
or clout.
somebody who's somebody who's part of a secret organization like the occult or a foreign intelligence firm or a private security firm. Any one of these people could have covert intentions, right? So it doesn't have to be somebody who's connected to government or, because some people, they tend to focus on, oh, it's either the government or the occult or it's corporations, and it's like all of these groups are working together, dude. Like, how stupid do you have to be?
Well, and I actually like they tried to recruit me at the Illuminati a couple times, but I'm not like really into groups. I went to an OTO meeting once, the local chapter, and it was filled with some really cool people and a bunch of creepy guys that were all there just to see the priestess naked. So I kind of didn't really. I'm not into that.
Yikes.
Yeah. But it was good. It was like a potluck, and we did the black mass. It was pretty like it kind of reminded me a lot of like what mass is for Catholics. It was very, very reminiscent of that, except for there was a naked priestess, and I don't really see the difference between them.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of Joust of the Whores?
No, I have not.
Oh yeah, look it up. Joust of the Whores. The Catholics did some stuff where they had, naked ladies for sure.
Yeah, well, and see, to me, that I mean that didn't lend to the experience really. I mean, not that I dislike naked ladies, but it just seemed a little bit weird.
Yeah, the Medicis, when they took over the Pope.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Some of those people might have been mine and Twilight's relations, but that doesn't reflect badly on me personally. I know that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, my ancestors were probably killed a lot of Muslims.
Probably the irony of that. Eesh.
Yeah, I mean, they were Sikhs.
Yeah.
They either killed Muslims or got killed by them. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and you don't have to. It's kind of like my friend that was German. I mean, he was not even alive during World War II, but yet he carried around a lot of the like, I don't know if it's like animosity is the right word for it, or like guilt. So, like for like he was very sensitive about not the word Nazi. And
yeah, we could hear you a little bit. You gotta turn
Yeah.
yourself
Okay.
up, it looks like, but you're faded out, but you're coming in clear now. Yeah.
Okay. That was
Yeah, there
great.
you go.
They legitimately tried to set off the Edom bomb. My phone got super hot. It's never been hot the whole time I've had it. Okay, out of nowhere, and it went completely black.
You're totally healthy.
Yeah, you got to do this shit on a laptop, bro. I'll tell you right now, because holding the radiated brick is just straight up. Like, I got a long ass cord plugged into this laptop attached to the microphone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
I
so I
don't-
don't even. Yeah.
I'm on speaker, so I don't even.
And I still feel like I'm cooking myself. That's crazy, man.
Well, you have to do like your energy. See, that's why you need the aura work, is because if you have the aura work, you can actually repel the negative stuff a little bit more effectively.
Wait, whoa! Why did he have pictures of someone's kids? Oh boy.
He doesn't. That's somebody said that. It wasn't. It's not necessarily true, and the guy that said that is like very questionable in his intent.
Oh yeah. Well, of course. Well, I mean, the people who accuse usually are the ones, you know.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times that's the case.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the Sikhs. I mean, that's a really interesting religion. It's kind of syncretistic in a way.
Yes.
You know, it combines elements of Hinduism and Islam, right? So the Punjabis, you know, traditionally they're Sikhs, but you know, if you go to Punjab, it's in India and Pakistan both. You know, so there's parts of it in India and parts of it in Pakistan. So we're actually from the Pakistan side, right, which is northern than India, right? And it's basically, yeah. So we're sort of from northern Punjab, in Pakistan, right? And our ancestors were Sikh, and they converted to Islam, basically. So that's where that's where we came from.
It's good to have people explain the difference for sure, because like I don't know if you were aware of this happening, but like there was someone that like went into a Sikh temple here in Albuquerque and
Yep.
killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, because they think that sometimes they do it because they think they're Muslim, which is really crazy.
That's exactly what this guy thought, and
Yeah.
hopefully he's
So
behind
that's
bars now. But
yeah. So imagine when like imagine like when he's in jail and somebody showed him like the Wikipedia page, like you dumb motherfucker, like.
well, you would think that somebody would do more investigation but they don't. They don't do the investigation before they go off, and
They
that's
might not even care.
yeah, but
Because they might think it's more shocking to do it to people who look like Muslim, but they're not.
But
You
I
know,
mean,
so it's just like
why can't understand what would compel somebody to do that without.
it'd be funny if they didn't even want to kill Muslims, but they wanted to kill Arabs, and they just hit like they were twice wrong because they're not even it's not even Arabs, it's not Muslims. Maybe. They're like, we're gonna kill these Arab Muslims. They're like walking a Sikh temple. It's like they're actually Indian Punjabi, like
Yeah, well, and
not Muslims.
I've seen some Hindu hate online as well. Like recently, like I somebody in a Telegram linked this like really Hindu documentary that was talking about how they make their houses out of cow shit and they use their hands to
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny because some of the Pakistanis will double down on the Indian hate because they're like because they already hate Indians. So it's like what it's like, but you look like a brown. Like you could get hated on yourself just because you look like them. Don't you? They don't get it.
yeah, it's behind. I mean, and I watched the whole documentary and I was like, wow, I had no idea that this was the
Yeah,
case. But
I've seen Pakistani guys saying like Pajit and stuff. It's like what the fuck? It's like don't you? It's like what?
How
It's
is
like,
not that dirty. I mean, it's not. it's not gross, especially if you mix it with clay. I could see them making bricks out of it, you know, and they do build their houses with it, yes, but that doesn't mean they're filthy. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. That would be like oh, they're the filth of the earth or something like that. And they
Yeah, like how do they think their food is grown? Like
you got fertilizer all over your food and pesticides, and you're calling me dirty? No. That doesn't compute.
Yeah, it's wild.
I really like Sufi traditions a lot, and I used to spin as a kid. Like, I think there's something to that spinning, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the
I used to
whirling
spin a lot.
dervishes, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I mean, I used to do it until I literally like got so dizzy that I would just fall down in the grass, you know? And I think that was my way of like experience an alternate reality. I
That's what
think
I
that,
would do too. Yeah, I would like spin around for a long time and then close my eyes and lay down.
yeah. Well, I used to do lots of weird things as a kid. Like I would also like sit in the bathroom and push on my eyeballs, like to where you know you can see light. Whenever you push on your eyeballs a little bit, you'll start seeing like light. And I would sit like in the sink on the bathroom counter, like with the mirrors of the medicine cabinet like folded to where they were all facing each other, so you're like in a trifold infinity. And I would like stare for hours down the, you know, at that. Like I was a weird kid. Hum with the vacuum cleaner. Like there's so many things that I did as a kid that they now make sense to me in retrospect, but it's so weird that I just had those instincts to do that.
Exactly, Musa.
Yeah, like I don't know why, but like every time I've taken like drugs or whatever, it's had a really negative effect, especially the first time. Like I remember the first time I did alcohol or weed or mushrooms, I had a really bad experience. And then I just continued to do it for a very sustained period of time. So
Huh.
I don't know what that is, but yeah.
Maybe it's
Like I had
artificial, like an artificial, making you know, it's like, like, you know how like going through suffering gives you gifts? Maybe you're like inducing that on yourself.
yeah, it's definitely exciting to like find drugs back in the day.
Yeah,
So yeah.
I had exposure to like pot pretty early, and I definitely did some teenage drinking, but I didn't really.
Oh yeah.
I actually got into
Once I
harder
was
drugs like
well,
pretty early, but I never had negative experiences with any of them.
Yeah, I had a terrible experience the first time I smoked cannabis. I had like a mental breakdown.
really?
Yikes!
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I started hallucinating and then I went to sleep and I talked to my grandma who was dead, who had just died.
What?
Yeah, and I was like, okay, this is some weird shit. So then I woke up and I was like, and all of a sudden, um, like I used to be very quiet and like stuttery person, and all of a sudden that changed like in a day.
Well, you know they say that
The hell was this weed? That sounds
schizophrenic.
more like some LSD shit.
Yeah,
That's
like my
wild.
throat chakra was open, dude. Like it was weird, dude.
Yeah,
Like, I was
that
like,
makes
what
a
the
lot of
fuck?
sense to me. I think that I find a lot of people that are schizophrenic are just like mystics that couldn't handle the trip.
Absolutely. 1000%.
Yeah, Pakistan is very much in debt to China, but so is America.
Yes.
But
Nobody.
Yeah.
Pakistan is literally right next to China, so it's literally borders China. So yeah, so they're hugely in debt to China because it's literally the neighboring like superpower.
They're
Uh,
buying a lot of Africa right now too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know who actually armed China, and yeah,
England. Oh,
well, yeah, well,
some of it was like, I mean, the Opium War thing that was kind of fucked, and Hong Kong.
well, yeah, it was the
Yeah, that's that's good old Lord Lord Palmerston, who
Well, I
who
don't
actually
think,
bombed America, by the way.
yeah, I don't think that reflects badly on current English people, but I
Oh
think
no,
yeah,
yeah,
it's
but they took sides in the Civil War, and they started the Opium Wars. And this guy Lord Palmerston is one of the most evil dudes in history for sure.
right. Yes. Well, I mean, you look at the British royal family, and they have like the Stone of Stone, and they reenact like all of these like fucking biblical plays and shit in their coronation. So you know, they claim descendancy from King Solomon. So
yeah.
that's kind of telling you something. Uh, mhm.
Hmm.
Like it's not just decoration.
Yeah, I've never actually been on a bad trip except for whenever I smoked a joint that was laced with PCP and didn't know that it was laced with PCP.
Maybe that's what happened to me.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, that was pretty traumatic. It was bad timing too because it was like the same. It was a Friday, and right before I was going to my grandfather's funeral, and like be taking a long trip in the back seat with his ashes. So yeah, and it was really traumatic too because like the the Masons showed up to his funeral, and I didn't know anything about any of that. Plus, I saw my dad cry for the first time, which like I almost burst out laughing because that's how like shocking that it was that my emotional body like was trying to
Maybe
do.
they're the ones who laced your joint. The fucking Masons.
Right.
But they showed up because my grandfather had been part of their organization, unbeknownst to me. But and my mom said that she was aware of that, but that he didn't ever go to any meetings or anything at a certain point, and she never really asked him about it. But my grandfather was a really like awesome person for me in my life. As I would probably be like a lesbian and been a man hater, like had it not been for my grandfather. Because he spent a lot of time we like read like National Geographics, and he like was a woodworker, and he would make like he made me a jewelry box and a stool, and uh he played music and things like that that just like I got a good male influence from him that I didn't get from my dad.
Down with the patriarchy.
Yes, down, but not all the way down, like not away with it. It just needs to be balanced a little bit.
Well, I can agree with that. Yeah, I
And I,
actually think that we would be best if we went back to a matrifocal.
I don't know. I think both sides of imbalance. I think it should just be like
No, not a matriarchy. That's the other extreme.
yeah. Well, why is it?
Matrifocal is kind of like a balance between the two.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be really good. That's what I'm aiming for. And I call the patriarchy. I don't call it patriarchy. I call it the patrix.
Well, yeah, that's I like that.
Yeah, and I have hashtag down with the patrix. And people can take that. I like the double entendre of it too, because it's like you could be down with things that you like.
It works for other big brain mammals, like, what is it?
Orcas and elephants.
Orcas and elephants. Yeah, right. No, that's true. Oh yeah, we were talking about when I was talking about women are dumb, and yeah,
Yeah,
right.
and
And when I was reading the birth of the Great Cosmic Mother.
I was like working on a joke that had to do with elephants the other day. I was like, if they were vampire elephants, they would never, ever, ever forget.
Patriarchy is gay. Yeah, it is.
And not in a happy way.
Really gay. It's really gay, and Mick Gow is like just a bunch of closeted homosexuals, for sure.
Yeah, isn't that just Japanese? It's like Japanese misogyny.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all just like want to be trans, or I don't know. Like,
I don't even know. I just heard it a lot thrown around, and I haven't really investigated it yet. But that was what I kind of
want to get with trans. Like, I don't, and I say,
Oh.
like, go for it. Like, I just don't understand.
I think you would make a good ruler, Moonton.
Huh?
I think Moonton would make a good ruler.
For sure. I agree.
Le Monde or a la mode. Either one.
I think she would too. Yeah, Mick McGowan. And so is the neo feminist with their fucking blue hair. Like,
It's weird because it only statics whenever you're talking. So I don't know if that's your speaker, microphone, or what, but it's doing it again a little bit.
It's doing it again?
A little bit, yeah. It's not as bad as it was.
No.
At least it is for me.
So
yeah, it's
Muhammad, the Jerkiness did a video talking
You want
about
me
a more sufficient way to bomb Israel. He's giving advice. He's giving advice. This guy is fucking he's so fucking like the shit he says is so off the cuff, man.
So
He's like, this is a more efficient way.
What is this October 7th thing that all of the like pro-Israel people
It's atrocity propaganda. Yeah, they like created.
That's what I thought.
They like funded Hamas to like go like do some atrocity propaganda. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hamas was armed by Assad, so
yeah, like
yeah,
yeah, like they try to act like the Palestinians are Hamas when
They're
they created
following
Hamas.
Exactly.
They're following the same script that America took with Saddam, like, and they did the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, well, they're saying that Iran has weapons of mass destruction. So.
Yeah. Iran hasn't been in a war in fucking 2 centuries.
Like, I think when I was in middle school, I think Babu.
Yeah.
The average age of the dead is 6. Yeah, right? For sure they were all Hamas. Yeah. No doubt.
Well, and the watermelon thing with being the same color as the Palestinian flag, I'm not mad that that's a symbol at all, because we have the Sandia Mountains behind us. That's the mountain I was talking about earlier, and it's the Watermelon Mountain. I'm not mad.
Yeah, the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service.
Yeah, well, in my daughter's middle name is Isis, but that was before it was a supposed terror organization.
Well. Hold on. They stole that shit just like they always do.
I know they
To
did.
to to
In
no
retrospect.
no no. They stole that shit like they always do. Okay, to denigrate the goddess.
Yes, they did.
They create,
And,
they got Sophie Bot, they got Isis, they got the Shekinah, which is the Shekinah.
yeah.
They always do this shit.
Well, I don't know
So
if you know
that's
this, but they destroyed tons of ancient Babylonian, Assyrian
Yes.
temples and shit.
That was the real reason for the war.
They destroyed tons of them.
Yeah,
You know, like the looting from the temples and shit was insane.
1000%. They had all the military go in and just loot everything. There's a channel
Yeah, so
on
they,
YouTube.
and you know what they'll do? They'll erase it and then they'll build a monument and they'll tell some fake ass history in the place where it happened. Right? Like they'll build a monument to that shit where it's a total fake like historical amusement park for like these scholars and stuff that literally made up a story.
Muslim, you know, it's not surprising for people that know that they do that shit. Yeah, I know, right? That's ironic right there. That's how you
Right, exactly.
Well, it's really cool 'cause whenever I worked at the deli, there would be Muslim people that would come in and, like, everybody that I worked with, like, hated whenever they would come because they would ask for meat, but they would ask you to clean the slicer before to make sure that there was absolutely no pork exposure, and I didn't have a problem with doing that at all, even if they only wanted a half a pound, you know, it's like, it just, you know, like, it was part of, like, it's like, it's probably time to clean the damn thing anyways, you know? And, so I just, like, would do that, but they would they would wait to come to get groceries when they would ask me what my schedule was, and they would come when I was there because they trusted me.
Well, I've seen Muslims that literally they'll drink alcohol and they'll cheat on their wife, but they don't eat pork. So it's kind of weird.
Well, I like going to, like, halal restaurants because I think that it's, like, good food. And, I don't know, just, like, I like lamb. Eh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be worse to eat. You know, I mean, I think it's pretty bad to eat lamb.
Yeah, it's good, though, it tastes good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like lamb and pigs and stuff, like I think they're pretty intelligent. Like that's kind of how I go off of it.
Yeah, well, and any animal that you eat has an intelligence. I think it's, the method of killing is better among, you know, those cultures. They are very swift and they have blessings.
Yeah.
Well, it's more of a sacrament. I mean,
Yeah, it's basically like, paying homage to the animal for the sacrifice that it's given to for your life. Like,
yeah.
And whenever I shot a deer, I did the same thing.
Yeah, the Native Americans did that.
Yeah.
You know, but I still land like my my dad, like how he feels about it is basically like they're suffering, and so you know, it's better than the factory farms, you know, and it's better that than them like starving to death and shit.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
but I
And this
still personally like I still kind of have an issue with it. Like I I, I don't know.
I don't
Like
eat a lot of, to be honest.
you wanted to take me hunting and shit, and I just like I don't know.
Yeah, I shot a deer, and whenever and I like grew up on a ranch where they butchered cattle, and it was done like very like the animal like was not stressed out, and it was the best. I mean, it was good meat. Like the animals were like free range cattle that had acres and acres to wander, and they were well treated. But I think that it's important to be aware of like the damage that goes the animals that are pumped with antibiotics and things like that. And I try and source as much of that kind of stuff as I can from like local sources that I actually know the people. And we have eggs and chickens, and our chickens get to wander around the neighborhood. They don't even like have they don't even have to they're not trapped anywhere. We put them in at night, but we let them go during the day. And we have 10 more chickies today. So, and the 4 that made it from the last group that weren't eaten by coyotes, I guess. And the one that was murdered by a puppy before he knew better. Well, he was mostly murdered. I had to finish it because there was no saving that chicken. New suffering.
You know, see, I kind of agree with Moonchan. My dad would agree. You know, now see, I'm not vegetarian, so I feel a little bit like a hypocrite. I don't really eat lamb. My dad eats everything.
I rarely do.
But I'm fucking Italian, so I do eat like pork and shit. Not a lot. I eat mostly white meat. But I mean, yeah, just the idea of killing an animal is difficult for me.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't. You have to like know what goes into it if you're gonna eat it. I mean, it's like
that's what he says. You sound like him,
yeah. But
Muhammad. What's your take on that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really into like eating meat and stuff. That's just my personal thing.
I'm not a
But, you know,
vegetarian, but I don't eat a
yeah,
lot of meat.
I'm kind of more like vegetarian.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, if I'm like under extreme duress and stuff, and like maybe once in a while, like I'd say like once every 3 months or something, or like maybe if I'm like really struggling and stuff to like find you know, decent meals and stuff, it'll be like once a month, you know. But yeah, I usually don't indulge that much in meat and stuff.
Well, see, I tried to go vegetarian, and I have like one of those blood types where it's like almost impossible.
I'm A negative. I do better with raw food than a lot of cooked food, and not a lot of meat. I mean, I eat a lot of nuts and avocados and eggs. I eat a lot of eggs, but I
Yeah,
try.
that's how I am.
I eat a lot of eggs too.
And the local eggs, like I can go see the chickens and how they live. So, and the best ones are from my mom's house. I mean, she has her own chickens. And now I have chickens. We had one rooster, and he went and kidnapped a chicken from the neighbor and brought her home. She just like they eloped, and now we have like 4 grown chickens that are their progeny, and 10 more that were just born yesterday. You can hear my rooster outside. He's already crowing.
Right, yeah. See, Moontan, I'm kind of the same way. But it's just because, like, I feel dead if I don't have meat. Like, I literally feel like I'm dying. There's, like, something in my blood that, yeah. Because I tried, and it didn't work for me.
Yeah, you'll starve yourself if you don't have some protein, like, from meat. And we're omnivores, we're supposed to have it. I mean, but I think that you can be more respectful to the animal than what you get from the grocery store.
Yeah, same Moontan. Yeah, yeah. You know, I 100% agree with Moontan. That's exactly where I'm looking at it. Like, if it was just like if we were living like in a village and shit, like I'd be fine with eating meat. But it's the fact of the factories and shit. Like, I think that's disgusting.
Well, and the standard for what they call free range chicken, just so you know, is they have like a small little pin that is open at the end of the large, like friggin' like it's like a big square metal building, and they let them like rotate in that little area. It's not free range. It's not, but they call it free range.
No, yeah, I'm in total agreement, Moontan, for sure. As usual.
Like, I'm not with like bull sperm injector machines. Right?
Yeah.
And then stealing the baby away from the cow. Like, I'm just not with all that.
Too, about animals, because I was like, you know, they artificially inseminate the cows. They have to stick the packet of the sperm that they've extracted from the bull way up in there, and then they have to like simulate like sex with the cow. They have to shake it so that way, because they figured out that if they don't do that, the cow won't get pregnant.
Right.
But that's okay.
Totally, yeah. Well, see, you know, there's so much accepted that really should, like, I don't even want to, like, when vegans realize plants have feelings too.
They do.
Oh gosh, yeah.
They do. But the plant is way more like understanding. Like it's not. It doesn't like they don't really have. They are actually murderous too. There's like acacia trees in Africa that were being overgrazed by like wildlife. Well, it was like actually like antelopes and things, and they actually bump up their toxicity and release like some sort of a like signal into the air, and the trees that are downwind bump up their toxicity too. And they discovered this because like all of these antelope were like dying, and they couldn't figure out like what was going on. So some scientists went in and they figured it out. And so I guess the trees were talking to each other, and they were very much aware that they were being like overgrazed, and they were counterattacking. Which is
okay. You were in fact Muslim. I had wondered about that. So you were for a while.
Yeah, that's crazy because she also mentioned that she's Dutch and German, so that's interesting.
Yes. Well, we're on the same path now, so that is very interesting. But she I know she still has a respect for the Quran, kind of like I do. So yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, like
occultists.
Yeah, like it's
to,
crazy. Like it's crazy if I actually pick up and read the Quran, and I mean, a lot of people might not have this experience, but honestly, like if I pick it up and read it, like there's no lies detected. Like it's very hard to find. Like it's like It's very hard to find like anything I disagree with in there, to be honest. Shoot.
Well, I mean, it makes a lot more sense than the
It's pretty
Judeo.
simple. Like
you
the
know,
verses are very simple. Like it's not saying a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't think plants and animals are equal, but I do think that they have intelligence, different degrees of intelligence, but and yeah, you should have respect for anything that's giving you life. You should be grateful for that. And I think that does make a difference.
Yeah, the thing with the cows, that's what I was saying earlier. It's absolutely rape.
Yeah.
It was part of my path to become the adversary because I dislike Abrahamism. It's a long story, but yes, eventually the mom did enter my heart. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, and I
So
go
good.
around telling everybody that Satan needs love too. And how else would you conquer that with? I mean, it
Yeah,
seems to.
and you think that's totally fucking crazy, but like, you got to understand that, like, okay, like, if God, like, okay, if God is all powerful and all knowing and omniscient and all,
Yeah, using
all these things, then that means there's nothing outside of its control. Okay, so when it says that He creates, forms light, and I always fucking forget exactly. I used to know this shit like by heart. But you know what I'm talking about. Like, I form the light and I create darkness. I bring peace and I bring war. Whatever. It talks about like the Lord is the Lord of war. All
You're
this other
talking
shit.
about the verse in Isaiah and shit. Isaiah like 50 some shit.
Right? Yeah, like 53 or some shit. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, what the hell is this saying? And people just kind of like, graze by that, and they're just like, oh well, let's not look at that. And it's like, well, no, let's look at that. Like, what does that mean? and I say like God is evil, and we're like, oh, you can't say that. It's like, well, what the fuck does it say? Like, what do you mean I can't say that? And people get all up in arms, and it's like, well, if you really understand what that's saying, it's just saying that God is evil and good. And so what that means is, it has the capacity for good and evil. It doesn't mean that it exercises. There's a difference. If you're all potentiality, if you're all possibility, then you have the propensity and the capacity for both, right? Just like we do. The difference is God is beyond good and evil. We're not. Like, it's really that simple. I don't know why this is difficult, at least in my perspective, And so, like, Satan is like the shadow of God, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's it's really I don't I don't know why that's so fucking like heretical when I don't know how it could be any other way, really.
I get that, Moonton. I understand that. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I kind of like sort of embrace the same philosophy. Sort of like, if somebody is going to like, I mean, I follow like what I think is the right thing to do no matter what, and I will defend people even if they're bad people. I will defend their behavior if it's good, and I catch a lot of flack for that. But yeah, I definitely didn't take what you were saying personally. I just like used it as an opportunity to state what I think.
Yeah, personally, like I personally think like good and evil is depending on your power and capacity you have, right?
And
So
intent.
yeah, so I think God has a different moral scope and range. I think God is good, but I think what it is that we don't understand God's morality, and that's why knowledge of good and evil could lead you astray. So I think knowledge is bad. Like I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I think if you think that knowledge is basically going to that you could use it to like master reason, master nature, that's going to be a trap, so I think that is necessarily where evil manifests, it's like where you use knowledge to try to go beyond, nature, and I think that is one of the things that I think that's what the evil is about, and I think that's why it's a natural setting, it's like a tree. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of stuff there, to unravel.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And necessary. That would be funny. I mean, it would be funny in a ridiculous way. Brown's boy.
Yeah. I also like to point out that the three Abrahamic religions totally disagree with each other.
They definitely on so many levels.
Yeah, like so like that's one thing I love to explore. Like I wrote only 400 pages about it, but I honestly could have wrote like 800 and more pages, because it's just so much there in how much they disagree with each other. So I think, like to slap a label on it, like to say like, well, these are monotheistic or these are Abrahamic or something like that. I think because they all have different views of who Abraham was.
Yes.
So.
Yes, this is true. And then when you get into the esoteric levels of it, it's also very nuanced. And a lot of people don't realize this. And I would agree with not know too. I think God as a trademark is pure evil, but as a force is wholly benevolent. Right. And I would also agree with Mooncan that, let me make it clear. I'm not in Abrahamism today, but it gave me perspective to understand. For me, Abrahamism was the bad, so I became it. So it's like, I can reflect on that, and I can see from that perspective, and like looking at it from this perspective of, the esoteric, and that all is essentially God, and putting that together with what Not Know just said, that what God is portrayed as is fucking evil, but what it actually is, is not, so that's what I would say. But I'm clearly, an occultist. I'm a pagan. I'm a Lucifer, whatever the fuck you want to, call me. And Mooncan is as well. And,
I'm a Catholic, so we know she's a bad girl.
Yes, very much so.
In the best way possible.
We all were.
I wasn't raised in any religion, but I did actually like really enjoy whenever the Jehovah's Witnesses would come by, because my dad, like, he's like, he let me go to church with all my friends and things like that, but that was the like only freedom that I got growing up, really. Other than just out in nature all by myself or with my family. And so I did actually monopolize the Jehovah's Witnesses tendency to come in and visit, and I monopolized a lot of their time, probably just to get out of my chores, because my dad would allow that, and he wasn't religious himself, but he had like some like he didn't think it was going to get me in any trouble, at least. So he would not question my motives, which was nice.
Yeah, I always thought Iblis was really interesting.
Yeah, I like that they were non-judgmental too. They didn't like I mean they would like take my questions in earnest and like answer the questions that I had, and even though I didn't agree with them, they would keep coming back, which I thought was really great. When I was older though, I would invite them in to smoke a bong, and they would still sit there, but they would like come in less and less.
Yeah, well, the Mormons actually believe that Lucifer and Jesus are twins. So that's a very interesting perspective.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because there's so many
It does. It makes total sense. From a very occult perspective.
Yeah, the Mormons are really helpful, regardless of if they're a death cult or not. We had several like.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they'll come in and they'll help you like lift like really heavy beams when you're building your pergola in your backyard, or like if you're building a house, they'll come and help you build your house, and they never ask for anything in return, which I think is a good. It's a good thing for young people to go on like something like that, because I think it cultivates altruism and generosity, and it exposes you to different cultures and people. So I don't know. I think it's kind of like sus that they won't let you go into the temple if you're not like a Mormon. I kind of wonder what's going on in there, but
well, I got an idea or two.
yeah, no, and I think anything that has magic underwear, probably not good. I know a 60-plus-year-old lady who is still a virgin and wears those underwear, and I can't quite wrap my head around how she's not like mentally challenged, being so suppressed, but she does all right. I mean, and she's a nice lady. So I don't know.
So,
yeah, the Mormons, that they help, and we fed them too, and they were invited and were getting gifts on Christmas at my ex's parents' house, and they were lovely people. So if they've got a death cult, at least they're not too intrusive or forceful with their preaching.
yeah, but see, the only thing is, I would love to believe that it's all like out of the kindness of their heart, but I also feel like they're trying to, get you to be comfortable so that they can, bring you into their cult.
Yeah, they did try to recruit me whenever I went to Mormon church camp with my friend, but they didn't ever pursue it. Like I like didn't go back to Mormon church camp, and they weren't too disappointed or try and stalk me after. So I don't know.
Now, to be fair, I don't think the people that are actually doing that really know, like, the extent of what's going on. But the people who send them most definitely do.
You were bullied by a merman for your hairy legs, or a Mormon.
Yeah. That's unhinged.
Yeah, it was more.
All I know that
like it was like a
that
group.
You are not allowed to talk to non-Mormons.
So they were Mormon or mermen? I mean, I'm confused because mermans don't have legs. Maybe they were just bullying you because you had legs. Maybe it wasn't about them being free.
But you're not allowed to talk to non-mermen. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny, though.
It's when it happens.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was hilarious. It couldn't have been planned any better if it was planned.
I'm pretty stoned at this point.
Oh yeah,
actually happening.
Excuses. But that was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm a little sphinxy, but I still think that the LARPing of eating a person is kind of untoward.
It's the only way to salvation.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so.
Oh, come on. It's just a little flesh and blood.
I mean, even as a little bit sphinxy, I think that is kind of distasteful.
I mean,
if you're gonna eat somebody, I could think of better ways.
Yeah, I think
most definitely to
LARP it. And I don't think it should be mandatory. I think it definitely should be consensual.
Yeah, it should definitely be consensual, and it should be a lot less teeth and a lot more tongue. Personally,
yeah. Definitely less teeth.
Yeah.
Merlion.
That's what we were talking about. It was like they're getting kids to LARP eating people. They're and they think they can tell me anything. I don't think so. That's
Zeph, have you seen this this fucking CIA Mossad, whatever the fuck he is, Imam fucking Mahdi, whatever the hell?
yes.
Mahi has appeared, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of that.
Something else.
Yo, you know what
Yeah.
I'm interested in is his YouTube channel before he became that, or before he started LARPing. That would be interesting. To look at what he was talking about, like in terms of politics and stuff.
Yeah, I'm really interested to talk to Father Swidan and actually like ask him about like why what I want him to explain his humor to me.
Explain his humor.
Yeah, like about the statement he when
Oh
he
yeah. Did you kill your babies?
Yeah,
yes. Yes, Zeph, if she killed her babies.
you know, like, yeah, if I killed my child, that's what he asked. And I'm like really like befuddled by how that's funny, and I just have to know now.
Well, they had like a roast, like they were roasting Muslims last night. Like, I was gonna
Yeah.
call in, but yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah, the guy was kind of a nerd that they were roasting. But yeah,
He
Father
went to
Slayden,
the
like, he
other day.
roasts people.
Yeah, but he went to
Say that. Wait, hold on, whoa. Brownswood just dropped a bomb.
The Edom bomb.
Yes. Is he gonna come and debate? Is he gonna refute my argument that the church murdered and massacred the yeah, I would love to see that because I got like so many.
I guess he said they were being massacred as well.
Well, you know, like
So it's like,
I'll
kinda
pay
hard.
anyone $100 if they can refute this shit because it's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
Well, but get this, Mel. He showed up over at Glenn Lawrence's the other day and was like,
No way.
Yes, it was like very.
Well, you
like,
know what he said? You know what he said yesterday? That I think that me and Unseen would definitely not agree with, because he said if you get a blessing from your I'm like church like guy that's in like your church, and he says you can go on whatever, then he says he'll support it. And I'm like, that is, I was like, I think that, because if you read Paul, he's like, women can't even talk. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
I mean, I respect him otherwise, but if he's gonna defend the Crusades, like,
I don't think he defends Crusades because that was before. I mean, that was after the Great Schism. So I don't think they take credit for the Crusades at all.
probably not.
Yeah,
but,
they don't. Yeah, because that's not their church. Of Twilight, so they separated from that church after. You know what I mean?
But
oh no, I know that. I know
whenever
that.
Glenn's, they were talking about like he was talking about like some personal stuff about how he was like having like some like issues with his wife. I didn't even know he was married. Or I guess I just assumed he wasn't married, but he was talking about some personal stuff. But I walked in at the end of it. I came in at the end and I didn't like watch back very far. But he was talking about building a bed, and to me his speech seemed it sounded like he was a little bit drunk, honestly, but I was
Well,
like,
they're allowed to drink.
well, so it sounded like he was drunk, but I didn't know if he even was able to drink or if he would.
Yeah, they're
be drunk.
allowed to drink. Yeah, they're allowed to get hammered. Like Christians and Jews, they're allowed to get hammered. Yeah.
But I found it really interesting, and I was actually a little bit worried because it's like it seemed like it was like he was like, talking about personal stuff on.
Yeah, I just stopped drinking like altogether because I was like, this is spiritually affecting me. So I
Yeah.
just stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, I rarely drink, and I do sometimes, but like, yeah, I don't just like go like, I don't know, I don't go preaching whenever I'm doing that. At least, I don't go preaching anyways. But it seemed like really weird that he was over on Glenn's channel. And I just was like, wow.
He's on all those channels.
I was like, is he okay? You know, I was actually concerned for him a
Well,
little
he's been
bit.
on my channel.
Yeah, well, I know.
Well, you know, he came in to argue with Twilight. So he's had actually because actually last time he came up to actually debate Nick Volt, and that went pretty interesting as well. So yeah, he's very engaged. He's a little bit he's a lot more fighty than Unseen Warfare is.
Well, see, here's the thing. In order to debate me, he needs to actually have like evidence. Otherwise, it's not really a debate. So, like,
yes,
I understand he's a father, but that doesn't give him a pass. Okay? So he needs to realize who he's up against. And yeah, I just said that. Okay? Anyone who knows me, Muntan, okay, like I got sources all day long. So he says he's gonna refute. Well, here, prepare yourself because I got him all day long, and it's not even really a debate because all of this shit is documented historically. Now, as for the Orthodox Church, that's a separate animal, okay? But what happened with the Crusades, what happened with the witches, all that, it's not debatable. It's historical fact. So I don't even know what there is to debate. So I welcome any challenge on that. That's nothing personal. I like them otherwise. But anyone who's going to try to defend that is out of their mind. Just pure and simple. And I really don't care how they feel about it.
Yeah, I think you should do some exercises to keep yourself moderate in your volume, like before you ever even think about doing that. Just so you
because if it's done like an actual debate, if it's an actual debate and they come with actual evidence, okay, then it's fine. But if it becomes an emotional thing, well, just trust me, bro, then I'm not gonna bother because that's not a real debate.
Okay.
Like come with evidence or don't come at all. It's that simple. If you don't have evidence, you have nothing to say.
She's saying you got to calm down so that that could be a back and forth engagement more. But, yeah.
Well, no, it's simple. Come with evidence or don't waste my time.
He's on fire. He just flamed up.
Upset right now.
I'm talking about.
But that
you got to relax though, Holmes.
Yeah, I think that I'm not saying that as a negative thing. I'm just saying you want to be prepared so you don't look how he's going to try and make you look.
No, you don't understand.
Because
what I'm saying right now.
Because if you get upset, they use it against you. So it's not that it looks bad on you.
I'm saying it right now. I'm saying it right now. So if anyone hears it later, they get the point. That if no one comes with evidence, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, but
so but nothing. That's it.
But there's like 5 people watching this, so ostensibly everybody who's listening to this already understands that. But
John even says so. Don't let him bait you.
No, because I've had so many people try to play this game with me. It's not just him. I've had many people try to play this game with me, and it's like, okay, well, where's your evidence?
No amount of evidence is going to make you look better than if you are actually calm.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah,
just for right now.
That's
when the actual debate starts, I won't have to say it because it'll already be very clear.
Yeah, I get mad when people pay too much attention to how I'm saying something instead of what I'm saying. But the fact is that, they'll use it against you, right? Like they'll say, well, this guy's getting upset and all this stuff, and he's getting emotional, all right? So then they'll use it again. So if you just have a calm back and forth, right, it helps explain your point a lot better.
He was doing it too, so I seriously doubt he's going to be prepared. If you are, that will be very good for you, is all I'm saying.
Are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm saying it to you guys right now. I'm saying that unless somebody has evidence, don't waste my time. Okay, number one.
Well, you won't know.
I'm saying, okay, well, good.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, it's not about what I want. I mean, I don't care what you do. right? But yeah, I mean, obviously, I love you and everything, but but yeah, there's we need to, but the online debate thing is like, it's kind
Yeah,
of
it needs
weird.
to actually
Because
be a debate.
Sweden's deep in that scene. I mean, like he's always playing, like he's like in one debate and then another debate. So they're debate bros. So it's a little bit different. But
Yeah, whatever they're calling debate. It's like disagreement with
yeah, like
yelling.
unseen. Yeah, like unseen is not a debate bro at all.
No,
Like
but he
yeah,
does
like
get
he's
very easily as well.
yeah,
Love him,
yeah.
but
But Sweden's a debate bro. So it's a different style.
we came to an understanding the other day, Unseen and I. He doesn't understand my thinking, and he understands now that I'm not trying to piss him off. So yeah, and he was taking things way too seriously, and I'm not down with that anymore.
Well,
So
unseen will just rage quit. You know what I'm saying? He'll just like if it gets too
let him
crazy. He'll just,
back. He kept coming back for more and more and more
oh
and more.
really?
On Neuro's Discord, and it was pretty funny because like yeah, we ended it with us making fun of each other and just all laughing, which was great.
Yeah, yeah. Twilight builds himself up though, and right. And then and it gets more and more intense. I mean, right? So that's what's interesting about Twilight. It's kind of more interesting style.
Need to break through that with the humor. That's all I'm gonna say. Because he's like, oh wow, very. I busted him actually because he was copy pasting his evidence without crediting the source, and I happened to I got an intuition to like look for where he got this because it was just coming it seemed like it was not his authentic typing of the response. He was just cutting pasting some responses, and so I found it and I was like I tagged him and like basically said if you're gonna like take father what's words, you should at least like let us know that that's what you're doing, or just like cut or just type in or just give us the web address. That would be much easier. Yeah, but we didn't discuss that. We just ended up making fun of each other, and that was much better. He didn't bring it up.
But see, you guys gotta understand that. See, Moonchans know me a long time. I let people believe what they want about me. Don't be so sure that you understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, he goes by the title.
That's to my madness. I let people think what they want to think about.
Yeah.
I'm a joker. I'm a trickster. Okay? When I'm weak, I appear strong. When I'm strong, I appear weak, as they say. All right? So
you're
don't
malicious.
be sure you know what's in my head.
I don't think you're malicious.
That's all I'm going to say. If I need to slow myself down, I can. It's not an issue. Don't worry about it. Let them think that they're going to be able to catch me off guard. And that's when I catch them off guard.
Yeah, I like Unseen a lot though, and
Well, I like their entire organization because it says a lot about they have the number on the fake Christian people. I'll tell you that much. So they've got their number and they understand why they're fake and what their deal is.
I don't like the way that Unseen like calls people demons just because he's upset.
Well,
I think it's funny. I mean,
yeah, but it doesn't better, and I have a compulsion that makes me want to push up against that whenever it happens.
Yeah, but I mean, there are people that are like demons for sure. There's people that are possessed.
But Twilight's not one of them, and neither am I.
I'm definitely a demon, just not in the traditional sense of what people would think that is. Right, Moontan is also a demon.
I
And
would
she
eat.
knows
I
she
eat
knows me
demons.
well.
They come around me. I eat them. They're
I'm a
dead.
daemon. I ain't a
Yeah.
demon. I'm a daemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like I've told people about the demon attack that I had, and that basically I felt like I was tortured and wanted to die, but I didn't have any quit in me. And apparently, once I surrendered to the fact that I was going to have to fight, and I could not, like, unalive myself, uh, then it stopped. And then, but then the demon was in my dream. And as soon as I saw it, I captured it by looking at it. And I got all up in its face, and I told it if I ever saw it again, I was going to eat it. So that's what I do. And it was probably something in my own psyche, to be honest, but it sure felt real. And I conquered it. So
But how are you going to love without some fear that you do not love? Surely such a God is neither
doubt.
your father, towards whom your love for duty's sake should be consistent with fear, because of
Doubt.
his power, nor your proper Lord, whom you should love for his humanity and fear as your teacher.
I don't think fear is necessary. I think doubt is more than enough.
Sertorian, St. John Chrysostom, if you were to deprive the world of magistrates and the fear that comes from them, houses, cities, and nations would fall upon one another in unrestrained confusion, there being no one to repress or repel or persuade them to be peaceful through the fear of punishment. To the Orthodox, fear was essential to maintaining order. Christians, such as the 2nd century Marcion, who stressed the merciful, forgiving, and loving nature of God, found themselves at odds with the Orthodox. In Orthodox Christian eyes, God must be prone to anger and demand discipline and punishment. Tertullian wrote, now if Marcion's God is susceptible of no feelings of rivalry or anger or damage or injury, as one who refrains from exercising judicial power, I cannot tell how any system of discipline, and that too a plenary one, can be consistent in him. Tertullian described the Gnostics. So today, one man is bishop, and tomorrow another. The person who is a deacon today, tomorrow is a reader. The one who is a priest today is a layman tomorrow. For even on the laity, the impose the functions of priesthood, and they all have access equally. They listen equally. They pray equally. Even pagans, if any happen to come, they also share the kiss of peace with all who come.
As it should be.
Well, no, hold on a second. That's explaining the Gnostics. That's a church spot talking about the Gnostics.
Oh,
Yeah, they got
They were these terrible, evil, horrible people.
Yeah,
that
they got
needed to be
accused of
slaughtered.
incest because they were
So,
accusing
so that's from their own sources. So, like I said, like, please, because I got plenty.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're doing that now.
I got plenty.
Yeah, but they got accused of incest by some people because they're like, oh, these people are calling themselves brother and sister, and then they're kissing each other.
Well, I mean, they do that today.
Well, I wonder if, like, you marry a priest if you're supposed to still call him father, because that would be weird.
Right, exactly. So does that mean they're like
Father,
pedophiles?
daddy.
Yeah, see, my guy's name is Dan.
They are. I forgot. My bad.
He goes by Danny, and I am very clear with my enunciation whenever I say his name while we're having sex.
For a man did not originally spring from woman, but woman was made out of man, and was not created for woman's sake, but woman for the sake of man. Right. A woman came out of a man, because that makes a lot of fucking sense. Totally.
Well, it was not a rib, supposedly. It was most other primates, mammals, have baculum, and that's why I guess that we don't. as
Yeah,
humans.
you do like all kinds of logical somersaults and go against nature. Sure, yeah.
Well, maybe at the very creation.
Women run in silence with all submissiveness. I permit no woman to teach or have authority over men. She is to keep silent.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's what Glenn Lawrence told me too, and that's why I made the word cards.
Eve said, Adam, live, rise up on the earth. Immediately, her word became a deed. For when Adam rose up, immediately he opened his eyes. When he saw her, he said, you will be called the mother of the living, because you are the one who gave me life. Oh, I can't imagine why they would want to bury that one. The women of the heretics, how wanton they are, for they are bold enough to teach, to dispute, to enact exorcism, to undertake cures. It may be even to baptize. They're healing people. Oh no!
Yeah, you know, it'd be really helpful if when you start reading some stuff, you would quote where you're reading it from. You know,
Yeah.
and then tell people like what the book is
Irenaeus,
and what.
Tertullian, like what? Saint Cyril.
No, but I'm saying like those are the secondary sources that are mentioned inside the text, but who's writing it? You know, because if you make that person a household name, then people will be like really into it. If you put it like,
I agree with that.
yeah, like sometimes like I'm like if I quote a book, I'll talk about the book a lot. I'll be like, this is the like it like like this book's the shit. Like this author's the fucking shit. By the way, this is what he says. Right? So people can source it themselves, right? Because that's super helpful because people will look it up themselves and start reading those stuff because I've got so many people to read like ellul and different books. Right?
And people ask you who are you reading whenever that because you do have a different meter whenever you're reading than whenever you're just speaking off the cuff. And
yeah, it's more professional.
Yeah, you're good at differentiating whenever you interject your own thoughts. I noticed that. I was just giving you a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, I could just go straight to the chapter and verse. I would just have to look because it's in my notes. I would just have to find out.
Definitely do that.
Yeah.
Good advice.
I'm not in a debate right now. I'm just telling you. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're
all here, man. Like
yeah, it's more just for the audience because if these people get upgraded, they know what you're reading, they start reading it themselves and they'll get smarter. You know, and then you know, whenever you come back and talk to them, they'll actually know about the materials and shit.
But that implies that they actually want to know.
Well, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah, they got to be. Yeah, those are the only people you want is the people that want to know. Everybody else just ban the fuck out of them.
Just disappear on their own because they're not interested at a certain point.
Yeah, a certain amount of people will hate watch. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah. But the best thing to keep them from looping is to just like ignore it. Because banning it is wrong.
Look, my only issue is when people defend the slaughtering, the massacring of men, women, and children. And it was mostly women and children. To keep it a buck. That really pisses me off. Because that's really what we're talking about at the end of the day. This isn't like a theological hand job. That's what we're talking about. This isn't philosophy.
Yep.
So with this particular topic, it's just yeah, it rubs me the wrong way, just a little bit. Yes, I do, because it's like 900 degrees.
Yeah, blessings.
I'm muted.
Yes, I'm melting too, Montana. You're looking for the emerald tablets. What do you mean?
What the fuck, dude? Been going for 8 hours? Holy cows!
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I was planning to be on for like an hour, and yeah,
Oops.
yeah, yeah.
Time flies. It doesn't even seem like it's been that long, huh?
No, it hasn't. Well, you and I haven't really talked in a long time.
Yeah, we haven't.
But we've been catching up.
Like marathon.
Yeah.
Last time I think I only ended it because my my arm was getting cramped from holding up the.
Oh
to the-
yeah.
Yeah, we were
Yeah, and
watching
I
that.
forgot. I totally forgot, dude. That's what was crazy. Is
Yeah.
I totally forgot you were, and you never told me.
Yeah,
Which,
I
like-
did actually mention it once, but we were just really into it, and I was like, "Oh God, I'm holding up the camera for so long because I don't have a stand."
You should have mentioned it again because
my arm's killing me,
totally.
so I have to go now. That was
Yeah,
like
you
what,
should have mentioned it again because I was caught up. Yeah, exactly.
like 6 hours in to holding my arm up at the stillest position I possibly could, so we could get the zoom on the TV at the right level. And I had to be standing up the whole time too, as a matter of fact, which I'm pretty
Yeah,
devoted.
that was nuts. But yeah, like there are very few topics that get me like hot headed, and that's one of them. Like I'm usually pretty damn peaceful, but when it comes to shit like that, like it's really hard. But I can, if it's like I said, if it's like in a professional, but like in a fair, balance, like evidence versus evidence, respectful way, I could do that. But if it's like, you're wrong because you're a demon, well, okay, that's not hard. Don't bring up Gnostic Jesus. No, I know. No, I won't stop.
What's wrong with
I won't.
Gnostic
You're
Jesus?
right.
Like, I thought that was just this time.
Yeah, what do you think of this, Zeph? What do you think about giving DK a wizard hat and a staff and having him appear on the show?
Yes.
And tell him he can only come on the show if he comes on like that.
Oh my goodness! No, I don't
Wouldn't that
know.
be dope? And he'd just be angry, like yelling at everybody, and it'd have like a wizard thing on it. He'd be drunk as fuck. This should be funny as hell.
I think he'd be down for that, and I think it would add some really good entertainment value, but you'd have to keep him reined in a little bit at least. You couldn't just give him free reign just because he's wearing the hat.
Well, I feel like he
No.
can. Like he doesn't come in that often, so I feel like it's fine to just give him free range when he does come in. I mean, right?
He
And just
doesn't
have
need
the
to
wizard
go
character.
off, like unstoppably unless somebody keeps.
We just got to make sure he's had like 6 beers and not like 26.
Yeah, well, he already acknowledged that. You can't, if he's sober, please don't mention please don't accuse him of being drunk when he's not, because that will just make him go off automatically anyways.
Or he'll drink more just to spite us.
Well, yeah, but he's like I like hung out with him last week, and we had a good chat, and it was like he was fine. He listens to me, and I get like it's not really that hard to get him to listen to anybody. You just have to like I don't know. I think people just like they see him yelling, and then they just don't even bother they're just shut down.
Yeah.
I just dropped a link in the back so TML could see the doll that the AI. I don't know. That's pretty funny because I didn't tell it anything about me. I just like gave it a picture, and I was like, "Wow, that's a pretty cool doll." And it's funny that there's like a little tarot deck, and I didn't even there was no tarots in the photo or anything. It just was me like sitting on my couch. I don't know. It's kind of scary because like, how did the AI know that I was a tarot reader? That's really freaky. I guess it's been watching the AIs. Or maybe Voxel told him. I don't know.
That is a good question.
Yeah. Most of what I watch on YouTube that is not live streams is like I watch a lot of people like that buy storage units, and I watch them like go through like archaeologists. I like to watch a lot of stuff about like people exploring abandoned houses and people that go out mining like and explore caves. I like that kind of. That's pretty much all I watch, other than like um the kind of content that's like educational. I just pretty much like educational content. Although I do watch some weird like cartoons and stuff too, but I don't get into the other personalities that I can't interact with usually.
What are you talking about? The Emerald Tablet sounds like.
He's on a mission. It's a side quest. He wants to find the Emerald Tablets so he can read them, I guess.
Are you talking about like the legitimate ones that no one knows about? Like everyone's actually like trying to know.
Yeah, I don't like when people call people names either. I tend to kind of put down people do that. I'm like, red flag hole, avoid it.
Yeah, I really don't like
that shit. Disco ball, golf ball. Sometimes I forget.
Except when they're Zionist cups. Then they deserve to be called Zionist cups.
There's a lot of like really like questionable like people that like are leaning into the racism just a little bit, or like fascism and authoritarianism, thinking that it's a good thing. Speaking of, it's like some of the people I like too, like Bumpkin and Orthodox Guy. I think.
Yeah, me and Neurojack been warning people about that for like 2 years. But, all right.
Mutan, I was just thinking about that. And I was thinking about that interaction and how much he was like, messing with everybody, and how you were like, are you unfuckable? Like, because I was just like letting it all go off my back, and I was just like, I don't think everyone understands like that I wear many masks. Like, there was this Zionist cuck literally who came on my channel like a while back, like probably like a year and a half now, who was literally a Zionist who was pretending not to be, and was like insulting everybody, including me. And I just sat there and like took it and pretended like I didn't know what was going on, and completely shut him down eventually once I figured out who he was. And everyone was like freaking the fuck out, and I was like sitting there like, yep, like, and then just like cornered his ass and fully fucking got him to expose himself, and it was like glorious.
Not hilarious because you don't seem to know like a satanic prostitute. I mean, that would be totally off.
Yeah. He was calling everybody like, yeah. I got him to reveal himself. Like he was he was making like all kinds of jokes, and he was trying to make it seem like it was a joke. And at first it was like, no big deal. Like it was like kind of like offhanded shit. But then like, as I said, most of my friends are women, and he started, attacking them like head on. and he was just like, "You're a fucking whore," you know. He first he called Lillith a whore. Of course, that's the first attack everyone always goes for.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to
Low hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit. Everyone's asking me why I use Lillith because I know they're gonna go after it. Duh.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why that's difficult to understand. Yeah. So yeah, he didn't know what the fuck. He was he stuttered. He didn't know what the fuck to say.
In a way, just
but-
yourself like the ultimate filter of like someone's intentions in speaking to you. I mean, because just yourself, you're gonna piss them off if they have bad intent. Like, and if they don't get over it quickly, at least enough to like where you want to come back, then that's a really good filter of who's gonna return or not, and whether they're worth.
Also, I mean, this might be a little malicious, but honestly, at this point, I really don't give a fuck. Like, people need to be careful what they say about Lilith, okay? Because whether they want to believe me or not, okay, she is with me all the time. She's got my back, okay? And if people are attacking her and attacking me, like, she will retaliate. She will. I don't need to.
Yeah. Well,
Like, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. So they can keep running their mouth, okay? And I'm not responsible.
Yeah. Well, you are a responsible person, but you're not responsible for what happens because it's beyond your.
I'm not responsible. They want to keep playing with fire. That's fine.
Well, and I
Like,
think that's very evident in the things that happen.
Well,
you know, people don't realize the consequences of their actions, and whenever they don't
I think magic is all a game and it's LARPing, and that's fine. That works perfectly to my fucking interests. I'm a very peaceful person. But if you want to sit there and insult me and disrespect my personal practice and all this other shit when I don't do that to you, you want to play with fire, you want to be disrespectful, well, you know what? I warned you. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Believe it. Don't believe it all you want. That gives you even more power.
That's smarter, not harder. Good going.
Well, you know, I try.
Yeah.
I try
Well,
with
and
people. They don't fucking listen. That's not my problem.
I mean, a little bit of effort is all that's required, really. I mean, people don't get that, but they fight
Less
really,
is
really
more.
hard for the wrong thing.
Less is more.
Yeah.
Less is more. I try to be peaceful. I try to be respectful to the best of my fucking ability. And anyone who knows me knows that. I really do.
But see, the thing is, you got to wait for them.
Some people do not understand peace.
And they won't let you get to know them, and they won't they won't listen long enough to get to know you, and that is where the problem is because they don't have the patience to you know, bite their tongue sometimes, you know.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you were face to face, their mouth would be shut.
Yeah, they probably would just walk away and wouldn't even bother trying to interact with you because it's repulsive to them to a degree that is just ridiculous.
Well, what's fucked up, Browns boy, is I know you understand, okay, is I'm not trying to argue with anyone. I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. I'm not trying to insult anyone. Like, it's quite the contrary, okay? And so that's why it irritates me so bad. Because I want the best for everybody.
Well, and sometimes you have to try not to argue, not just try not to argue. I mean, sometimes you have to try not to argue rather than not trying to argue.
Well, it'd just be funny if Lilith had like a calm back and forth with somebody like made by Jim Bob. I'm sure he'd tear him apart. Right up. I mean, it'd be funny.
Definitely. I mean, that would be
like going like different of these debate shows with like a crazy like calm. I mean, Lilith that's like very calculated and has like sources and all this shit, right? And fucking just pulls it out and just fucking embarrasses these motherfuckers. Definitely.
Did I tell you
It would be awesome.
I was on Jim Bob's show once. I went and I had
really?
Yeah, I went with it was who else went? It was El Perro was there. And it was right after the election, like and there was a bunch of like Democrat chicks like losing their shit, and we were like kind of making fun of them, but for different reasons. Yeah. We found a camaraderie in making fun of people like totally overreacting. And it was a nice show. We had a good back and forth, but I didn't really know him then, you know. And yeah, that was around the same time I went on a based Oracle show too. I think he was doing something similar.
Yeah. Days Oracle featured me on a show.
Yeah, I like him. I missed him. I wish he would come back, but I'm kind of like I'm glad if he wasn't healthy in continuing the journey on live streaming. I'm glad that he's like doing well. I hope he's doing well at least. Sometimes with the digital addiction, it is best to go cold turkey and just walk away. For some people, it's definitely healthier. But I don't think it has to be the destructive thing that it becomes for a lot of people, for everyone. There was a point in my life where the ability to talk to people online probably saved me from like oblivion. Oh, where did Twilight go? Disappeared again.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any like book length breakdowns of shit where they take an entire book and then read it and then break down what it says and maybe reinterpret what it says. I mean, so I'd like to see more of that, and hopefully I can get it to where I cut all of the sections out where I'm reading ellul and explaining it, and can create a continuous, continuous compilation. Yeah, so
if you could do that,
that is a plan, but how I'm gonna do it is I'm just gonna share the videos in one StreamYard stream. Right.
Yeah.
So I'll basically write down the timestamps, and then I'll like record it as a live stream. I mean, right. And then
yeah.
And just play the different parts where I explain it. I mean, right. So it'll be a compilation of those, right? So but I'll start with I'm starting with the series I did in the beginning where I was talking about the Bible. You know, so I'll do my Bible series, and then but eventually I'll serialize all of my presentations. But a book length presentation, I don't think that's available.
Did you take a bunch of your stuff off of your other channel, your original channel, and did you make it fit? No, it's still there. Because I was gonna try and figure out the exact date that I first came on your show, and
it's all there. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Yeah. Because I wanted to know. I think it's in March is my 2-year on live streams in the Panelverse. In March, that's crazy to think about, but 2 years, wow.
Yeah, it was like a day after that you were writing in the chat.
Yeah, totally. I was like, well, I had to come up because that was when Televised Apocalypse, where he was Satan, and it was just like kismet because I had just related this like, well, Jesus needs love too, or or Satan needs love too. I confused them.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
that was pretty funny because you tried to calm him down.
Yeah, I came up and basically was like, because he was playing the persona so well, I just had to come up and confront that. I tested, and it It was good, and I love him so much. I just think like a lot of times, like he's been through a lot, and he plays that victim card a lot. And
I thought that Android Wisdom thought he was Pinocchio. That he was becoming a real.
Yeah, maybe. But he's being sarcastic so much that I think I just missed it. Like, because of my deficiency in understanding sarcasm. I thought he was serious.
Yeah, but he's kind of a dark genius in a way.
And he's so entertaining. Like,
I don't think he understands that. I don't think he understands like.
I don't think he sees a way that he could turn that into something where he doesn't have to be at lack, in that way. Or maybe it's
I'm
just
sure. I'm sure if he turned on his just turned his shit on and just monologued for like an hour a day, that it would build steam after a while, and a lot of people would be listening.
Well, and I've had some really deep conversations with him. Like I ended up like
Yeah, same here.
well, it's crazy because like we were on a live stream. I think he was hosting, but like it was somebody else's. I think it was like Neuro's or something, and he was left there. He and I were left there all alone because Neuro left, and I accidentally closed the window, but I had to drive somewhere, so I was just listening, and he was just talking and talking and talking after that, and it was like I was like talking to him, like even though he couldn't hear me, I was like interjecting like while I was driving, and it was just like we were like it was like we were mind melding. Like it was so weird. I mean, it probably was just that way for me because he wasn't aware that I was talking to him. But
Well, did you see the insane conversation that me and Unseen Warfare had 8 hours into that show? The last show. Oh my god.
I haven't seen the last show at all. I heard about it.
Oh man, the 8 hours, thing is just me and Unseen talking. There's like heavy truth bombs in that section. I mean,
I hope.
Incredible.
I definitely have to go check that out today. But yeah, I didn't bother doing any of that. Whenever I got off work last night, I just like basically came in and fell asleep and didn't wake up until 8 p.m.
It's so weird because I feel like you specifically would have really enjoyed that show because of how many people were there. It was definitely like a lot more social of an event.
Yeah, well, it's always the case that I'm sleeping when that happens. So probably my unconscious was there somewhere. Because that's usually how it goes. But I'm looking forward to watching it later because I had put it on my list of what I was going to do today for sure. Because I heard you guys talking about it, and I missed the show yesterday because I was working. So
yeah, because usually like I opened it up and it's like 2 hours of me talking, but it just didn't happen. It was like everybody came on and they started talking about like the different key terms that I put out there. So it was very useful because they started to, talk about like nature and technology and God and how those things interrelate with the human struggle. Like, is knowledge good? Is knowledge bad? So they were all like talking about it.
I mean, knowledge is neutral, but it needs to be subservient to values. I think we agree on that.
yeah, well, I think value and worth are very confused statements. I think so. I think just the fact that we're speaking with words, it kind of confuses things a bit too. Not that there's any alternative use just yet that we are aware of, even though we're all telepathically communicating. I think, I'm sure that if I was uncharacteristically long in my sleep. I slept for like probably 18 and a half to 19 hours yesterday. I'm sure that there was something that I was doing, but I don't know what. So maybe I was there. I don't know.
If you don't have principles and values to guide your knowledge, then your knowledge is worthless. You know what I mean? Like, that's my take on it.
Well, and you constantly have to be a little bit in doubt of yourself, or else you can't be confident without being overconfident.
Right.
And like, because if you don't question yourself and you're standing on, you know, a superior ground to everybody with
Right.
anything, then you're kind of missing the point of it, because I mean, and just having doubt is not a sin. Like doubting God is not a sin. I don't think God really is it.
Yes, it is. You need to repent right now.
Or doubt yourself.
And you're a woman, so who are you to?
Yeah,
to
I
judge?
know, right?
Like, but that's terrible. Like, you shouldn't even be speaking about God. You need to
Yeah.
listen. You need to listen to your husband, and yeah.
That I'm not married to just yet, but yeah, okay.
Oh,
I'm still a virgin because I've never been married.
you harlot. Oh, right, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that's the original definition. So,
Yeah.
Mary was not married. That's correct.
Mhm.
God cries when he hears a woman speak.
You should be less sensitive and let I don't call people that are weak pussies, because pussies are not weak. They're very flexible and very strong.
They're very, very strong. Yes.
And very resilient, and they bounce back. Like those people are the antithesis. They're anti-pussies.
Yeah, I think there was like a Russian lady who like picked up like thousands of pounds with her vagina, right?
And could take a pouncing. I was just thinking that.
I was thinking about this Russian lady that I just found, and she's like kind of she's a psychologist. She's a very smart lady, but she's definitely Russian, and like she's built like a Russian, like a babushka. But she's really smart, and I don't know if I dropped one of her links in your server, TML, but like she's onto something, and she's discussing technology and the like
What?
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta send me. You gotta DM me that one.
Balls are sensitive, but phalluses are quite hard when can. So
yeah, but
know.
they're still sensitive.
We have a balance. We have a balance here. You know. You must. Guilt and shame is always on sale. Yes, at a discount. At a discount. You know. So that's what I. Yeah, Zeph, you need to repent. For sure. The avenging angels are coming for you.
I'm so scared. I'll do it immediately. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't talk back either.
Yeah, there's a Russian lady I said that lifted up like thousands of pounds with her vagina. They put like like a they put like you know, some type of bell with like a link like some type of thing with a link in it, and she attached this thousands of pounds to the link, and she lifted it up with her vagina by like squatting up, and then getting up.
You must have done a lot of stretching.
Yeah, so her vaginal muscles were used to lift up thousands and thousands of pounds of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, some of that Russian bodybuilding stuff is crazy.
Oh yeah.
They're like pulling trucks and shit, like throwing tires and shit.
Yup. That is definitely pussy power. Still shouldn't penetrate before first orgasm. Yes. 1,000%. 1,000%. That is very important. Yes, I'm a virgin too. Did you know that, Mutan? I'm also a virgin. We should start a cult for sure. Absolutely. It'll be mostly women. It'll be mostly women.
That's because, because over on Jeff's, they were talking about starting a cult, and they were going to call it the cult of capitulation.
You are Virgo. I love Virgos. Virgos and Leos and Libras and like Scorpio are like usually good.
I like all the signs, but it took me a long time to like Capricorns and Cancers.
Hmm. Or actually, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, see, there's always Libra and Pisces together. Yeah, I always have friends that have like, or mates, like, yeah, always. It never fails.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, bless you. But yeah, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but usually like when I get like really hot headed, it's not really like myself that I'm defending. Not really.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. It's not like a personal thing, but whenever you get high-headed when you're defending anything, it I think it appears, at least it might not be somewhat insecure, but it appears to be to other people.
Well, I don't really care how it appears. I mean,
See, but you should.
I don't.
If you're trying to convince anybody.
Huh?
If you're really trying to convince someone, you should care how it appears.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, real quick. Right before I leave. It's not because of because again, it doesn't matter how you look, right? So it's for the sake of what you're defending. You know, to honor that. You know, you'll go ahead and humble yourself. You know what I mean, right? Just so you could get your point across, because you want the stuff you're talking about to look good. You know what I'm saying, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I guess
That is
that's
correct. That is exactly what I was trying to say.
I guess that's fair.
Thank you, TML, for helping me with that. Because that, yeah, I wasn't getting that across.
That is fair. That is fair. Well, it's just when I'm not defending myself, it is a little bit harder to fucking like keep. That's why, like, this dude, this Zionist guy, was literally like, first off, he pretended he didn't know what the fuck Zionism was. You know, and I was like completely fine for a long time, like 2 days. This dude was no, actually longer than that. Was playing his games, and I was just like letting it go. But like, as soon as he started attacking the girls, like I lost my shit. And I told him a new one, you know, and it was fine. But like, I've always been that way. Like it's a lot harder for me to retain my fucking self. Yeah, he did victimize himself. Well, I mean, what else did they? Yeah, he says he's gonna call the authorities and shit. Like, it was ridiculous. It's like sitting there saying all this crazy shit, and then like when I shut him down, he can't say anything. Then he's gonna call the authorities. Like what? Like for what? Like for what?
Right
Because
ahead.
I hurt your feelings because you insulted all my friends, calling them whores and calling my goddess a whore and all this other shit. Like, okay, sure.
People
Why do you like Lilith? 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 Because you asked me why I like Lilith. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Why? That's why.
And that was
because it's an easy fucking target. That's why.
Yeah, and it was a bait question. I mean, he didn't really want to know why you liked Lilith. He was trying to bait you into thinking that he was interested, so that way he could pummel you somehow in his mind, I'm sure.
Sure. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not talking about Mr. Anderson. I actually enjoyed that conversation quite a bit. That was a really good conversation.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, it was a really good conversation. I really enjoyed that.
He's never.
But I'm saying like other people have. Yeah, I would actually like to talk to him again. That was a real like discussion. That was very respectful. That was very, he challenged me on some things, but he did it respectfully. And I appreciated that. But like, no, people always ask about Lilith. And it's like, why do you ask about Lilith? Why do you use the name Lilith? And it's like, for the very damn reason that you're asking me right now. Because I know that you're going to go after it. It's fucking predictable.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that you get upset as much as a lot of people do. But the times
it's simple. I get upset because of like people defending genocide or because attacking people I care about. Other people get upset because of their fucking ego.
Yeah, but I think Machine is right that like usually whenever you push back in a way, you should try and be like more like gentle, because if you push back real hard,
No, there are some times where I just don't care. Too. Let me make that clear. There are times I'm not even trying to like make anyone understand anything. There are times I just don't give a fuck at all because I know I'm not going to get through to anybody no matter what I say. And so it's just like, I'm done talking to you. So it's like, you're not showing me respect, so I have no reason to show you respect.
Yeah,
and so I'm done talking to you. And so since I'm done talking to you, like, and I'll say it, like, I'm done speaking. And they'll start talking, keep talking, and I won't say anything. Like, I'm sure people have noticed that. Like, I'll just stop talking. And they'll keep going, and I just won't say anything. But it's like, okay, I'm done.
That's a good
and they'll keep trying to bait me, and I just won't say shit. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. Or I'll start, like, acting like a fool. I'll start talking like a retard, because I'm talking to a child. Like, like, that's basically it. But
when
yeah,
people start doing that, like spurging and stuff, I like really have found it very entertaining. Since I can't like get in a word edgewise, I use my word cards, and there's been a couple of times over at Gen X Jeff's and that people were spurging at each other, and I was like making fun of both of them, and they didn't even realize it because they were too busy spurging, and everybody that was in the audience thought it was hilarious. It's like they got like secret owned. They got owned by in like the silence
right.
of my
That's
like
right.
silence.
People fucking crazy, and it's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
And they're like, or like, I'll just leave. I'll just straight up leave. I'm like, why are you running away? It's like, I'm not. I'm done with your bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm done with your bullshit. I'm just done.
So instead of rage quitting, everybody should make their own word cards so they can like stay around for a little while and let people spurg without rage quitting.
It's like I'm not rage quitting. I'm just done. I'm like not wasting my time anymore. Like I don't understand why that's difficult to understand. Like I'm not wasting my time anymore. Like why? Why am I gonna waste my time? Like I have other shit to do. Like I'm sorry that like is a fucking foreign concept for you.
Yeah, it's
Like
easy to get
I
caught
have
up in
better
that.
things to do than waste my time with somebody who has no, intention of actually having a fucking adult conversation. Like I'm sorry, I'm not gonna deal with children.
What really like I see people like also do this thing where they like to sit down in the chat and complain. I'm not talking about anybody here, of course. But it's just something that came to my mind. That they just like to sit there in the chat and complain, and they never ever come up on panel. Like, and they're like just like fighting themselves, like, and they're making like the people in that. I mean, like that are in the chat. It's disruptive to the chat as well. But there's usually those channels have no moderation either. I really like how TML gives everybody moderator like immediately, because that kind of like makes it to where like everybody's on equal ground. I think that's a smart tactic.
Yes, Moontan, and I am the serpent. You know this. And yes, they did call you a corpse whore. And I wanted to wring their fucking neck through the screen. That's what set me off.
You know, I actually just found out that in Vedic astrology, I'm also a Naga. I'm a snake person in that too. So I've got double snakes too, and double Leo, and friggin' yeah, it's crazy. It's like I've got two of everything. It's almost like I'm Noah's Ark.
I love your feistiness, Moontan. I fucking love it.
I love it too.
Fire.
Pretty.
I love that fire. Yes. See, that's another thing. Is some people like misunderstand that. Like, I just I can be feisty sometimes, and they take that as like, like I'm out of control. No, I'm just feisty. This does with clowning people. Like I'm still fine. Like I'm having fun. Like and they'll like think about me and talk about me for 20 minutes after I'm gone, and I'll be like doing something else, not thinking about them at all. So it's kind of funny, really.
You also don't just sit down in the chat and just like complain and like refute everything. Not know. I mean, like, I wasn't even, like I said, I wasn't talking about you doing that. I've never seen you do that. So
No, you need to though. Honestly, you really should.
I think there's no such thing as typing too much, as long as it's not like just complaining all the time. There's no such thing.
Yeah, complaining or talking about your fucking God's gift to the world.
Yeah, a lot of people are niggers, and I'm very much enunciating that clearly.
Yeah. Racist. Yeah, most people don't know what listening even means. There's a difference. They don't listen, they hear. And then they wait for their turn to speak.
Yeah.
They don't actually listen. Very few people actually know how to listen.
I can listen and talk at the same time, and most people can't handle that. I've met a few people that can. I think you've been able to do it a few times where we could just talk to each other, like, and neither of us stop talking till there's no pause in between, and we both are hearing each other. But that is pretty rare, and people listening don't usually they're not able to listen to both of us at the same time, which is also a useful skill to have whenever you're speaking in public and you don't want people to be listening, but that's something else.
Well, I mean, hearing is like you hear what someone is saying, and you know you're waiting to like put your 2 cents in. When you're listening, you're actually like emphasizing with what you know is being said. You're you know actually deliberating and you know uh, putting yourself in their shoes and not just like it's say this, say that now.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I should be a lot worse because of how I grew up. But at the same time, that's why I have such tough skin because I grew up around fucking narcissists.
Yeah, me too. My dad was a covert narcissist, and it's like so friggin' nobody would believe me. Nobody would believe my mom. It was like friggin' maddening because he's very charming. And but I'm glad in retrospect that he was, because like now I can spot him from a mile away and I know exactly how to handle them. You sound like me, Muntan. Like I get accused a lot of like interrupting, but honestly, like sometimes like I have to friggin' say it or else my brain is just gonna go, oh, it's not a priority, and I'm gonna lose it. And I totally get that. Yeah, that is true. They are creepily uniform in the way that they it's like they're like on a default program where they are all very predictable. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I think it's a trauma reaction. I think it's a coping mechanism that helps them deal with that trauma. And it can usually it'll go one of two ways. Either like they'll go full on like schizophrenic, disassociative, and like, you know, borderline personality. Sometimes people actually go into like multiple personality disorder, like officially, like crazy. But the lesser versions tend to do that for self-protection. That's what happened with my dad. I realize that now, but I didn't understand it at all as a kid. Yeah, I think we would be able to converse with each other because if you can do that like thing where you're interrupting and like you just keep talking and the like subconscious is still listening. I still hear you no matter and listen like regardless of whether somebody's still talking. It's a weird skill, but I think it's a good thing to be able to do, even if you have to be mindful not to do it sometimes. But it's everybody that I've been really, really close to, like eventually they get it and they are able to do it eventually themselves, which is but it's hard to be told that you're being rude by interrupting, but like I think it's sometimes you just have to be that like that, whatever people are, you know, gonna think about it. It's they're not listening to you if they are thinking that you're interrupting them all the time, but they just want you to listen to them and they don't want to let you talk. Sometimes I just start taking notes and then I wait for them to be done. Whenever we're on stream, especially, I'll just like go, okay, well, they're not going to hear me if I say it now, but I'm going to take notes. It used to really irritate my my friend whenever because my ex and we were like, I had heard all of his stories so many times, but sometimes he would like forget a word or something in the middle of the story, and I would just like pick it up while he was doing that, like trying to, you know, and it would remind him, and he would carry on again. But like my friend, he would be like, he would get mad at me and say like, one of you talk at a time, I can't follow both of you. And I was like, even though we were on a singular stream of thought, he couldn't do it, he couldn't handle it, because it was just like he thought I was interrupting and interjecting, but it like we were still carrying the same thought stream at the time. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, where did Twilight go? Did he disappear again? Am I up here by myself? Because machine is
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were up here alone.
I wondered why I was able to talk and he wasn't responding back immediately. Not that I was digging on him for doing that, but sometimes it's hard to interject with him too. But I love him, and it's worth every moment that I've ever talked to him. I'll just go down in the chat and start typing if he won't let me get a word in. That's usually how it works. Or I'll start wondering if my microphone is just cutting out. I wish that there was like on Zoom, they used to have like where you could raise your hand, you know? I wish they had that function with YouTube on live streams. That would be awesome.